Hello, people. I hope we're all having a wonderful Friday morning, July 4th. Some very wonderful timing since everyone's on holiday, everyone's on a break from the grueling task that is showing up to work if you do not like to work, and showing up to work with the pressure of knowing what happens if you don't show up to work. So in general, I hope you guys are having a good day. We will be together for a while today due to the wonderful donations that you all made during our Trans Journalists Association fundraiser stream. Not fundraiser stream, but fundraiser throughout the month. We ended up raising a total of just over $500, which is phenomenal. Again, please be incredibly proud of yourselves. You made that happen. And yeah, man, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna be having a lot of fun. We got articles set up. We got hold on. Hurry up, dude. Come on. Echo. If you're gonna be over here, hurry up. There we go. But yes, we got trailers ready, we got articles ready, we got video essays ready, we got memes ready, we got so much ready. We're going to be yapping, we're going to be talking, we're having a good old time together, you and I. So, first things first, let me blast off on Blue Sky real quick too, make sure that everyone knows. I'll have to probably blast off a couple of times today just to make sure. So there we go, live with our charity reward, with our reward media stream. And then I should probably put out a trailer. Trailers, articles, news, we named it. There we go. Perfection. So we're live on Blue Sky. We are live on all the good, wonderful things. Yeah, okay. We should be live on pretty much everything now. Should be live on YouTube as well. We're moving and grooving. We're moving and grooving. All right. Oh, let's see if there's anything else to talk. I mean, there's so much to talk about. We're going to get to so much of it today anyway. So I kind of feel like we should just transition to the first thing. The first big stuff that we'll get into for like the first hour or so is some more personal news. Personal in the sense of just like I hinted at last week and throughout this week that I have started a new venture. Outside of my like part-time job, and that new venture, if you've been following me on Blue Sky or any of my stuff, you'll already know I have been interning for the new video game website Endless Mode, formerly of Pace Games. Has the same editor-in-chief, Garrett Martin, has associate editor Elijah, and it's gonna be me and another intern. You'll see both of our names on that masthead, or I'm not actually sure if it'll be on the masthead, but you'll be seeing our names throughout the articles, you'll be seeing us drop news, you'll be seeing us drop long-term critical analysis pieces. We're going to go through some of that today as well, actually. But before we even get to that, I have to share something else. Boom. Oh, I got these. Ugh. How's my camera already done? You know what? I can't even be that mad about that, because fortunately, I already have a battery going. Not about to trip me up on this wonderful day. Ugh. There we go. This is why you all never have any clue the way my streaming and my life transformed the minute I got a second camera battery. Y'all have been around during the 2 battery era. I'm not going to separate my eras on streaming through batteries, but I'm just saying. 1 battery era was rough, dude. One battery error was rough. All right, here we go. So, fortunately enough, Stop Caring has been wonderful enough to feature me again, talking about a game that I've talked about endlessly at this point. Love is not the game's called Sorry We're Closed, but I named the article Love is Terrifying. I named it because it's one of the most common quotes in the game, and because I think it is probably one of the game's central themes, central claims. The whole piece is pretty much an examination on how survival horror games in general, they're scary. They go big, they go boom. Their whole shebang is using otherworldly horrors or uncomfortably familiar horrors to put players into tense sequences that require obviously their survival usually translated through limited resources, through having to fight enemies that are almost always more powerful than you are. Also having to use your wits to deal with like traps and all those type of things, and like a lot of the Resident Evil series and other series like as well, going over time like with the Evil Within. I wonder if Alan Wake would fall into survival horror. It it could probably. But you got Resident Evil, you got Silent Hill, you've got The Evil Within. You got so many series that have delved into all of those things. And the common trait, as you'll start to see through survival horror games, is that love starts a lot of these things and acts as a background, but it's not really the thing that's scaring you. Sorry We're Closed, I gotta give extra props because it is easily one of the standout games and where love is not just used as a catalyst for events, but it is a central theme and the central method of what I would call deeply unnerving the hell out of you throughout the game. It is a constant conversation point. It is the central focus of not all conversations, but many of them. So much of the game is about what love looks like, how horrifying it can be for both better and worse, the terrifying power it holds over people, powerful enough in this game to literally scare even demons and angels. Like, that's what we're talking about with love. So that's what I wrote for Stop Caring. It's a cool piece. It's an 8-minute read. Go check that out. Artson, what is up with you? Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Hope you're excited for what we got going on today. I'm just talking about my latest piece at Stop Caring for the game Sorry We're Closed. There was a passage in here that I wrote that I really liked. Yes, if there's one thing that you want to get across from what I'm saying right now, it would be this method right here. While all this being the ways in which I described Sorry We're Closed's experience, while all this creates an experience slower than one might expect from a genre associated with high energy scares, be aware of expecting easier time emotionally. Did you want to leave? Did you want to leave? Did you want to leave before you kept interrupting me? Because you're just looking at me right now. You came in here before. I'm not going to keep doing this with you today because we can't keep doing this today. This seems on a day where I have a 8-hour shift, but it doesn't start for 2 hours, so I can hang out for a bit. Sorry, she's still got an 8-hour shift today, but I'm glad you can stick around for a bit. Oh, get out of here, dude. Oh my gosh, Cheyenne, thank you. I wish you had done that before I was caught lacking trying to handle my damn cat. But thank you for the subscription. Your 14th sub anniversary? Damn, 14, big 14. That's 1 year short of a quinceanera. Congratulations. I know it's not done in years, but still, it's fun. But I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you are also going to feel re-energized. I know you were talking about feeling exhausted yourself because you just got off of work, if I'm remembering correctly. I was actually exhausted too. I was hoping to start the stream exactly on 9, but I overslept, which I'm going to give myself grace for because I had pretty much spent the entirety of yesterday being awake since 2:45 in the morning. So a whole year and 2 months is really a journey. You've seen me do a lot, and I appreciate you for it. But yeah, let me read this passage real quick, just so we can not get this out the way, but we got so many other things I kind of want to start the day off talking about, and we do have other videos and things to get over to. Why do I go 2:45? Because I had a work shift, or I said I had, but I voluntarily took a work shift at 4 in the morning. Because a lot of the way that the Whole Foods things works is taking 4-hour shifts when you're a seasonal worker. So Or at least that's what it was for mine. It might not work for like that for every location. Yeah. While all this creates an experience slower than one might expect from a genre associated with high energy scares, beware of expecting an easier time emotionally. This game can leave viewers closer to feeling like they just finished I Saw the TV Glow rather than Friday the 13th. Although, unlike the former, it is the inevitability of change rather than resistance to it that will make you feel like something. That will make you feel something twist inside by the end of it. I'm gonna read this sentence over again for my edit later. Although unlike the former, is the inevitability of change rather than resistance to it that will make you feel something twist inside by the end of it. What's engrossing about Sorry We're Closed is characters that you spend a lot of time with them, meaning you hear how love has created the good, bad, and very ugly of their relationships. And here you have Samuel, who is the angel of love, serving like his life depends on it. Spoiler alert, his life did not depend on that part specifically. His life depends on several other factors in the game. But yeah, so this was a really cool piece. I'm really glad that I got to, shout out to Stop Caring for letting me write this. This particular idea had basically been rummaging in my mind for a while, if I'm being honest. Like, probably since I ever played the game. Which game was that? I guess that answered your question, actually. My bad. Which Little Guardsman. Oh, right. You know what? Let's watch I believe that's the name. Let's watch a quick little trailer for that. We can kind of pivot as we like today since we're, doing whatever. Little Guardsman. Oh, that's in a cute animation style. I remember that guy's face. It's from 2 years ago. Official gameplay trailer. Let's check this out.
I'm bringing a basket of baked goods to my family. She's not doing any of the things we told her to do.
So immediately off the first impressions, it's giving. I can see why you suggested it because I think it reminds me a lot of generally any game that pretty much turns you into a guardsman, whether that be. I mean, Papers, Please is much more serious in turn, but I feel like the minute Papers, Please happened, a lot of people started running with that formula of you have to be the one that's checking papers, checking off everything that it's okay to let someone pass the, post, border, whatever may have you. What was the game that we played before? That other one, was it called Won't You Be My Neighbor, right? With the weird SCP looking freaks. That game was a lot of fun too. This is already immediately reminding me of that. You played a game like this, I can't remember. I think it was Won't You Be My Neighbor. I think that one was suggested by Neo City. But nice.
Couldn't have been more clear. She's supposed to be enforcing martial law.
Okay, well, maybe my Papers, Please analogy was actually more apt than I realized. Bro, what is with all the martial law? Ugh.
You're sending me to jail? I'm a children's birthday party magician.
Increasing my sphere of influence.
The princess goes missing, and all of a sudden there's a no goblins order?
I forget what I told her to do, but I think it involved somebody's pet. I confess, I was smuggling illegal pixie dust inside the dead cat.
How do we get it through her?
Okay, wait, I can see why this game would be pretty fun. It's a little crazier and zanier, but still serious in tone than I expected. It's giving Disenfranchisement. What's it called? Disenchantment, the Netflix TV show. I'm thinking about Disenchantment a lot recently. I kind of miss it. I kind of miss it a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Her thick skull that she's supposed to be listening to us.
I am listening. Did you forget I was here again?
What? Of course not. Who the hell is that?
My attention if we can't come or not. Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you.
Well, you got this.
The day of the royal wedding approaches, but a change is coming. Will you RSVP
I
for
love
revolution?
La Revolution. It will never not be amazing that we just decided as a community, as a society, that if you're going to be in any kind of fantasy world and you're going to be dealing with any type of order, societal pressure, politics, you need to make sure you got a person in a cloak that's definitely up to some nefarious stuff off to the side that's implicating some speaking into someone else's ear. Like obviously that stuff exists in real world too. You know, everyone has their shadow czar, shadow president, shadow prime minister. Sometimes literally that's the name of the position. Sometimes that's just like the vibe. Someone speaking into the people in power's ear. But I promise you, we probably would all feel a lot better about those people if they wore cloaks. Then at least they would look cool while doing it. You know? Ugh. Excuse me and my nose. The inside of your nose itches. I don't know what to tell you about that besides maybe blow your nose.
I know you couldn't resist the chance to place an illegal sports bet with your old pal Fredo.
How is illegal sports betting even make it into the fantasy world, dude? Oh my god. I can't even call it illegal, but it should be. You sneeze like 5 to 6 times. Why are you so afraid of sneezing? Why are you so afraid of feeling something? Let's talk about that. You're in pain, you know how to fix it, but you ain't gonna blow your nose just because we got sneeze 5 to 6 times? Who are you? You hate sneezing more than 2 times? You know what? I want to say something about that, but frankly, as someone who has sneezed hard enough to feel his whole body shake before, more than once in his life, I completely understand. People will talk about, you know, someone coughing and feeling you had to catch your breath. If you sneeze hard enough, dude, you will feel like every sensation in your body got activated in the wrong way. It's basically the equivalent of something going down, not the wrong throat, but like going down your throat wrong, except your throat becomes your entire body and everything is wrong. You saying bless you every time? That's why you gotta wait until the end. The rule of thumb generally when someone sneezes, me personally, depending on who I'm dealing with, I'll just say bless you the entire time. I don't care. Because it gets funny at one point for me. It just starts to get funny. But you can also just wait. You know, give it like a good 5 seconds. Give it a little bit of a run. Give it a little bit of a wait. And then, you know, go from there. And wait 5 seconds and add it there. Yeah, you just saw me clack that video because I want to add it to the list because I've watched Taylor Lorenz's videos before and I quite like them. I think they are good. I think I watched the one about Waymo stuff, so maybe we'll take a look at that because we talked about the ChatGPT stuff.
Welcome to Garby's Emporium of Wonder.
That's the sharp side, exactly. So admit, deny, or jail your way to success. So you can, I wonder what the purpose for, actually I can think about the purpose of jailing, because admitting is probably like someone's got everything, all their T's crossed, I's dotted. Deny is like probably someone missing some paperwork, and then jailing is like you try to bring contraband into the whole space. Maybe. That's my initial guess at least.
I did not slay 90 ballerinas to be denied entry by some freckle-faced babe.
Okay, I would play the game just to talk to her. Oh my god. First of all, awesome character design. Muscly as hell. We love big muscly women. We're not gonna lie here. But it's killing me that this game feels like it definitely wanted to make sure it kept its T rating. Oh my gosh, she looks so scared. I just realized that. You can change the Princess Mary also. A little small spoiler. Oh, that's really fun. And you're right, she's 12-year-old. Also 5 sneezes. Go for 10.
To be denied entry by some freckle-faced babe.
I don't want to be rude, but you seem, well, pretty baked.
Absolutely.
Oh, wait. Your name is Count Heinrich von Pyre?
Yes. Why?
Damn, that's crazy. What did he do? That's gotta be racist. That's gotta be vampires.
And that's all for us here today. Please help control the pet population. Have your gargoyle spayed or neutered. So long, everybody.
This does look cool. Actually, I'm it's $20. Maybe we'll check that out later. I'll check that out later. I'll save that. Let me save that to It's $20. What? I don't want to look at myself. Stop that. Save that to, I don't know anywhere to put this. I'll just put it in, like, let me start a new playlist. Games to play later. I can't. Jesus Christ. God. The next suggestion, yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. That was a nice little tangent. I'm glad we did looked at that. That game actually looks like a lot of fun. Did they have an estimated playtime on that? How long does it take to get through it? This came out like a year ago, too. At least it came out a year ago on PlayStation. Nice. Okay. Nice. Okay, let's move on from Sorry We're Closed and Stop Caring to something else. I'll reiterate again, just in case some of us are trickling in. Like I said, I started writing for Endless Mode as part of an internship. Here it is. If you have not heard of Endless Mode, it is a new website, so that's understandable. It literally started and came alive this Tuesday, I believe was the launch date, exactly on July 1st. Got a scary game for you to play? Let me know. Halloween's gonna be pretty cool this year. But you might recognize Endless Mode because, or some of the names from Endless Mode if you've ever read Paced Games. Paced Games was an awesome website that has some of the best writing about games and play in general. The editor-in-chief, Garrett Martin, was hugely influential on like the writing scene in general when it comes to games. He's been around for a very long time, and fortunately enough is now someone editing my own stuff, so that's been really cool this past week. If you don't know, Endless Mode is under the larger Paste Media umbrella. So, you got Paste Media, the website here, that's like, of the music magazine fame. But, they did a lot of other stuff recently, like movies and TV shows, books down here. They also recently bought the websites, if you remember, the AV Club, the TV and film people, or at least that's what they're most known for. At least that's what I associate them most with, as well as Jezebel. Want some good sleep with the neck pillow? Oh, I know. I don't have a neck pillow, but I know. We have Jezebel 2 and Splinter. Politics more one. So yeah, very cool site. Very cool umbrella to be under. But now Endless Mode is officially part of that group. They've been hitting the ground running. I'm going to talk about mostly my own stuff that's on there so far. But if you want to look at some very cool features, there's this one, at least I get to be the cow from Moises, talking about what it's like to, or kind of the, not reliance, but the emotional kinning and emotional, not safety, but assuasion he's got from playing the cow amid what has been a horrifying 6 months for pretty much everyone, but especially him, and like his family. Let me speak from his own words. Yeah, I don't talk about it much, but I've been living in constant fear since the new year. Fear of my own family being pulled apart, fear of being wrongly and cruelly disappeared, fear of being trafficked by people who don't know me, but know they hate me, fear of the people I know who are going to slip through the cracks by the breaking down of systems. On the other side of the world, Palestinians are being slaughtered in a ceaseless and inhumane genocide. They're being starved and shot in the streets, bombed. Everything is so wrong. And yet every day of late, I try to reconcile this profound wrongness in the wrong world with the other joy that is Mario Kart World. It's impossible, but despite it all, I get to be the cow. It's a really moving piece. I really recommend checking it out if you kind of want to not only understand the thing that gaming has always kind of been notorious for and helping people not escape but deal with and reconcile so much of the horrible things going on in their own lives, but just a good way of meditation of like recognizing the absolute shitstorm that we are currently in. But yeah, there's been some cover all this stuff. I read this recent piece from Garrett about Disney World getting rid of Tom Sawyer Island, I believe. I forget what the exact name of it was. Yeah, they're getting rid of Tom Sawyer Island, but I don't know if it's actually called Tom Sawyer Island. But he talks about the cool caves from that. That was a really interesting piece. I didn't get to this piece yet from Elijah because it's a longer one, but I do want to read it because it's talking about just the end of things. Not just the world, but I think also the Pace Games moving into Endless Mode. Plus Outer Wilds and Nine Souls in one headline as just like a game person is like, I gotta see what's being cooked over there. There was also a really cool piece that I think I did get to check out from, where was it? Not June 9th, where was it? Yes, from Maddie Myers talking about COVID-19 inspired games. They were mostly talking about Clear Obscure Expedition 33. There was another game that they did mention too. I think one that's coming out that's not out already. Where was it? It's talking about Death Stranding, which, like, if you know, Death Stranding got credit for being called a game that predicted the future because it came out in 2019. So many of the themes from Death Stranding ended up being incredibly relevant to the world that found itself in the midst of a pandemic that it was incredibly ill prepared for and refused to prepare itself even better for after the fact. Yes, there's an upcoming horror game, Chronos: The New Dawn. They were able to loop in Date Everything in there too, which was really awesome. Which I think makes sense because they talk about the fact that, like, you know, dating everything comes from some factor of being isolated in your house alone and only being surrounded by the stuff in your immediate house. Which he said they let me read their own words. I'm talking about Date Everything, the comedy visual novel designed by voice actor Ray Chase. In an interview I did with Chase on my podcast Triple Click, he agreed that the game was very pandemic coded, even though he actually came up with the core idea before COVID-19 began. After all, you're playing as someone who's completely isolated in their home with only your household appliances to talk to. There's also a really good piece that went up on Wired recently from Megan talking about Date Everything in an interview with the people that made it, Ray Chase and I think someone else. I forget who the other actor is. Oh, look at that comments going off. So that was very, very cool. But you know, I'm selfish. We're gonna talk about me for a second. My name's here. I am on this site. I have done 4 news pieces for them thus far. I was hitting the ground running. The whole thing is probably gonna be doing a news piece a day. So if you want to catch some gaming news or just some like news that is game tangential, because you know, this is all stuff that falls under that. Visit the site. I will be posting up there every day. Was scheduling a tattoo appointment? You lucky bastard. You fucking lucky bastard. You piece of shit. I hate you. I'm jealous. I'm envious. Nice. That's awesome. If you want to share, what kind of ink are you getting? Only if you want to though. But yeah, so you know, I reported on a couple of different things today. We're only going to kind of briefly talk about each of them. I'm just kind of, you know, going to take the advantage of like putting you on not only just what I think is going to end up continuing to be a great site, considering the pedigree of people it already has on here, but you know, some games. First one I'm not going to talk about. I'm probably going to spend more time talking about these last 3. I think we're just going to talk about this one, looking at the ahead. If you don't know, there was a really critically well-received game called The Alters that came out on, I think, June 13th, earlier this June, that people loved. People were really excited about the way in which it lets you branch off, or not branch off, but the whole thing is you're like this guy, Jan, who's basically been left alone on this base, on this like other planet. He's kind of been doomed for death. However, he still has access to like a cloning machine. And so the whole thing is you're cloning yourself and using your clones to help you, and like what's a little bit of like a management sim game, but also there's apparently like some action and exploration parts too, like in a third person aspect, so it's not just sim management. It's a game that's apparently pulling off quite a few different things at once. Early reviews of it were really positive. It's still been positively received by people that have been playing it, even outside of critics. People like this game a lot. However, if you were to go to the Steam page for it right now, you'll see quite a few negative reviews start to pop up because it was discovered that this game used generative AI in it. And not in just like a small way either, actually. It was first caught by someone, or I first saw it on Reddit, like at this point it'll be like closer to 2 weeks ago, just under 2 weeks ago. Someone had spotted an AI prompt on the on one of the things in the familiar response of like, you know, if you whenever, I'm sure every one of you at one point has at least seen what a chat GPT prompts, even if you don't use it. You know, it has like a text that it gives back that's like very coded, like you're like, oh, okay, you're getting a response back now. Someone spotted it in like one of the background assets of the game as one of the text, which, you know, turned people off immediately, especially because if you don't know, Steam hasn't required it exactly, but it's been encouraging now that video games disclose when generative AI gets used in it, because, you know, it's been having such a huge backlash on players because players, surprise, surprise, don't like generative AI being used in their games, considering its notoriety at this point for quite literally massively impacting layoffs and jobs. You can make a direct correlation even with the Microsoft layoffs this week on the fact that despite them having record profits this year, laying off 9,000 people and using a lot of that money to majorly invest in AI, not only to already replace the people they have, but to continue just like seeing if they can do even more without them. It's been no different in game spheres. There's been tons of people in the games talking about the fact that game devs in particular are very concerned about the way that executives seem to not understand that AI is just not very good at making games. It's not a 1-to-2, it's not a 1-to-1 translation there, and it's not very helpful. And players are similarly disenfranchised by it because of the way it's been impacting devs, as well as the other stuff that people have always talked about with Gen AI, in particular the massive environmental impact that it has in comparison to literally everything else. So people got rubbed wrong the way by that. It didn't help that people also, when looking at localization for the game, discovered that they straight up used AI to translate things too. Translate them badly as well as that. Not even like just talking about it like translating, but like these are like really bad. These are like bad translations that when people found it, it was like awful. Even before they found the prompt that was clearly like, oh shit, you used AI for this. People were saying that the localizations for it in the non-English versions of the game, or the non-English languages used in the game, just were particularly stiff and just not the way people talk. Speak the language, translate. And see, that's the interesting thing about this too. When they released a statement, excuse me, they released a statement talking about this, which most interestingly, thank you, does not apologize for using Gen AI, but more accurately is just like, as AI tool evolves, that's the point. This is the line that I like I talked about this entire thing. As relevant as to what I was just saying, it's they talked about the fact that they actually intended to bring people into the translation process, but they were going to try and do it as a hot fix after the game was released and not before, which seems like a doomed way of going about things, just in all honesty, especially considering the known backlash to like just using AI in general. Especially like if you didn't disclose it, in my opinion, that's acknowledgement that that people aren't going to like the use of it there. But I can't speak for the devs, obviously. That's not something that should go around just repeating. But it is odd. It's weird. And if you read this, they acknowledge that it was wrong to not disclose it, but they are still not doubling down with it. Like, as AI tools evolve, they present new challenges, opportunities in game development. And I don't think I can put it any better than I already put it here. What the statement does not include an explanation as to why generative AI was used as a placeholder rather than something like, say, the traditional lorem ipsum placeholder, a quickly drawn doodle, or the results of mashing a keyboard until you filled up the necessary space. While it would still be a mistake if these alternatives also made it into the final product, they could have been something to laugh about rather than apologize over. After all, unlike generative AI, Steam does not ask you to disclose the use of lorem ipsum or doodles. Instead, it offers the increasingly common reasoning that since AI tools are here, in their words, presenting new challenges and opportunities in games development, they want to adapt them. What those challenges are is also not included in the statement, but the opportunity was clearly taken. Yeah, so it's a shame, and just very wholly unnecessary. Like, it's one of those moments where I think people are realizing, and I'm hoping like devs in general, the devs that haven't, like, there's a lot of the game devs that notably have not already drinking that particular Kool-Aid. Actually, I don't want to keep using that phrase. Except people were talking about that phrase probably get derealized, and I kind of agree with that actually. So some of the people that just aren't frothing in the mouth when it comes to anything generative AI, when it comes to the arts especially. There's already stuff and articles out there about devs who don't want to use it, and the only reason that some of them are using it is a lot of these companies are trying to force them to, frankly speaking. But like, this was a good game. Like, as much as like this sucks, this is a game that was, like, again, really well received. People really enjoyed it, and now is it even going to really bask in all of its really good parts, because this one aspect, this major aspect. Like, I'm not saying one aspect to diminish it, but like, it's just to point out that this one aspect is big enough and serious enough to not a small amount of people, to many people, a lot actually, to many of their own user base, that it completely nullifies their enjoyment of the otherwise good work. So it's just a shame. It's just a shame. Especially for stuff that seems like pretty avoidable. Like, again, the placeholder one, because that's what it was. It was that response that I just showed to y'all was meant to be a placeholder at that. It wasn't even meant to be like stuff that made it into the final cut. It was meant to be a placeholder. That's why it's like, oh, you really could have just put anything there, but you chose to use that instead for some reason, which like was just didn't make much sense to me. Okay, I just have to check that real quick. So yeah, it was a shame, but we won't spend too much more time on that. You know, they sent out their statement. There's not really much to follow up on that as of yet. Keep an eye on that. The much, what I would call bigger, not new news, unfortunately, but startling news from this past week was the massive layoffs that Microsoft has done. And for keeping track, as I kept track in this article, it is the fourth round of mass layoffs that have impacted Xbox specifically too, as well as just another round of layoffs among many at Microsoft in general. So if you didn't know, July 2nd, pretty much the end of Microsoft's financial quarter. At the end of the financial quarter, Microsoft laid off around 9,000 people across its entire organization. The gaming sphere, the gaming division in particular, was massively impacted. They lost, as it said, more than 500 employees. They lost the Kings. Yeah, 9,000 is insane. Again, it's 9,000 is insane considering that they made profit this year. Microsoft is swimming in profit. That's the other thing too. That's like someone I feel like should always be reiterated as we're talking about this, is that Microsoft isn't hurting for money in the slightest. They are in fact maybe not doing better than ever, but like they're making serious bank at the moment. Like they are blowing past profits. I think they even beat the expectations that were had of them before. So like this is not a decision that was made from like having to cut cost as a method of survival. This is truly and utterly being done for the pure purpose of making people who are already rich even richer. Like there's not another way to interpret this. But regardless, just to get into some details. So the first people, at least as when that morning started, because unfortunately, the really weird and kind of awful way that these things have gotten rolled out, not just at Microsoft, but like this is something that's happened multiple times across like different layoffs and job cuts in general, is people were not getting news at the same time. In fact, a lot of people were starting to find out about their team being impacted through news reports even before they knew what was going on, or there were reports about the fact that people's Slack accounts or emails were being deactivated before they even got news of what was happening to them. So that's how they found out. Just really like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not only non-communicative, but just like kind of blasé, nonchalant, very uncaring attitude towards employees. I mean, this whole thing is like an uncaring attitude towards employees, especially when it's not necessary. But that in particular too is like just devoid of a certain kindness and respect that is just like really unfortunate. But yeah, so their King division, that's like they're involved with like their mobile app. I think that's Candy Crush. Lost 10% of its staff. ZeniMax also got impacted. Bethesda got impacted. And again, this was the fourth mass layoffs in 18 months. They had one in May, they had one in September 2024, they had one in January 2024, and this is on top of studio closures that happened in May 2024 as well, where they lost the Redfall team and Tango Games Works. Now, Tango Games Works has kind of already been like revived like a phoenix by Crafton, so they're still doing stuff, but genuinely, these guys seem addicted to layoffs the way that Elon Musk is addicted to lawsuits. Like it's crazy, and it's made an already like, if you can call it industry, the games industry's already been in a terrible place. You know, I've reiterated that for months, if not unfortunately years at this point. And and one of its biggest household names taking a sword straight to its gaming division again so soon is just incredibly demoralizing. It's very sad to see. It's very sad to see. My condolences go out to those workers. And like layoffs, like I think we always gotta like make sure we humanize layoffs because the numbers are huge. Obviously, we know what they mean, but it's like important to like really contextualize these things. I think, or at least talk about the scenarios they put people in. Being laid off or like losing your job is like completely disrupting to your life. Like even if you have savings, even if you like have some leeway, like losing your job, losing that structure from an emotional standpoint is already awful because you know you invested so much time and energy into a space that you helped contribute to it. Like all these workers helped make Xbox what Xbox is on some level. Like they're the ones making the games, they're the ones quality testing it, marketing it, they're the ones getting it in people's hands. They're the ones making sure it's doing all the nitty gritty paperwork that it makes sure it can even be put on these storefronts, or like making sure it's having all of its age rating stuff. Like all these people are making sure that these games are the best that they can be, and their reward is losing their job for it. So there's that emotional aspect of realizing that your work was not enough to keep you around, even when it was good work, as we'll get to in a second, actually. But then there's like the literal practical part of things. When you lose your job, that's not income coming out. If you're in the United States, not having a job, especially under this current administration, even with that big, beautiful bill that they passed recently that was actually big, bad, and horrible, is like a slow death sentence. You don't, depending on whether or not your healthcare was attached to your job, you might not have healthcare anymore. Like that's already huge in and of itself. If you don't have income coming in and you were already someone that might have been living paycheck to paycheck, you are now in a very compromised position where you don't know how you're going to pay for rent, pay for food. There's the fact that should any kind of emergency happen, medical or otherwise, that requires you to drop a large sum of money, as happens. Recent thing I heard recently was about, something happens to someone pet. Pets are expensive. Something happened, God forbid something ever happened to any of my pets right now, but something happened to either one of them, or when it's happened in the past, Jinx has gotten her mouth on top of things that she shouldn't have gotten her mouth on top of. We had to take her to the vet, and that's like a large set of money that you have to drop right then and there. So like let's talk about car stuff, God forbid. Like there's just a lot of things can happen that will all of a sudden make you have to drop more change than you might have on hand. It's not even accounting the fact that now all of a sudden you're counting every single dollar that you got. You're able to do less things, spend less money, do less luxurious stuff. Just so much. Yeah, my dog's name. Yeah, my bad. I should have said my dog, Jinx, sweetheart, but that I hate but love. But yeah, no, like it's truly disruptive to lose your job. To lose your job in this fashion with no preparation either. Even like for me, when I left my most recent role, I at least had the benefit, and like I say benefit to just find the bright side of it, that I knew when it was ending. It was a contract role, and even though it got extended, I had conversations leading up to it that were very clear about like what I should be expecting, what was possible at that point, that allowed me to at least not only start to prepare for and like starting that job hunt, in what's also a horrible job market. Let's not forget that a lot of these are game development people that are like tech workers in general. 9,000 people got laid off and thrown into, at least in the States, a terrifying, cruel, and bad job market. So like that's already a scary aspect of things. But bring back to me for a second. Having that time allows you to emotionally, mentally prepare for what you're going to have to start doing. So it's not it's still disruptive, but you at least have the opportunity to plan. Layoffs, like you went to sleep on Monday and thinking you had a job and you have work and assignments to do when you wake up on Tuesday. Now your entire life gets thrown into disarray. Like that's terrifying. It's terrifying. Even online when I was on Blue Sky, blasting off about me going live, I saw someone mention how they lost their job right after they had signed a new 12-month lease for an apartment in a new city. That's terrifying. That's horrible. That feels so like something that should be illegal, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie to you, because moving is expensive, and then you got all the rent and all the, like, initial down payments of stuff like that. Like, it's just so much can happen as a result of being laid off. The position it puts you in is just so scary. And now that it's hit 9,000 people on top of already a gigantic amount of people that have been thrown into the job market by Microsoft and tech companies in general. There's been a lot of like cuts in general over the past couple of years, and especially this year, considering the economic uncertainty that Trump's general plan to taking a hammer to everything has left everyone in, which is really unfortunate. So that was that. And kind of going back to the good games, or like good, even when you do good work, it doesn't benefit, it doesn't save you from this. That same day, or not the same day, the next day actually, I reported on Ramiro Games being impacted by the Microsoft layoff. So if you don't know, Ramiro Games is from the pair duo Brenda Romero and was it John Romero? I can't believe I'm blanking out on his name right now, on his first name. Okay, it is John Romero, thank God. Okay. Brenda Romero and John Romero. If the name Romero sounds familiar, it's because John Romero, founder of id Software, hugely influential in the game space for his contributions, and major contributions to Quake, Doom, Wolfenstein 3D, games that quite literally transformed, if not created, the language for FPS genre as we know it right now. Like, pretty much if you've ever played any shooter game, at least in the modern era, in some way or another, you can contribute at least part of its design to Quake and Wolfenstein 3D. Both of those games were gigantic, and like put games into a whole new conversation pit. His studio, he's founded multiple studios, but Ramiro Games is the latest one he has created. They were working on a first-person shooter that they had not announced yet, but the only thing people knew about it was that it was a first-person shooter. And yesterday morning, Brenda Romero on social media circulated a statement that in part read, "Last night, we learned that our publisher has canceled funding for our game along with several other unannounced projects at other studios. This was a strategic decision made at a high level within the publisher, well above our visibility or control." She goes on to emphasize this decision does not reflect the team's ability or performance, and that they hit every milestone on time, every time, consistently received high praise, and easily passed all our internal goals. Unfortunately, it seems Microsoft decided that doing the job well was not enough to keep the game around, nor the team of people who've worked together for years. So this was just another unfortunate storm that fell on top of the slashing and layoffs that Microsoft had done. And the Romero Games game is not the only game that got affected by these cuts. As was reported by the other intern that's working at Endless Mode B, who's been doing some really cool work. It's been wonderful to work with thus far. Several other games have been canceled as a result of this, including one game, Everwild, Rare's title, that had polled really well internally, polled so well that Xbox President Phil Spencer had to be told to stop playing the game to continue a meeting apparently, and that somehow that game got canceled. A game that by at least from the impressions that people were getting on it who got their hands on it, would have done really well. So there was no reason for this. I didn't realize there was 4 comments on this. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Like, if I think about it for too long, I get really sad. I mean, I am really sad, and like this is now like officially my job. I'm gonna be doing this more, and I want to be continuing to do this in my life. So like I'm gonna, have to get used to it on some level, and I am already. I've been talking about this to you guys for years, but it's just it's awful. It really is. It really is. And like as I put it here, and it was edited by wonderful editors, Despite Xbox boss Phil Spencer's claim in a memo to staff, reviewed by IGN, that Xbox's platform, hardware, and game roadmap have never looked stronger, it is hard to find safety in these words when a studio founded by a pair of award-winning developers who've worked on several massively influential games like Doom and Quake can be hit like this overnight. Some pointing out that Spencer's words may be less for players or devs and more for shareholders, which would explain the cognitive dissonance of making those claims while simultaneously laying off so many of the people who make those profitable games. It all marks how job market has been unstable for years has somehow become even less steady. So yeah, it's just really sad. Hopefully, just kind of go into the statement itself really quickly. Actually, I'm hoping that on some version there's a world in which someone picks up this game somewhere else, if that's an avenue that they can take. Possibly hoping to keep the team around. I'm not very optimistic about that, if I'm being honest with you. As part of my reporting for that story, I hopped on LinkedIn, typed in Romero Games to double check some stuff, and if you type in Romero Games into the search bar on LinkedIn that day, maybe if you still did, you'll find a flood of developers announcing that they got laid off and are looking for work elsewhere. So, even if they were able to find someone else to pick this game up or at least materialize it in some way in the future, people got to make money right now. They got to make money now. That's the kind of position that living under a capitalist society that's more interested in profit than people puts you in. You gotta make money to survive under here. So who's to say that this team doesn't get dispersed despite the fact that some of them have worked together for years? It's just awful. It really is. There's no way to really lighten this or try and make a positive spin on it. This is awful. It is just truly awful. So yeah, as you can see, my first week of being here has not been very positive news. I have not exactly been saying the most positive of news. I will not lie to you. It has not been. I'm. Don't get me wrong. I like the news writing that I've done in this past week alone has already been some of the most fun, or maybe not fun, but most fulfilling writing that I've done. I'm really happy I've been able to cover and talk about serious stuff and really practice that again. I want to start bringing that more into my blog stuff. Maybe not new stuff for the blog, but if this internship doesn't lead quickly to anything else that I can do for another site quickly, definitely want to start doing games reporting, maybe possibly on the blog a bit more, especially now that I'm kind of getting used to a rhythm of it again, which is feeling really nice, because I think that was part of the reason I still want to do this internship so much, was because you guys have been seeing me write for a little while now, but I really needed or wish and now have an editorial team to work with. I've worked in newsrooms already. I've been working in newsrooms since I graduated college, but I haven't worked in a newsroom that specifically had a focus on games or the act of play itself. So this opportunity to bounce ideas off of people, write longer pieces, understand how to tell that story, to get to the news fast and contextualize it. It's been really nice. Appointment secured. Hell yeah. I'm excited for you. And then the last bit of news that I reported this week, I had 2 news pieces in one day for that one. That was... This isn't even funny because I'm really scared now about how this is going to go. But EA announced its plan to sunset Anthem. Now, I learned more about Anthem in the hour I spent grabbing resources and writing this news piece than I knew about Anthem in its 6 years of existence. I'm not even joking when I say that. And I'm not even saying that to be funny. I'm saying that because this game feels like it exists in a Twilight Zone version of games in general. And it doesn't, because this game had so many hiccups going on around it. I linked to it here, but there was this piece, a Kotaku piece recently that's a very long piece actually, talking about exactly how serious the production issues and pivots were for this game from BioWare underneath EA. Spoiler alert, it was terrible. It was a storm. It was a storm of massive proportions. The kind of pivots and production issues that in some ways it's a miracle that this game came out. And like it's always a miracle when a game comes out because making a video game is very hard. Despite the amount of them that are coming out nowadays, make no mistake, making a video game is incredibly difficult. Yeah, that first sentence is hilarious. Is hilarious. Even the simplest of games, simple list of games that may appear simple to you, and to me or to like players, are never easy to make. All games in some fashion require some bit of magic to actually pull off making. But Anthem in particular, dude, oh my god, it really is like exists in such a weird like memory hole for me and for people. Like even a ton of people about this outside of like my newsroom, they're like, right, Anthem. Like it's just crazy the spaces this game exists. But yeah, EA announced this plan to sunset Anthem, put its servers offline. It will no longer be playable after January 12th, 2026, so a little bit less than a year from now. Actually, not even. I probably should be more. It's closer to 6 months now. We're in July 4th right now. It's actually closer to 6 months away from being completely gone. Now, I actually spent a significant amount of this news piece talking about a game that's not Anthem because it really not weirded me out, but I was kind of confused by the whiplash I was experiencing because before this news hit, I had just seen another news piece about EA, but because EA has stated some incredibly ambitious goals for its next entry into the Battlefield game. There goes your 21st birthday, Arson, stop. Oh my god, that's funny. But yeah, so it was basically been called a tell-all report from Ars Technica. I read through this. I kind of skimmed through it, reading some sections more than others when I was writing that piece because I wanted to have a quicker turnaround. But I want to go back and read the entirety more closely again. But I still read through a significant part of this even before that, and man, dude, I don't know what EA is cooking. I don't think they know what they're cooking either, if I'm being completely honest. So this was an entire tell-all report talking about the development of the next Battlefield game from DICE Studios, who is a Swedish-based studio owned by EA. The tell-all report goes into not just kind of the history of the Battlefield franchise, not some fine indeed, not like a complete history, but just kind of like talking about the performance of the last two games, of like the games up to this point. So contextualizing Battlefield's place in the game space at the moment. Spoiler alert, it's not a good one. The last two games have not been well received. Like, just point blank, they haven't. They weren't like horrible, like, oh my god, how could you put this out? But like they were not good. They weren't well received. Part of this report not required, but involved in talking to current and former EA employees about the game who have worked on it. And this one paragraph is a good summarizing of like what shows up later in this. Like, I think I highly recommend reading this yourself, because this is such like an important look into how I think these games are just being set up to fail. If I'm being honest, like let me make this clear. If they somehow pull off the miraculous trick of hitting the figure that they named, that I'm going to share with you in a second, I'm purposely leading up to it because it's an insane figure for this game, that they have put as an expectation on it. But so much of the discussion around games about like, why the industry is flailing, why it's doing so bad, has to directly be tied to the fact that the people at executive leadership level, the people managing these games, are frankly creating games at a scale with a level of expectation that is, especially in this attention economy, especially in this time where there's so many other games to play, so many other things as a human being to be doing, is setting up these game developers for failure. It's setting up these games for failure. So even when you make a good game, even when you make a game that makes money or has a big player base, because it hasn't hit the huge goals and unrealistic standards that you have set for it, that you have directly equated by the amount of money you put into it, but you didn't need to put that much money into it, it fails. even when you do a good job, even when the developers do what they were supposed to do and everything's like, T's crossed, I's dotted, all that, it's still called a quote unquote failure because you had put a goal that was truly just not achievable in the first place, without a miracle happening, without a literal miracle. Let's continue. According to these first-hand accounts, the changes have led to extraordinary stress and long hours. Every employee I spoke to across several studios either took exhaustion leave themselves or directly knew staffers who did. Two people who had worked on other AAA projects within the EA or elsewhere in the industry said this project had more people burning out and needing to take leave than they'd ever seen before. Just starting up a little bit closer because I kind of skipped this part. Today, publisher EA is in full production on the next Battlefield title, but sources close to the project says it has faced culture clashes, ballooning budgets, and major disruptions that have left many team members fearful that parts of the game will not be finished to player satisfaction in time for launch during EA's fiscal year. Now, let me show you. Actually, I'm going to go back to my own article because I put it in the article and I want you guys to go read my article. I'm selfish, sorry. As I put it here, one of the more striking elements of the lengthy piece was the target set by EA's executive leadership. 100 million players over a set period. 100 million players. To call this ambitious may be the understatement of the decade. As one EA employee is quoted in the report, obviously, Battlefield has never achieved those numbers before. Another employee goes on to point out that even the most successful Battlefield entry numbers-wise, 2016's Battlefield 1, reached maybe 30 million plus. And now they put 100 million players over a set period. That was crazy. Now don't get me wrong. No, I don't want this to be like Battlefield slander. Battlefield has put out good games. DICE has made some good games. There's a reason that game has a fan base. There's a reason that there is appropriate amount of attention and hype in that. And there's a reason that EA even feels comfortable giving the amount of money that it give to this franchise, because part of it is the name that it holds. It's still too much money. It's still amount of money that you really just cannot recoup in this current like era of games. Not without being literally GTA 6, to be honest with you. But yeah, this is crazy. It's crazy. As I continue saying here, while it's tempting to dig more at this number for a franchise that's seen better days, there's already a section near the end of the report that aptly contextualizes just how miraculous it'd be to pull it off. It is appropriately called in this attention economy. Now we're going to go back to that piece real quick to look at that, because I want to point out something that I think will further hammer this down for people who are like 100 million. There may not be enough player time or attention to go around, given the numerous games and service times that are large in scope as Call of Duty games or Fortnite. Despite the recent success of new entrant Marvel Rivals, there has been more big AAA live service shooter flops than wins in recent years. See Concord, for example, or even like even the online game, the World of Warcraft Rumble that Blizzard put out, that they wanted to have be as successful as Hearthstone did bad recently, or didn't do bad, but just did the numbers that they thought it wanted to. Just last week, a database report by prominent games marketing newsletter Game Discover Co. came to a prescient realization. Genres like arena shooter, battle royale, and hero shooter look amazing from a revenue perspective, but there's only 29 games, 29 in all of Steam's history that's ever crossed $1 million in those subgenres, over 1 million. And again, that's only over 1 million. That means 29 games are only over 1 million, meaning realistically 2 or 3 of those games, maybe like 4 or 5, have ever actually made the kind of money that you would need to recuperate or even turn a profit on the amount of money that Battlefield has put into this game. Because if I'm remembering correctly, this is supposed to be a battle royale. They're making a battle royale. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. No. They're trying to make a battle royale. Made a core offering for the title. Yeah. All this Glacier made a broader scope than his predecessors. Okay, wait. Oh, god damn it. Of course, most previous Battlefield titles have been pre-releases with an upfront purchase cost and no free-to-play mode, whereas successful competitors like Fortnite and Call of Duty made the battle rounds freely available alongside users with in-game purchases and season passes that unlock post-launch content. It was thought that if Glacier did the same, it could achieve comparable numbers. So a free-to-play battle royale mode was made a core offering for the title, alongside a 6-hour single-player campaign, traditional Battlefield multiplayer modes like Conquest and Rush, a new free-to-play mode called Gauntlet, and a community content mode called Portal. The most expensive Battlefield ever. I kind of, part of me kind of wishes I had actually put this part in it now too, but like I think this still gets across the insanity of all of it. All this meant that Glacier would have a broader scope than its predecessors. Developers say it has the largest budget of any Battlefield title to date. The project targeted the budget of more than $400 million back in early 2023, which is already more than was originally planned at the start. Thank you for the cam notif. However, major setbacks significantly disrupted production, more on that in a moment, and hundreds of additional developers were brought onto Glacier from various EA-owned studios to get things back on track, significantly increasing the cost. Multiple team members with knowledge of the project's finances told me that the current projections are now well north of that $400 million amount. So we're looking at gigantic budget. We're already, from the way this is being talked about, this sounds like it's going to be somewhere around $500 million. $500 million. And it's 400 well north of 400 million. It's just insane. Which is why when I read the Anthem news, which was a multiplayer sci-fi game that no one talks about, and that actually had been not canceled, but this wasn't the first time that news had broken about this game involving cancellation, because there's literally a news headline. It's not funny. It's not funny what's happening right now. It's just so ridiculous that I can't help but laugh, because I'm like, why are we like this? There's literally an article from 2021 that said this game was canceled. No, what it means by canceled here is that they stopped new development for Anthem 4 years ago. Note that this is 2 years into a live service game's development. That's not good. There's no way to spin that. That's not good. So to see this game be such a not colossal flop, but just like do as badly as it did with the history that it has, and to see it get sundown now, to have that news happen the day after a news piece saying they expect 100 million players for a game that is already costing more than $400 million to make. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Because if the pattern persists of what happens when you put big budgets and big expectations on a game that never had any hope, or at least had very little hope of hitting those numbers, it's going to fall back on the devs. It's going to fall back on the devs who did their jobs, who did more than they were supposed to for their jobs, because as I said, they're getting burned out, they're working more hours, they're pulling in people from other studios, meaning they're probably getting pulled off from work that they were doing somewhere else to get things back on track from this game. They're going to be the ones to bear the brunt of this like massive swing. And it just sucks. It just sucks. Interestingly enough, the post at the end of the update, they actually notably said that no one from BioWare has been affected by these changes, as in there's no layoffs as a result of sunsetting Anthem. Has that led to any layoffs? I will say right now, I mean, that's nice that I don't have to report on another layoff announcement on like the same week of the massive ones on Microsoft, but I'm curious as to what that will that will look like in January when they officially sunset the game. I'm hoping there's no layoffs as of that. I hope that they stick to them saying that it won't be, but you know, we'll have to legitimately wait and see. But yeah, so big news coming from the game space this week that I've been able to report and that I'm proud of reporting, but I wish it would have been better days. Wish it had been better days. But kind of actually sticking with the Anthem note, now let's get into some other stuff. I kind of want to keep talking about Anthem because it truly was a game that I knew so little about, and that I'm not joking. I don't know a single person who's been playing this game. I don't know a singular person that's been playing this game. And obviously people have been. Like if it's been around for even 4 years past the initial stoppage of new development, someone's been playing this game, but like who, I don't know. So I kind of wanted to do. There was a video that I saw on Blue Sky gets shared from someone talking about a retrospective on it that I wanted to watch. Before we even watched that, I wanted to watch the launch trailer for it. 6 years ago, February 8th, 2019, has 2.5 million views. Anthem Games. I didn't realize they had that. Oh man, they stopped making videos for this really fast. Okay. Oh, maybe we should also maybe watch like 5 minutes of. We'll wait. The whole video, the video will capture that. Let's look at this launch trailer.
You are the chosen few, protectors of our world.
So let me read the description really quickly. Unleash your power as you suit up in one of 4 javelins and take on a world full of danger. Team up with best friends to overcome the toughest challenges you can find.
Is your time. Out there, you will fight the unimaginable.
Because so much of what EA does nowadays is always going to feel Titanfall coded, I'm going to just say this right now. This feels Titanfall coded sometimes. Except like, in a lighter, more like personalized, more mobility mech suits. It looks big. It looks grand. It looks like it probably would have been a fun time if it came out without being like buggy and half baked. And, again, that's not an indictment on the developers. As I said before, this game evidently had some serious production issues and pivots that greatly hampered what was finally released.
Feel the power of your javelin, its precision.
Let's see, like this looks cool. In fairness, it doesn't look like a bad time.
Rely on each other. Unleash your power. Never give up.
Ready, Javelin 1?
You are freelancers.
I will say the one thing that I will always have an issue with this kind of like trailer is that I still don't really understand what the game's about having after watched it. Like it looks cool, looks awesome, big, bombastic. I like some of the movement that I saw in there. Like it's got some range and up close combat variation. Looks like it has some specific abilities with each different javelin. But I still would like to know what's happening on some level. It's just a game that kind of speaks in vagaries. I'm not sure if that's actually a word, but that's kind of, I feel like the right word to say. So then, that was a launch trailer, February 8th. The game comes out it came out February 20th, 2019. Like I said, rocky production issues, endless mode or formerly paced games had its own review of it come out around that time that I linked here. That's gonna take a second to load. Titled "The Disappointing Anthem Tries to Do Too Much." Is there like a wrap up thing that I could look at the bottom here? Yeah, let's just look at that part. I like Anthem, but I hate Anthem. But Anthem is not for me, yet Anthem is trying desperately to be for everyone. It is a slow, sometimes terribly frustrating game with nonetheless incredible flying mechanics and adequate shooting. It is the future of video games built to be played forever and yet somehow forgettable, as we all did forget it. The sustenance meal of the online shooter genre, explicitly buoyed by a company known for legendary good writing, forced to hide its own characters behind mission talkovers and loot notifications. What it stands for is worrying, what it is passable. So not exactly something you want to hear about your game, but that was the honest opinion, and honestly probably was still one of the nicer ways to put it, because when I was looking through some Anthem stuff afterwards, people were not nice. People were not nice. They were not nice. And just to talk about the company again, this is a game made by BioWare. BioWare has made legendary series like Dragon Age and Mass Effect, both hugely influential games, both in each in their own right. Amazing writing, great characters, fun RPGs that even for me personally, Dragon Age Inquisition, was, I know the studio itself has been put on record of saying that Dragon Age Inquisition actually might have hurt them more than helped. Not because it didn't do really well or they weren't proud of it, but because the production of Dragon Age Inquisition itself was also incredibly difficult for them. Requires some serious long hours, some excruciating crunch that burned out a lot of people. And because that game was successful, again, as an executive, for some executives, like, oh, we'll do what you did last time, which is like, no, we shouldn't do what we did last time, because last time people were killing themselves basically to make this game. Even if it did end up producing a success, that is not a model of work that should be replicated or can sustainably replicated without seriously bleeding talent and hurting people in the process. But again, just transparency. Dragon Age Inquisition was like one of the first RPGs that I sunk significant hours into. I can't remember it all that well now because I played that game when I was like, when did Dragon Age Inquisition come out? Because I played it around when it came out. I was a teenager though, like I was young. It came out nowhere. Yeah, so I was 14, if not 15, when I played Dragon Age Inquisition. That's literally a decade at this point for me. It's around a decade for me at this point since I played Dragon Age Inquisition, and I still remember it pretty fondly. Let's look at the comments of this. Whoever did the sound mixing for the trailer should be given a raise. We played multiple times for the audio alone. Superhero landings are bad for your knees. Anthem, badass trailer. EA almost abandoned the game. Edited. This game has so much potential. It really makes me sad to see how it turned out to be the opposite of what everyone expected. So even the vibe of the people that looked at this, people saw this trailer. It's a good trailer. Like it's a good trailer. It's got some cool sequences in it. It looks interesting. But knowing that it was a looter shooter, knowing that it was a live service game, knowing what live service games, generally speaking, require out of the people, and again, just as from a studio that was famous at that point for critically acclaimed narrative campaigns that were often either single player or did not have a lot of multiplayer involved in it, but mostly single player narrative heavy RPG games. It just, and some good stuff still came out of it. Which now finally brings us to the first video that we'll be watching today. It took us an hour and a half to get to it. But from Liana Ruppert, does she have a description for herself that I can look at? Currently, I am working as a community manager on a Fallout TV show that recently came out on Amazon Prime. Good for you. Go get your bag. That's a really good TV show. I really like Fallout TV. I made an entire video about Fallout, didn't I? I did. I called it good but not great, and I stand by that because it is good. The only thing that I hope it improves on for season 2 is Ella Purnell's character, because her character suffers a lot from, you really followed what the director said, and as a result, the director kind of made you both really smart but also really dumb. They just needed to find a bridge for where her character's personality was a bit more, and I think that'll get smoothed out in season 2. Because even by the end of it, I think they've kind of clarified what they wanted her to be like. But yeah, the show was good. I'm looking forward to Fallout season 2. I really am. But yeah, she's been in this industry for a while. She has worked on other games as a community manager in the past too. Other stuff. She's worked at previous outlets. She's a cool person, very cool person all around. So let's take a look at her video. An ode to Anthem, what could have been. This was released in May 20th, 2024, a little over a year ago. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick.
Hey guys, Leanna here, and today we are going to be diving into the topic of Anthem because I've noticed, as it often does, it is trending once more on the old TikTok. So today we're gonna...
Really? I did not know... Now I really want to look. Hold on. We're going to do an experiment really quickly. I'm going to open my TikTok right now. I'm gonna go into a search bar. I'm gonna see what happens when I type in Anthem. I'll put an Anthem BioWare specifically, so that way it doesn't just give me like some random song or whatever. Any guesses as to what will pop up? Anthem game. Yes. What's the first thing that pops up? Oh, interesting. An 1,000 liked post that says Anthem nostalgia. It's so someone's reminiscing about Anthem right now. The video came out February 8th, 2024. Hold on, I gotta fix this. Look at that. Anthem nostalgia. So people were reminiscing about this game. Okay, hold on. Flying around the map felt great, as the review that we just looked at said. World was beautiful. It did look good. Javelins had a ton of customization. Titans were fun world boss fights. Everyone flexed the armor in the hub area. Completing your first raid was an exhilarating time. Rift Anthem, so much wasted potential. Damn, dude. People were really grieving this game. People were really grieving this game. I'm not one of them because, again, I'm not going to sit here and lie and pretend like I did not forget this game existed.
I'm going to be diving into my personal ode to Anthem and what could have been. Please note that this article was originally written when I was at Game Informer back in 2021. As with the last video, I will link that original article in the description below, and I highly encourage you click on it to help support the amazing crew over at Game Informer.
Is it still up there? I know they kept most of their stuff there. Okay, cool. It is still up there. Nice. I'll check this out later.
So, Electronic Arts and BioWare have officially confirmed that plans for Anthem 2.0, also called Anthem Next, has been canceled. The year is 2021, and at this moment, you can hear the collective sigh of fans that were hoping that a comeback was on the horizon.
And to be fair, it's not unreasonable to expect a comeback for a game like this. If you've been around games long enough, there's tons of games that have comeback stories. Even very recently, on Aftermath, Nicole Carpenter reported about how the video game Star Wars Battlefront 2, a game that was at the center of probably one of the biggest gaming controversies of the 2010s when it first released, due to locking a lot of its characters behind a heavy amount of hours, that basically the only way to feasibly get through some of those characters was by paying for them. They had basically released a pay-to-win model, as well as like there was a bunch of loot boxes involved in the game, also from EA, notably. And it was panned horribly, or like received horribly by fans and critics alike for that specific movement, even though the game itself played pretty well when you riddle it with loot boxes and like pay-to-win models, for a game that, by all intents and purposes, seemed like it should have been a straightforward, like, multiplayer, single player, with some single player aspect of game set in a Star Wars universe. That game's had a resurgence because it's been kept together by the community, which has been really awesome. But there was a good reason to think that this game, Anthem, could have a comeback, given that, even though it was hampered by so many issues, there's a lot of games that over time, once they iron out their rougher parts, move out some edges, you can finally get to the amazing product that was always there. I mean, hey, for a lot of people, let's talk about one of the biggest ones, like Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077 is a great game. Brother Man Zozar's been playing on his channel recently. My partner's played a lot. It's a game I still need to get to myself, that I played only like an hour or two of in the past. But, if you remember, that game, when it first went out, it was a mess. It was a mess on consoles, I think, specifically, or maybe a mess on PC, and it was kind of okay on consoles. It required several big patches after the fact to kind of remedy it. Many people soured on the game because of that. It was like a mess. But now, after years of continued development, continued support, that Night City update that basically gave it a second life that many people loved, that also featured the amazing Idris Elba. It's one of the best games out right now, still. And tons of people still play it, tons of people still love it. People talk about it positively. Has some great writing, really flexes the things that people know CD Projekt Red to be good for. And it's wonderful. So like comeback stories are not unheard of in games, and it was reasonable to expect one, again, for a game that was made by a studio acclaimed as BioWare. and that did have people excited for it and wanting it to have a comeback to get one. And yet it didn't, as we know now.
While the news of the cancellation was not a surprise per se, especially given how quiet the team was about its progress since its announcement, I still can't help but lament the missed opportunity here for an adventure that held so much more promise than so many gave it credit for. Now that the future of Anthem is forever at a standstill, here are my thoughts on the game, the launch, and what could have been. When I first dove into Anthem, it was pre-launch before players got their hands on the early access period during a private press event while I was at Game Informer. There were bugs, sure, but honestly, that was to be expected with an early access platform, especially for an online game. And even though I did note it, it did not dampen the joy I felt when taking to the sky in my epic custom javelin for that very first time.
Getting flying correct in a game will go so long for it. will do so much for it, which I think speaks more to humans' innate desire to want to fly. I was speaking mostly for myself. I've always said if there's any superpower that I could have, it's either teleportation or flying. I don't care about super strength. Never curse me with the superpower that is mind reading. God, no. Let me fly, and it'd be amazing. Because listen, I know we can technically fly right now with like airplanes and all that stuff, but like that's not what I want. I want to be able to drop my body 1,000 feet from the air and then save myself at the last minute and go whoosh, ha. Yeah, it's exactly. It's like Spider-Man swinging. Like if you already do half the work of a Spider-Man game, so long as you nail the swinging of it. That's just like full stop. You nail the swing of a Spider-Man game. That's like 50% of the game right there. And there's a reason that part in specific takes so much time to, hone down and finesse. It's not easy. It's not easy. And that's why when you have things like good flying, it really should be commended. So people should give Anthem where credit's due. That it seems like no matter who picked it up, they could all admit the flying. It seems like it was like that.
Anthem has some of the smoothest flight and combat mechanics I have ever seen in a game, and yes, this is a hill I'll die on. Especially when looking at the detailed animations that showed off a love for the craft from the moment those boots left the ground. Let's dive into the pre-in-game before discussing where it all went wrong. What was disappointing to me was the in-game content, much like many others that have voiced their displeasure, and that disappointment was there because of the core storyline, but maybe not in the way you might be thinking. We all knew going in that the main story would be unfinished due to the very nature of a live service game, so that really wasn't the problem inherently.
And again, live service, the title and label live service really had a lot hampering down this game going into it, or I think causing trepidation around it. Because now that I'm watching this, I'm remembering more and more myself that I was paying attention to this game when it came out. I never played it. Let me be very clear about that. I never played it. Now that we're talking about it more and more, I am now remembering a little bit more about the lead up to it. Because, it was showing up at the big shows as all of these things do when the trailers drop or when they're like having their not Game Awards at that time. But this is 2019. Was E3 still around in 2019? What was the last year of E3? Hold on. I'm about to look this up real quick. Last year of E3 was 2021. Okay, yeah. So Anthem effectively actually should have been showing. Actually, Anthem would have definitely showed up at E3 because it came out in 2019. So it definitely probably had at least one or two trailers show up during 2018 or maybe even 2017. All right, so no, not like that. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify. Listen, hold on. I will be clear. I never played it. Hey, I never touched this thing. I have never seen that video game before. I have never seen that EA game before.
Issue was that the story leading up to the quote end was so full and organic in so many different ways that I really didn't see a lot of people talking about until years later. Speaking with Bren and hearing her one-track mind just rattle off in excitement without a care in the world was so relatable down to my core. And I'm sorry, but don't even get me started on the is it sexy danger?
Sexy danger, sexy bad choices, probably more sexy danger.
woman because I'm pretty sure that if there was romance in the game, I would have wifed her up immediately.
Real.
Another treasure, Matthias and his entire story arc. Spoilers ahead for specifics, but also, this game has been out for a couple years, so you know. But Matthias Sumner was a gosh darn gem and a true delight in the world of Anthem. He's a dedicated arcanist who was absolutely enraptured.
I'm glad we're getting this gameplay footage because I really am now appreciating just how pretty this game is. Like, it looked good before in like the world boiling stuff, but okay, Artson. Okay. Is that my cat, by the way? Is that I guess he wanted to do his thing for a second. But this, like, even the cutscenes, like the little world, little town that they just showed a second ago, it looks good. It looks very pretty.
Captured by Shaper technology, which is a very frequently referenced technology in the game of Anthem. He's also the absolute worst when it comes to staying focused, which, hello, are we the same person? There's
Maybe.
one part regarding his arc in the base game that has him subtly split between 3 people when an experiment with the manifold goes wrong.
Oh, that's
Suddenly,
fun.
parts
That's really
of his
fun.
personality that are usually balanced out are now
Am I gonna be Anthem pilled by the end of this video? No. Why did it have to go? I will say that probably will speak more to Liana's ability to probably translate what could have been good about this game than anything else.
individual Matthiases. Now, I thought I loved Matthias before, but now BioWare gave me 3 of them? Well, personally, I felt like that was like Christmas. The actual storyline surrounding this was executed perfectly, and his voice actor did a phenomenal job at playing the 3 parts. Whether he was playing Earl, the soft-spoken scholar, Maddie, the adventurous one, or Sunner, the bad boy that you just want to kiss and kick at the same time, it all together felt wildly entertaining. These are the moments of magic that Anthem had to offer, and they were definitely more than just one-offs. Also, side tangent, but don't even get me started on how much I squealed over the black and poor.
No, let's take a look at these javelins real quick because I really wanted to see what they look like just in the middle of the thing. They look big, cool, and interesting. Kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? They still a little bit remind me of like Titanfall, but everything reminds me of Titanfall since that game came out because I kind of miss it now. The people throwing track and field. Yeah, it is. It is the thing people throw in track and field. This is not. These are cool. These are cool designs. I maybe this is just me being burnt out from seeing this version of sci-fi and a certain approach to it, because it still looks cool, but I guess I'm like lost the language to speak to what kind of like technological space this exactly looks like.
Dragon Age Easter egg when at the bar. Never mind the fact that the whole bar aesthetic was exactly my style and I was drooling every time I walked through the doors. Okay, back to the main topic. The story in the base game before the, quote, final fight flowed in a way where discovery...
Yeah, exactly. Like, it just looks like a lot of the other ones, which, like, isn't discredit to it. This game looks gorgeous. Like the more that we're seeing of it, the more I'm like, yeah, this game really is good looking. And I think it also benefits a little bit from making sure that it puts those very tech-heavy characters inside a nature, mountain-esque park wildlife environment. Like, that contrast is visually very interesting. It adds a certain level of foreign entity in a natural place that I think works in its favor of like highlighting the extra attention to what the technological design of it is. But still, it does look. It's hard to distinguish a lot of these things at this point. Not hard to distinguish them because they each they'll do their specific things with this armor set or making the a color a core part of it. Like, no matter where you go, I'll always be able to identify Master Chief in a lineup. I'll probably be able always to identify the Doom guy in a lineup. Like I'll be able to Zero Suit Samus or Samus in a lineup too. Like, these characters do distinctly look different from each other, but they do still have certain level commonalities in their design language and how the mech suit looks. Although I will give credit for Samus because, hers feels a lot more rounded off. When I think of Samus, I think of something a bit more circular, a bit more bulbous in that sense because of the way her suit has like rounded bits. That's not as like sharp as some of the other ones. Sharp in terms of like the literal like where the lines are and edges are around her character models and character design usually.
More of the world felt fun and natural. With each triumph, the area of Tarsus became less of a place ravaged by the need to survive and more of a hub celebrating human life. With each conversation, the people in the world became more real, more tangible. I cared about listening to their stories. I cared about listening to their paranoia, their fears, their loves. I cared about learning how children were coping with so much uncertainty while witnessing the bravery of young adults who haven't quite learned what it feels like to fail yet. The story before the endgame in Anthem was rife with beauty, with personality, and with a promise for a continued experience when the end credits rolled. A promise that, unfortunately, was dulled by the tragic disconnect between the introductory narrative and what the endgame had to offer.
This is a good question. How long is the I wonder if she'll mention it. She doesn't mention it. We'll look it up afterward. But how long is the narrative part of this game? Because this is still a multiplayer
The obvious issues that launched that resulted in more glitches than we can count and load times that could fit an entire movie in them. The problem was that
I did not know about the load times. That's crazy. The article said 6 hours? Where did you see 6 hours? I didn't look at the article though. I'm typing 6. When the article me thinks, okay, I'll have to go back that way.
that the endgame and everything before it felt like two insanely different experiences. And I say insanely literally here because it actually had me doubting if I was remembering what the actual game felt like and if I was just trying to piece together what I wanted it to be like. Like with most live service games, the introductory narrative is meant to be like a cliffhanger. It's supposed to draw the player into that universe and give them a reason to stick around and see what else is on the way. With Anthem, there was this wonderfully done up build-up that was just there, ready to go, ready to blossom, and it was just dropped. I remember wrapping up the main campaign and being genuinely so confused. I remember thinking to myself, wait, did I miss something? That's not it, is it? But sure enough, it was. I could still take on small contracts and the odd and end side quest, but everything meaningful was wrapped up and done with a pipeline nowhere in sight. This wouldn't have been a terrible thing, per se, had the studio released major content updates in a timely manner. And also, preface before this next part, I talk about Destiny, and this was well before I even joined the Destiny team. So, yay, the Bungie love continued even before I joined the team officially. That being said, say what you will about Destiny, but Bungie's setup of seasons gives just enough time to explore everything new and exciting while offering a light at the end of the tunnel perspective if any given season wasn't a player's cup of tea. With this
actually is so important too to have good pacing, because even then there's also the thing that I've been not criticizing about Marvel Rivals, or I did criticize it about it before, but was like concerned about, was Marvel Rivals promised to drop a new character for every single season, which they said seasons will be now like what, it's basically gonna be a new character each month for like every 2 months, which is like, damn dude, when are you gonna stop? like you have the Marvel library, so if there's any library that you could get away with doing that, you could try with them. But there is at one point when people just aren't using your characters, you know? Like people are going to naturally get used to certain characters, kin to more other ones. At one point, certain characters differentiation becomes a huge factor in like how different each one feels from the other one. And it's just like, if you're dropping a new character like every month or every 2 months, as was like initially stated when Emma Frost first came out, I had a whole like video about it for a second. You're setting yourself up for a lot. You're setting yourself up for like a very heavy development cycle. With your devs trying to constantly try out new stuff. You set up a mechanism for players to keep coming back to, but also have the caveat of like, you better make sure that they feel like the new stuff is actually worth playing and different enough to want to stick around after they come back. It's a very fine balance of figuring out how to release content for a live service game that doesn't make people feel like they're never going to get anything new, but also that the new stuff isn't coming too frequently, and it's like actually meaningful when it comes around. It's not just like basically new shade on the same house or new sheen of paint on the same house. You know what I mean? Like people like new rooms or like new items in the house, but if you just like repaint the same thing, it's like, okay, that's cute, but it's not like enough per se. Cam died. Well, I didn't even realize. Thank you. Oh, let me switch that out. But yeah, man, Anthem, dude. Crazy how that all came around. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. There you go. Let me put this on a charger. Is this not charging? No, it's not charging. That's weird. My laptop wasn't charging correctly. It's still not charging correctly. To keep an eye out for that. Actually, you know what? Maybe I could probably just close my laptop for now. Let that try and charge a little bit more on its own. We'll see.
We didn't know when the next step was coming. We didn't know when the next, quote, season would start, and when events and the like did occur, they were almost over as quickly as they started. The never-ending "is this it?" feeling persisted, and as BioWare shut down communication, that light at the end of the tunnel for a new branch of content became dimmer and dimmer before extinguished completely. Another aspect I treasured about Anthem was the crafting. Being able to make my own javelin suit with whatever colors I wanted with some funky, fresh patterns was incredibly enjoyable to me as somebody that loves to customize.
I wonder if this game had like a modding community. That like, because I feel like you could do something. I don't know why this is the first thing that came to mind, but like I remember with Animal Crossing, the latest edition of it, people were designing downloadable skins and patterns and things to add to your island online with the QR codes. And you know, you get a modding community on something like this where as much customization is already here. I think you can do some very cool pattern stuff in this game as a result. So I wonder.
Taking to the skies as a giant Barney the purple dinosaur was hilarious, especially when I was grouped up with people that took customization way more seriously. I'm just saying, have you ever seen Barney fly high with Iron Man? Because let me tell you, that is a treat for everyone.
See, that's a fun beat. That's fun.
And
that's
it's
fun.
something that you should experience at least once in your life. Kidding aside, crafting and customizations and customizing these suits with different variables allowed me to hone in on what I wanted to focus on when in combat. Resistance, firepower, control, you name it. And that desire to be better made exploration even more fun. Just like with mini games, there are different levels of customization and different types of components. Common, uncommon, rare, epic, and masterwork made the grind for gear fun because finding that masterwork from doing something especially challenging, it felt genuinely rewarding. I felt like my time was respected. This also gave challenges more meaning as well, instead of just feeling like random busy work. Gathering materials for crafting personally was always just very fun in Anthem. Usually, I hate this kind of busy work, and it's actually one of my biggest gripes with Destiny 2 in the past. But here, the world is stunning. Why wouldn't I want to explore that? The weather changes, breathtaking. The views, beyond stellar. Taking to the open world to gather materials needed gave more of a purpose to crafting the perfect gear, and the journey while doing so was nothing to scoff at. But we all know.
Yeah, we all do know how this ends. It's interesting to me that this game was actually able to, again, like it's still a small miracle that this game even came out based on the issues that it had, but to pull off making busy work seem like fun. Wasn't expecting to hear that. So it really does sound like, I mean, it's also in part to Leanna doing such a good job of talking about this game merits, because this also is a testament to the fact that like you could have some of the best mechanics in the game ever, but if it's still buggy as hell or load times take too much time to make it worth waiting around for. It really will kill the success of a game in like a heartbeat. That is one of those, I guess, weird, maybe not privileged things, but like, as technology gets better, there are just certain things that like as a person you just simply don't have a tolerance for anymore. Like even a web browser page taking too long to load nowadays is enough for like people to stop the tasks that they were doing, me included. Like, the thing the example I always make is like, it's crazy that we're in a world now where having to wait more than 30 seconds for something to load is enough to want you to stop doing that thing. Because on the one hand, it's just 30 seconds. But on the other hand, we legitimately do live in a world now where if something takes 30 seconds to load, it does usually mean that something is wrong, depending on what task it is. If you're downloading a video game, like a big game or whatever, like you're gonna expect like a couple hours. But if I'm just trying to get to a web page and the web page takes 30 seconds to load, I'm gonna start thinking there's something wrong with my internet connection. Where we really are in a space where like our relationship with time is so skewed. It is just like not anything like we've ever had before. So I can see how, despite all the wonderful things that they're saying right now, being buggy, having these incredible load times, and then having those two things on top of an end game that seems like it was just devoid of significant content to continue in comparison to the adventure that was present in the game beforehand. Yeah, I can see how this game suffered. Although it sounds like, honestly speaking, it sounds like the kind of game where if you and your friends like kind of got on the ground floor early enough, this very much reads like this is for me and my pals. We like dressing up and going to fly around every now and then, Justice League era. Like it definitely has that vibe.
Know how this ends. Now that the news is official and has been for some time, but there will be no more updates for Anthem, including the Anthem Next overhaul. It's hard not to feel heartbroken over what could have been. The story before the endgame set up a fantastic new experience. The endgame can absolutely make a turnaround and could have had its own No Man's Sky redemption story. There were certainly
No Man's Sky. I keep forgetting No Man's Sky is another game that had a massive redemption story. Like I said, like redemption stories, man, they're common no matter where you look. Sports, TV shows, games, movie franchises. Technically, I guess could have redemption stories. Movies themselves, I'm not really sure if a movie can really ever have like a redemption story, because a movie is like a finished product that comes out like as it is and doesn't really like. You get director cuts of movies, so I guess that technically counts. As like the closest you can get to a redemption story in a movie. Like I know the Snyder cut of the Justice League movie was better received than the original one. Justice League is one of the few movies that I've ever sat down to try and watch with people, and we all agree to turn off 20 minutes in. And so I don't ever feel like I can appropriately call about that movie because I did not watch the entirety of that movie. But I will always hold a special place in my heart because my friends and I watched some trash, dude. This was back in high school where we had like, methods of like watching whatever, whenever for movies and TV shows, and we were just like watching anything that sounded weird or odd or just like the latest movie when we weren't going to the movies to watch something. And so like the fact that we legitimately could not get through that movie, or even 30 minutes of that movie, I'm not even sure that's an indictment of the movie, or maybe we just were in the mood for it, because like there's no such thing as like engagement with art that is in some way not influenced by the mindset you had going into the thing that you're going to experience. Like that's why certain movies that are good initially get like weird reviews when they first come out, because the trailers just set up completely wrong expectations. Even Sinners was great. Anyone that saw Sinners has loved Sinners. But the conversation around that movie for like the first couple of days, like the first weeks when it came out, was interesting because again, so many people were expecting a horror movie, like an outright horror movie, and Sinners is like not a horror movie. It is very much like, it's a period piece, it's a drama, it's a thriller, and it genuinely has like some action bits. But that movie, like, I would never call it a horror movie. It's got vampires in it, and if that's your bar for a horror movie, I'd say raise the bar. But like, it's not a scary movie even like a little bit. It's just like a thriller, historical drama with a very intense focus on like Black people, Black narrative and music. Oh, you haven't seen Sinners yet, Artson? If you have HBO Max, it came to HBO Max today, so it's actually available on streaming. Yeah, no, I mean, like, if you like are get like around thriller moments, the closest that you can see, I would say the only part of that movie that could even be argued as a horror movie is like a 10 to 15 minute chunk of it that happens towards the end, and I genuinely don't even think that that's a horror part. It's thriller, it's actiony, and it's tense, but it's shot, edited, and paced in a way that clearly is not meant to scare you. Like it has no intention of trying to be a horror movie. It's complete. It's doing its own thing. So yeah, hi, dude. So if you haven't seen Sinners and your biggest hangup was because you didn't want to see a horror movie, you should go see Sinners. You're not gonna watch a horror movie. I promise you will not be seeing a horror movie like even a little bit.
Us rooting for that to happen and excited to support in any way we could. The only positive out of this, I guess, is that the team then could focus on more of the projects that they love, like Dragon Age 4 and the future of Mass Effect. But that doesn't make it any less heartbreaking to see that potential go to waste and to see the developers that worked so hard and were so proud of that vision have to walk away from it.
This is also making me want to look up something. When did Mass Effect Andromeda come out? Hold on. When did Mass Effect Andromeda come out? Okay, that was before Anthem, actually. Interesting. There hasn't been another Mass Effect since Mass Effect Andromeda, right? That was like, why did Mass Effect Andromeda fail? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's one of the first things that pops up. This 7 out of 10, 71% isn't a failure. It's not great, but like that's still a good rating. That's still like good enough. Like I can even see here. Someone said it's not offensively bad. Like it does. If you're a 7 out of 10 game, it means like you're doing enough right to still be worth like checking out for the most part. I will say though, I did play Mass Effect Andromeda. I did not finish it. I played, I think like not few hours, because again, this is like when I was 17, so my memory around that time is like for that specific game is not very strong. But I did remember checking it out and being like not very impressed, but like it was still fun at times. I will say my own experience is probably colored a little bit by the fact that I was just finally excited to check out a Mass Effect game, because at the time I picked up Mass Effect Andromeda, I had never played any of the Mass Effect games prior to that.
This is especially more heartbreaking when you look at BioWare and the layoffs that have occurred through the recent years. It's really sad, and I loved what could have been, but I am really grateful for the experience, and I like to see studios take risks. Taking a risk, by definition, is risky, which means it's not always going to pay off. But we can't grow in our medium and grow in our craft and test the boundaries of what gaming experiences can offer if studios don't take those risks. That being said, it's very important that those studios that are preparing to make types of risks like this, that they are equipped with the resources needed and that the production timeline is sustainable to where the health and safety of the team that makes these experiences come to life isn't forfeit because a publisher or a name upstairs says that there has to be a date of release that isn't achievable for the scope ahead. What are your
Beautifully
thoughts on
said.
Anthem?
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. This was a great video. This is a really good video.
Do you agree with me, or am I completely off my rocker? I'd love to hear your thoughts
I gotta-
in the comment section below. Thank you guys so much for.
I gotta repost this on Blue Sky now. Or I gotta see if I can find the original person on Blue Sky, because this is where I found it, and I wanna re-up it. This was this stream. Great video about a game I did not know much about. Great video about what? Checking out if Anthem existed in the memory hole it did for me prior to reporting on its impending sunset yesterday. There we go. Yeah, okay, perfect. Um okay.
And bearing with me as I experiment with more styles of videos on my channel. I'm really enjoying this medium.
Yeah, this is I gotta. Is she still posting stuff? It's been 5 months, but she seems like she posts about the same way I post. I can't even say much about that. I be doing the same thing, man. I be away for a while. No, that's cool. I'll give this a subscription. Okay, so that pretty much ends the Anthem portion of it. I'm going to share the original article that was attached to this too in the chat. If you want to go check that out, highly go recommend. This was a really good video. I really enjoyed that. Shout out to Liana. I do not know her, but you know, obviously she makes good stuff. Okay, that pretty much brings an end to the Anthem part of it. Did not expect to talk about Anthem for like an hour and some change, but you know, when news like this happens, it's you know, it's interesting to lock back in for a second. So I'm gonna take things down for a spell. We're gonna do chill out. We're gonna probably spend the next 2 hours looking at some trailers, having some fun, goofing and gabbing on that. Now I want to check real quick, did anyone drop any trailers in the media thread? Oh my god, Brother Man Zozar dropped a bunch of TikToks in here. Holy shit, I didn't even realize he just did that. Okay, sweet. So we'll have that to check out in a second too then. I just want to double check there's no more trailers for us to look at. Okay, so we'll watch a few trailers for some upcoming stuff. I put up a couple of movies and TV ones. If there's any movie or TV shows that you know are coming out soon that you want to watch a trailer for real quick, please just say so in the description. I'll look it up because I only really have like 3 whatchamacallit things up. And then we'll take a look at some of the quick video game release schedule things to see if there's some trailers I want to watch for stuff that's coming up soon. And then after that, I think we'll spend some time looking at some of the stuff that Brother Man Zozar dropped for a second before we start getting some of the heavier videos. Because I dropped some pretty serious videos in here, and I wanted to kind of do some of the fun stuff for a little bit. I wanted to intersperse it between the fun stuff. So I'm thinking trailers will work first, and then we'll do that. I want to watch this video. I want to watch this video. When did this video come out again? This came out a month ago. I think I want to watch this video. And I did want to watch this Ace Attorney video as well. I'm just opening up some of these other things so I can remember what I'm keeping track of. If we have time, I do want to check this because this keeps getting recommended to me. This Last of Us video. And then and then I'll just start clicking on Brother Man Zozar's TikTok videos as they start coming up. Okay. So first things first, there's a new Cat in the Hat movie. There's a new Cat in the Hat movie, dude. There's a new Cat in the Hat movie. I only know about this because of a meeting that I was in and someone mentioned it, and then I started seeing the trailers for it after that. But the flashbang that hearing Dr. Seuss's name is nowadays will always be like funny but a little sad because, like, you know, it's not for a good reason. It's not a good reason. Oh, what's this? Just opened up my phone again real quick and I'm seeing some thing about Guardian Piece. Okay, girl, I see you. Okay, let's see what's in for Cat in the Hat. It says 15 million views already. Jesus Christ. Cat in the Hat ain't going anywhere time soon. I don't know if I'm still home by the time you get to them. I'd love to hop on Discord and chat about them for a bit. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, just whatever we're doing, just hit me up on Discord. Like, just DM me and we can pivot to your stuff then, because that'll be a good thing to come back to, brother man. Also, first of all, hi, brother man. Love to see you. Hope you have a good run before you come back. Because that's something that'd be really fun. That'd be a great way to hear not just my voice today too. You're heading off to work. Okay, all right. So I hope you have a good work shift. I mean, we'll still be around until, like I said, this is the reward stream. If you don't know why I'm streaming for 8 hours today, it is because this is a reward stream for hitting the $500 mark on the fundraiser for the Trans Journalists Association. That is officially over now. Like, that fundraiser is closed. The organization made their overall goal. So, like, you know, even though we didn't hit our 750 goal, the fact that we made $500 was more than I thought we would, if I'm being completely honest. So, like, big kudos to y'all. Thank you for everyone that donated. You're amazing. Genuinely pat yourselves on the back for that. And the organization itself made their $10,000 goal that they had. They blew past it, actually. Not like by a large margin, but they made more than the 10,000 that they had. So, yeah, that's just really awesome. That's really awesome. So as part of that, you know, I'll be here until 5 p.m. Eastern time. And after that, I'm about to go hang out and spend time with my pets and my fiance. You know, I'm gonna go hang out, gonna relax. The animation style looks, you know, clean enough. This is loud. This is loud. Is it loud for y'all too? Hold on. How does it sound against my voice? It looks like a lot of levels look fine-ish.
Getting the vibe that you probably shouldn't be opening this?
What makes you say that?
That. Do not open.
Come on, that's just a suggestion.
Stop. Stop it. No. Don't!
Is this, wait a minute.
Welcome back to the Institute for the Institution of Imagination and Inspiration.
Okay. Which artist is that? Am I recognizing your voice? I know they're not saying things that I recognize. But who is that? Who is that? Hold on, do they have music credits in here yet? Wait a minute, Quinta Bronson's in this movie? Giancarlo Esposito? What is this cast? What is this cast? What is this cast? Okay, so Sotel Gomez, Maddie Berry, I know Quinta Bronson, Paula Pell is not a name I recognize. Tiago Martinez is a name that's tickling my brain, but I don't know why. I know this name. I know America Ferrera too. Okay, whoa. Bowen Yang, I think I know that name. And Titus Burgess. Whoa. Bill Hader is Dr. Seuss. I should have seen that. That's the very first thing. Okay. That's okay.
LLC.
Hey, giraffe with a crab. Pig in a wig. Hi, bug in a mug. Yak with a pack. Ron.
I heard the cat lost 3 giraffes on his last mission.
Popcorn!
Actually, it was 5.
Today is gonna be the best day.
Okay, just from this first minute alone, I'm having such interesting feelings. I'm having a big whiplash of moments of this where I'm cringing, and then moments where I'm like, okay, that's a really good gag. And it's weird that that's happening. It's not what I was expecting. Because like I'm gonna be honest. Like it can be perfectly encapsulated in this moment right here.
Actually, it was 5.
That's kind of annoying. That's hilarious. The setup for his jokes are like, you know what it is? The setup for a lot of these jokes is like kind of so far not hitting with me. But the punchline for the physical gag, I'm down for that. I love a good physical gag. This is some serious, not Looney Tunes energy, but like, you know, it's having fun with itself.
Today is gonna be the best
Put that up there.
day ever.
Go to the montage.
Let's light it
cat?
I think this movie's gonna be seriously helped by its animation, though. Like it looks good. It visually looks stunning. It seems like they're actually making sure they're having fun with the camera with it for the gags as well, or like the cinematography. Right? That's nice.
Cat in the Hat, you have gone too far. Did you say toot fart? I did not. I said too far. Toot fart? Too far. I heard toot fart again.
Yeah, like that. I could do without.
So, I'm just gonna leave some things here. Okay, bye.
This is going to take over profile photos unlike anything else. I can already see it. It's cooked. This is doing gangbusters. This is what I mean, dude. Like, it's so cringy one moment, and then the other moment it does that. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Oh, they already have a specific release date for it too. I don't know why my brain keeps acting like it's the beginning of the year when it's July. I think I'm really having to put myself into like we're in the second half of the year mode right now, which means we're officially going to start hearing about stuff that's going to be coming out early next year, very soon, in all spheres. I'm tentatively hoping this movie's good. Let me be very clear about something. There's very few times in my life where I want something to be bad. like I might be a hater sometimes, like depending on who's making it or who's involved. Like with the F1 movie, every single time I'm reminded that Brad Pitt's in it. But largely, this movie looks like it will be fine, if not like have some pretty interesting punchlines. What are the comments saying? The movie has been made by a different studio. Blue Sky made Horton Hears a Who. Illumination made Lorax and Grinch, and now Warner Brothers is making this. To be fair, though, I do think this is how most people should approach any type of thing. Like, if there's one thing that, like, copyright law in general and, like, IP and, like, the obsession with IP rights has, like, kind of killed is that it really would be cool to see certain studios' takes on different things. Like, I would love to see anyone do whatever they want with, like, any of the DC or Marvel properties with, like, a bigger budget that didn't immediately draw their ire for suing. Or, like, do something with, like, Nintendo's properties and all that kind of stuff. Like, that is, like, the benefit of having multiple artists work on something is that you can really see the broad strokes of how people will make different interpretations of the same thing. That's always really fun. Whole Fish makes $1 billion from Bill Hader's next 5 editorial efforts. Oh my god, wait, that's actually an amazing point. Bill Hader, how much did he get paid for this? Because if this allows him to make something again, you know, that's I don't want him to make another Barry. He rapped Barry, and I don't need him to bring it back. But Barry is still one of my favorite TV shows like ever. So this will be really if this helps him fund whatever he wants to do next. I don't really give a damn what he does. I don't give a damn what he does. Wow, man. I gotta watch this over again because this was so funny. It feels like two separate. It's always a writer's room. Right, it's never just like it's not never. It's once you get to something of this size, it's like a writer's room working on these things. There's multiple eyes on the script that put this together, especially for like from Warner Brothers at Dr. Seuss. But oh my god, dude, I desperately need to know who came up with like this entrance and then who came up with this entrance because it does not feel like it was the same person. That also just reminded me. I need to remind myself that that Looney Tunes movie also is on HBO Max right now. There's 2 movies on HBO Max that I want to watch right now. One of them is just Sinners Over Again. The other one was that Looney Tunes Earth Blows Up movie that was apparently like very good. Okay. Okay, so that's the Dr. Seuss. Is there anything else coming up from Warner Brothers just really quickly? I have other trailers set up, but I'm just curious. Oh, this actually looked interesting. I saw a trailer for this once a couple of weeks ago, and was like more taken in than I was expecting. It was called Weapons. It looks like it's a horror movie. It's from New Line Cinema.
I just want to say how very sorry I am for...
She's to be locked up until she tells us what happened.
The truth is that I want an answer just as bad as all of you.
We're talking about 17 kids in one classroom. I want to know what happened in that classroom. Why just her classroom? Why only her?
Children.
I love those kids.
This is a true story that happened right here in my town. A lot of people die in a lot of really weird ways in this story, but you're not gonna find it in the news.
See, that alone right there was what got me into the movie. Barbarian is a good movie, dude. That movie hits. It hits hard. But the thing that's making me laugh about this, I think this trailer is kind of... what was the first trailer for this? Because the first trailer for this wasn't really grabbing me until I saw this. This trailer, I think, is better put together than the last one. It's always still going to be a little funny watching kids Naruto run for a bit, though. I'm not going to lie.
Those kids walked out of those homes. No one pulled them out. No one forced them. What do you see that I don't?
Show me. Where did you go?
There's something very, very wrong going on.
What the hell were you doing? You got looking like tetanus coming out your mouth. And he just looks freaked out. I can't tell what's going on there. There's not really as much... I guess he's just cleaner about eating his humans than she is. Oh.
Come on.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh yeah, that's actually terrifying.
Come on. What am I looking at?
Leave the investigating to the investigators.
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Are you watching? Are you watching? Are you watching? Are you watching?
Yeah, this looks good, man. This looks good. I want to see this. I want to watch it. It's been a while since I wanted to go see a horror movie in theaters again. I want to go watch this in theaters. It's on August 8th. Where's my family? Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot. I'm thinking my family texted me about something else. They're all hanging out together right now. I forgot about that. That's hilarious. Hopefully they're all having a good time. But yeah, Weapons, coming from the director that made Barbarian. What is the actual director's name? I don't want to just keep saying the director from Barbarian. I really should. Zach Kreger. You look like Zach Kreger. It's always the most unassuming white man that'll make. Dude, between him and Ari Aster. Dude, I remember the first time I saw Ari Aster's face, I was like, you made that? And it's like, you know what? No, you did make that. Because it's always the dude who doesn't look like a serial killer that thinks like a serial killer. Oh my god. White boy horror. White boy horror summer. I love that for y'all. I love that for y'all, man. Weapons. I wonder what I think the interesting thing about this movie too, or like his movies about Barbarian at the very least, is that with Barbarian, if you ever seen that movie, without talking too much about it, if you haven't, that movie presents itself as one thing in trailers, and then for a while you think it is that one thing, and then the movie takes a hard left that I think would have been very easy to mess up, but actually pulls off the trick of it being like, oh shit, no, this is still good. This is actually still really good. No, so I can't really even confidently try and make assertions about what this could be, but like weapons, I'm seeing the children, I'm seeing that crazy adult that looked insane. Look, that was one of the most replayed parts. You're seeing that person stab himself with those little things. That's insane. I'm thinking like maybe some kind of, I don't know. Weapons makes me think you're trying to get people together for some kind of demonic war, maybe. Maybe like some child soldier type beat. Even looking at this originally, maybe this is like one of the kids like fully grown up or something. Or maybe this is just guy under some kind of possession. The fact Jordan Peele fired his team because they missed a chance of getting the rights to the movie after reading the script makes me even more excited for this movie. Wait a minute. Wait, what? The fact Jordan Peele fired his team because they missed a chance on getting the rights to this movie after reading the script makes me even more excited. The script leaked? Oh, I'm not going to read it, but Zach wrote the script, dude. New Line got the rights instead of Jordan Peele's own studio. That's why he fired them. Right, so Zach wrote it. Wait, what? Okay, wait, we gotta look this up really quickly because that makes me even more excited for it. What? Hold on. Jordan Peele weapons bidding war. Oh my god. May 1st, 2025, Jordan Peele parted ways with his management team after losing weapons during bidding war. Oh my god. This is real. Zach Cregger's Weapons is said to be the next biggest film as far as horror is concerned, causing the bidding war for the film to have separated by a few $1 million. According to Deadline, the film sold to New Line for $38 million, including the budget, and Cregger's $10 million total payment for his directing fee, scripting, and producing alongside Roy Lee, Miri Yoon, J.D. Lifshitz, and Raphael Margels. Universal, in partnership with Jordan Peele and Monkey Paw Productions, was outbid by $7 million. Peele was so eager to secure the film that he was reportedly ready to kick in part as part of his contractual back end. Oh my god, they really wanted this movie. Oh, wow. Okay, this actually makes me... Yeah, no, I completely agree now. This makes me way more excited for this. One version of events claims that Peele was pissed because he was allegedly told if he matched New Line's bid, he'd win, but then the US Visionary and Universal weren't confident about the budget as a business proposition. Amid the auction, I mean, they should be excited. This movie trailer has 11 million views for an original property. Like, that's not nothing to like snuff your nose at. This is like the first trailer from 2 months ago has 18 million. That's not anything to turn your nose at. This movie obviously has got people anticipated. Oh yeah, I gotta go watch this. I gotta make a calendar reminder for this. This sounds like it's gonna be awesome. August 8th. Weapons drops. Weapons movie drops. I don't want to just have the word weapon drops on my calendar because then I'm gonna be confused later and I wonder what the hell I got up to. Memory holding is fresh in my mind because my partner and I we're getting back on our supernatural train as of late, and we just finished watching the episode where a demon possessed Sam, and Sam. You know what? I'd call that a spoiler if that TV show did not come out literally ages ago at this point, but there was the episode in which Sam quite literally gets possessed by demon who has him doing some freaky deaky nonsense for the rest of the episode. He completely was like forgot about what he was doing for a week straight. So now I'm always worried about that happening.
I looking at?
Leave the investigating to the investigators.
Yeah, man, that just looks crazy. Yeah, this movie looks gonna be crazy. I'm excited. Okay, moving along to the next trailer. That was our first two. We did Cat in the Hat, right? We did Weapons. I'm gonna drop the Weapons trailer into the media bucket so that if anyone wants to go back and watch anything later, they can just get into the Discord and go to the media thread, and you'll see anything that someone suggested or something that we actually watched in addition. Now moving along, Peacemaker season 2 trailer or teaser. If you've never watched Peacemaker on Max, it's a pretty good TV show. I really enjoyed Peacemaker. It was short. I forget what the sidekick's name is in it, the other dude, but he quickly turned into one of my favorite favorite TV show characters of that year, because he was just hilarious and a menace and just a very good foil to John Cena's character. This is easily the TV show that convinced me John Cena could act. I mean, like, he's always acting, performing. Like, he's a wrestler, renowned wrestler. You know, performing is like his whole thing. But like, Peacemaker really had me like, oh no, he can, like, he's fun. He knows how to like have a good time outside of like a comedy movie too. The conversation that the Peacemaker, the first TV show, had about rectifying one's history, with his father being a white supremacist basically, and like being a peacemaker, but like not for but for very much. He was a peacemaker in the same way that those boys are proud. It made for a very interesting story. Not only to mention that like the whole cast was good. The actual sci-fi plot was cool. The action bits were really interesting. It had stuff going to it. The Peacemaker season 1 was like a fun watch that ended in a pretty cool way too, if I remember correctly. It might be worth rewatching that before this comes out.
They're gonna be doing backflips to get you to join.
Welcome, Peacemaker, or do you prefer Chris? Either's fine. Can you tell us a little about your skills? I'm considered the finest marksman in the world.
Mic is off.
Yeah. I am also proficient in hand-to-hand combat. How many more of these do we have today?
Is that popcorn still here?
You love popcorn.
My buzz is getting really
Oh.
Is that popcorn still here?
I guess this is what I get for not watching this trailer earlier. He's gonna be in the superhero movie, Superman movie, right? Oh snap! Okay, so I knew those were gonna be in the same universe in some way or another, but I didn't realize that they're making the distinction that quickly.
My buzz is getting really big lately.
I have a variety of helmets. This guy sucks. Excuse me? Am I supposed to be able to hear you guys? Excuse me? You were talking about your butt and stuff? And also you said that I suck?
It is not funny.
I don't get it. We saved the world.
I thought everyone would finally treat us like heroes.
I don't need it.
Was that like a Justice League audition? Because I remember he met like other superheroes at the end of season 1. I know they didn't show all their faces because I think they had to make sure they knew who they were casting later on before they did. It's so interesting to me that they got Guy. I forget what his full name is, but like, you know, the Green Lantern that all the other Green Lanterns loathe and don't want to ever see because he's a jackass.
My buzz is getting really big lately.
I always got to give credit to James Gunn's DC Universe too, because I do think it has still pulled off some of like the most fun costume design in recent memory. Like he made James Gunn, if there's one thing that I give him credit for with the other thing, like he makes good movies and TV shows too. Has come around as like a person, it seems like. But in terms of like the way he approaches his work, he always makes sure that the superhero stuff feels like a superhero movie, and that there's a certain level of vibrancy to all of it, and that vibrancy and that colorfulness and that like pop and color does not diminish or negate the serious themes that he does. Camera, I see you. That he does explore in his stuff too. So that's this Peacemaker always stood out too, because Peacemaker's costume is like not simple, because there's nothing really simple about costume design, but it's like it's not full of like so many moving parts and moving bits. Like it's not overly complicated. It's just like solidly designed.
This guy sucks. Excuse me? Am I supposed to be able to hear you guys? Excuse me? You were talking about your butt and stuff? And also you said that I suck?
It is not funny.
I don't get it. We saved the world.
I thought everyone finally treated us like heroes.
I don't need anybody.
Yeah, there's my guy. There's my guy. Where is he? Yeah, no. Stop moving. Stop moving. I want to talk about him.
I thought everyone finally.
Yeah, my little menace. My little menace. What are you working at? You're working at a spaghetti place still? Or again, or new? Oh, God, he's so funny. He was genuinely like the highlight of season 1 by the end of it for me.
You treat us like heroes.
I don't need anybody else to just forge my own path.
You're living in the worst level of Grand Theft Auto.
Oh.
I've come to the conclusion you suffer from a particularly severe form of toxic masculinity.
What?
Yeah, I love that. Love that for
This
her.
has been monitoring Peacemaker ever since Rick Flag Sr. was named director.
Does he know that I have?
Kill this time. Yeah.
Bring me Peacemaker.
Oh, he's gonna be in this now too. I love him. Oh my God, I wish I could remember his name. I hate that for me because I really do like this actor. He's in so much. He's always in so much. He's been in stuff for like literally decades at this point, and for the life of me, I'm gonna look him up right now. I can't keep this going anymore. I'm gonna look him up right now. I'm gonna have his name down because I feel so bad that I don't know his name. I really do. Hold on. Where's the acting list? Where's the acting list? Tim Meadows. There it is. Tim Meadows. I just heard his name from someone else recently too. Now that I'm saying that, I just now realized I did not have the right person in my mind when someone brought it up. That's embarrassing.
Any anomalies throughout that house. Pony boy, don't let him out of your sight. Titties, I want you to take the front door. Encino man, you take the back door. Got it?
Yeah, but not the fucking names, dude. You can't just call us that.
Where do you think we are? Fucking Berkeley?
Titties is crazy.
We haven't always been great people. But
We are the 11th Street Kids. No one will ever break us apart.
Was she in the first season? I can't remember. No, she was. She was. Yeah.
You ready for the next adventure, pal?
Oh, this comes out in August too. August has got some cool stuff coming up. Okay, Mr. Fat Cock Cena. Monsters Inc.
The fuck are you?
Oh, are we getting into some multiverses stuff too now? Hold on, I saw something kind of cool just now. Wait, hold on. Trying to look at this wall real quick. For some reason I thought this was like one of like the Hawkeye or Hawkgirl's stuff, but it's just a bust. Anything else in this room that looks cool though? The Cruel Interventions. Hanoi Rocks.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, I'm excited for this, dude. This looks like it's gonna be good. Season 1 was good. All the stuff that James Gunn has been doing with DC thus far has like rarely been like bad. I don't think anything's been super bad actually, because between what he's done so far, he's done Peacemaker, which was really fun. I saw Creature Commandos recently. I really enjoyed that show. That was like a lot of fun as well, and very sad. Like holy shit, Creature Commandos has some devastating stories for its characters that I completely like some of them like legitimately haunted me after the fact, especially with the one that was basically like a dog, that guy. It was just really sad to see. And the entire tone of that show seems like it's going to try and leave room for its own season 2 as well. But that was a lot of fun, a lot of good character performances, a lot of just zaniness, a lot of good old-fashioned adult humor still. Quality action sequences. Probably its only biggest gripe was just some level of predictability on where it was going. But honestly speaking, that didn't hamper it. Given that really the stars of the show was just learning more about each of those characters and getting to their eventual tragic backstories. So see, that's Peacemaker season 2. I'm excited for that. Okay, moving along. Frankenstein by Guillermo del Toro. Featuring Oscar Isaac, Jacob Elordi, Mia Goth, Felix Kammermer, Charles Dance, and Christopher Waltz. Crazy cast here. I saw some. I didn't see anything about this when it first dropped. The only thing I did see were people thirsting over Oscar Isaac like crazy on the TL. I did not actually see anything past that. that was the most that I saw. It was the most that I saw. I'm also just opening up this trailer right now for. Oh, this is another Ari Aster and Joaquin Phoenix hit together. Oh snap! I still gotta watch Beau's Afraid. Cause I like Ari Aster a lot. I didn't even realize he was having another movie come out. Now I do know. They keep that man busy. Good for him.
I had determined that the memory of my evils should die with me. Some of what I will tell you is fact. Some is not. But it is all true. What manner of creature is that? What manner of devil made him? I did.
Look at your red hands, dude. Ugh. Del Toro making a Frankenstein. The most recent thing that I saw Del Toro's was his Pinocchio movie, his Pinocchio stop motion movie. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I actually sobbed like a baby. Like I actually sobbed watching that movie at the end of it. And it wasn't just because I was intoxicated when I watched it. I think it really did hit a chord with me. I was in a vulnerable place when I watched the movie, and I was like, damn, oh my god, this is hitting me. Why did I type Frankenstein? That's not what I was trying to say. Yeah, Pinocchio. I'm just writing down stuff that I'm not gonna have to go watch after this. Not stuff that's coming out, but it's stuff I want to like watch after this.
I had a vision. An idea took shape in my mind.
Jesus. Oh my god, they got some haunting stuff going on around here. Don't let Peter see this. This is a Netflix movie? I mean, Guillermo del Toro has most of his other stuff has come from Netflix recently, so. But Pinocchio was on Netflix, I mean.
In seeking life, I created death.
Totally. Oh! Oh! Okay, that's sick. That sold me on it right there. I'm not saying that I wasn't sold on it before, but oh yeah, if you're gonna make a Frankenstein movie, you gotta nail Frankenstein's vibe. That Victor. Hold on, no, I gotta go back farther. Is he missing a finger? No, he has Victor. He has his finger. Yeah, that's tight. That's tight. November? Oh, come on. You should have totally had this come out in October. You should have had this come out during spooky season, and you know it, Netflix, you jackass. This is okay. This really deserves a theater release. Game of Thrones is too good for Netflix. This needs a theater release. This should have a theater release. I'm not even gonna lie. This would be cool to watch in theaters. Put this on. Hear that Victor and IMAX. People don't have those sound systems to get that across emotionally. Give this man his Mountains of Madness money already. Monster tragedy. They're born too tall, too strong, too heavy. They're not evil by choice. That is their tragedy. Yeah. You want to know why I will always kind of like, especially if you're gonna have something like this with like a serious monster flick, let it be for movie. Monsters were made for the movies. Movies were made for monsters. That's something I truly believe, and the reason is for that is because I'll never forget. This isn't even a monster movie, but this is one of these things I think about as to why I will never not want movie theaters to exist in some way or another. It's when I was watching Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I'm gonna pull up a trailer for that right now. I think I pull up the scene. Yeah, look, the scene pops up immediately, dude. Okay, so for context, Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I'm 11 years old when I'm watching this movie because it came out in 2011. Here's my boy Caesar. Caesar's probably one of my favorite movie protagonists ever. It's one of the reasons I really like Andy Serkis because his performance as with mocap for him. So for context, if you don't know, Rise of the Planet of the Apes is like, part of the latest Planet of the Apes trilogy, which I think got a fourth movie actually recently, so it's not really a trilogy anymore. But this is not the Planet of the Apes movies definitely purposely pace themselves in a way where you don't start in the same place as you think of the original Planet of the Apes movie. The first one is quite literally about how the virus started that made the simians and the primates smarter. It's about their initial it's about like their very first confrontation with humans, the way that blows up, the not truce that they come to at the end of the movie, but like the way that movie concludes is very much like they're gonna just do that and we can't really do much about it, or if we do much about it, it's gonna look a little too crazy. About that transformation at this point in the movie, Caesar has been taken out of custody from his human friend because Caesar was different from the other monkeys in that he was raised by humans. He spent time with humans. Part of his tragedy is the fact that he spent so much time with humans, but then another human basically tried him, pushed his buttons, did all this. And, he had a reaction that, frankly speaking, was understandable. Like, hey, I don't think anyone is more vindicated on this earth for their action than Caesar, the monkey. But he gets sent into a zoo as a result, or into like a monkey. What is that word that I'm looking for? Sanctuary type space. It's not really a sanctuary type space though, because they're like all very clearly caged and everything. But he's smart at this point. He's learning at a rapid pace. He's at this point in time already knows how to play chess, how to do like laundry and all this. Like he's had his book thing. So he's this incredibly smart monkey in with these other monkeys, and then this happens. Yeah, he comes out, heads off against Draco Malfoy himself, who's been abusing the hell out of these apes.
What the hell do you think you're doing, huh?
All the other monkeys are watching now too, because he's been talking. He's been spitting game to the other monkeys too. He's been teaching them. He's standing up for himself. He's like, y'all treating us terribly. You know that we're hyper intelligent now, so you can't be acting like this. Or they don't know how intelligent they are yet.
Go on, get.
He purposely chose the blind spot of where the guy couldn't hit him all that much.
See? What you get? Get back! What's wrong with you?
They're going crazy. Oh, hold on. I didn't realize my mother's calling me. Hold on. Alrighty. I'm just calling everything's chill, fortunately. When he starts pushing them back, he's like, "You look silly. You don't know how to fight for anything." And then.
Take your stinking paw off me, you damn 38!
Dude, when I tell you, you could hear the hair rise on people's arms in that movie theater when that no first happened. Like, I saw that movie with my dad. I'm looking at him. I'm like, he's looking at me. Cause older black man. He's trying to hide it. He's trying to hide how much it just freaked him. He's like, he's like, dude, the way that no reverberated across the entire theater, and you can hear just no one said a word, but you could hear everyone's reaction. You could still hear just being like, it's still one of the best moments I've ever had in a movie theater because of just how raw it was to be in that communal space when everyone shares the same understanding but is still at a loss for words. It's an incredible moment. I could not talk more about it. And then he smacks that boy. Oh, this was such a... Oh, I really do like this movie series. Oh my god, I forgot how crazy that looked. I forgot how crazy he looks when he drags him off. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's nothing worse. If I was the other dude, that's one of those moments where I'm like, I didn't see anything. Yep, I didn't see anything. Ain't worth it. Ain't worth it. Nothing that could happen, nothing that's about to happen could be worth what will happen to me if I say a word to that monkey. Absolutely not. Oh my god. It's so good. So good. I love this movie. I gotta rewatch it. I got so many movies that this is making me want to rewatch or watch for the first time that are like already out. Perfection. Okay. Oh. Okay. Moving right along. Back to movie trailers. Eddington, A24, Ari Aster. Let's see what it's about.
I am recording this. Fair warning. Is that really necessary?
Look, Joe, 6 feet.
Is that praying?
Oh, how did we get here? And even worse, is it worth it? At the cost of being at war with their neighbors? That's why I'm running for mayor. Mayor Eddington. Thank you, super duper very much.
God, I love Joaquin Phoenix, man. I love Joaquin Phoenix, man. I love Joaquin Phoenix. I'm not saying he can do anything and I would love it, but man, he can do a lot. He can do a lot.
I used to think that you were some big deal. But I am a much...
Him and Pedro Pascal being in the same movie.
Who are you talking to? There's
Dangerous for
nobody
me.
here.
Husband.
And seeing Emma Stone in something again. I feel like I haven't seen her in a minute. What's the last thing Emma Stone was in? I might have just not been paying attention to what she's been up to.
You want things simple and neat. We are in a fight against evil.
These are your streets.
No, they're your streets to keep safe. You know how death works? Yeah.
People are going to be looking here now.
You're gonna keep your own office going, but you're gonna run mine.
So you vote Joe Cross, take back our community.
Hell yeah.
Save our soul.
Your pain is not a coincidence. You are not a coincidence. We
Are not a coincidence.
You're gonna destroy it! I'm gonna destroy it!
We need to free each other's hearts.
Jesus. Oh, this is coming out soon too. Ah, man, there's a lot of stuff coming out soon. That was a good trailer too. We're already getting 2020 period pieces. This is going to warrant the most peaceful discussion on Twitter, I guarantee it. Oh, someone that worked on the movies in it from Tevin. This is my first project working rigging. Oh, okay. I got to help build all the lighting sets for this movie, and I can tell you easily, I can't wait for this to drop. Thank God Pedro Pascal is back. Someone has not been paying attention. Pedro Pascal's been one of the busiest people I've seen recently. Pedro Pascal, he's going to be in a Fantastic Four movie. He's just did the Last of Us stuff. He was in that other movie, what was it called? Not The Materialist. The Materialist. He's been busy. Pedro Pascal's been busy. So there's no way that someone's just being like, no, he's not been around. To whoever directed this trailer, you have my respect. I'm an Ari Aster fan, so the fact that I did not know about this makes me a little upset, but I am still very excited about this. Whoever did that editing for that part in particular, though, yeah, you snapped with that, brother. You snapped with that, my sister, my sibling. It does not matter. You popped off with that. That was good. That was good. That was good. I'm gonna have to make a mental calendar note of that one too, man. Eddington. I'm gonna be a Tuesday movie watch. If you ever want to go to the movies, don't got a lot of money for the movies, man. Just go to the movies on a Tuesday. Go to the movies on a Tuesday. That's what I'd be doing. That's how I saw Sinners. And that's how I knew Sinners was going to be successful too. The fact that I went to go see Sinners on like a Tuesday afternoon at like 12 p.m. and that theater was packed, I was like, okay, yeah, this movie's going to be doing gangbusters. Because ain't no way that that's doing that well. Okay. Moving right along. How am I doing? My camera battery's not going out. I think, yeah, okay, cool. I don't want to look at that. I'm going to go to the next one because this will be the last movie trailer that we watch. Before we start looking at some game trailers, and then we can finally get to the video. Ooh, other longer videos. We just needed this longer break from other stuff after the anthem thing. Excuse me. Gotta throw out these tissues too. Yeah, here's some food for myself in a second as well.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled programming to bring you a special look at Marvel Studios' The Fantastic Four: First Steps.
I've been a huge fan of the Fantastic Four since the beginning.
Dude, no. I don't want to hear a director talk. That's unfair to him. I actually do love hearing directors talk about their movies. It's more just I was hoping just to get pure movie. But, you know, some trailers are directors talking. So it's just like
I was a kid
open.
These comics, so the chance to help bring them to life was too hard to pass up.
And now for the
I will
first time
say,
ever at Marvel
there's Mr.
Studios,
Foggy.
we can make a Fantastic Four movie.
Action! We're gonna build this retro future world. Build real sets, real locations.
I mean, I will say, like, this is, like, visually speaking, the trailer, even, it's weird, my emotions for this movie, because, like, as someone who's been kind of, like, tapped out of Marvel stuff for a while, it's been hard to like find that fire for them again. And like I heard Thunderbolts was actually pretty decent, so like that's kind of like the closest I've come to being like, oh, maybe I should lock back in for a second. But like the Fantastic Four stories that I've seen so far haven't like really grabbed me for this movie at all. But visually speaking, like the sets and like the design, the tone, the color scheme that they went for, like I'm really liking the look of this movie if nothing else. I'm really glad that they really committed to a very specific visual language for it. That was very pleasant.
Reed's lab and the Baxter building, this incredible Times Square backlot set.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm seeing too much. I wanted to see a trailer. Hold on. I'm gonna open this up to the right because we gotta look at that later too.
Famous around the world, please welcome the Fantastic around the world.
I do wonder why they made the Thing look kind of snatched. I'm used to his head being just so much bulkier. This isn't a bad look or anything. It's just like, I don't know, the Thing I always imagine is like gigantic, and he looking like he kind of been working out to lose weight a little bit.
The Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic. Invisible Woman. Human Torch.
I'm also just now realizing where I remember her from. I cannot separate her from her performance in that one Mission Impossible movie, which isn't a bad thing. I liked her in that Mission Impossible movie.
Invisible Woman. Human Torch.
I love you, Johnny.
And the Thing.
Hey, what time is it? Say the thing.
That's not really something I say.
It's clobbering time.
That's just in the cartoon.
Oh, so this is taking. Oh, I guess I should have figured this, but this is taken during a place where they've already been like known as the Fantastic Four for a minute. Obviously beloved, have been around long enough to have a cartoon and advertisers.
Never late for Sunday dinner. Let's eat.
Hey, what time is it?
It's dinner time. Get inside.
I herald his beginning. I herald your end.
Hold on. Let's get a look at the car.
I herald your end.
That car looks pretty sick. I do like the car. Okay, see, I'm gonna be honest, dude. The Thing I wanted you to, yeah. The more I'm looking at it, the more I do kind of wish the Thing was a bit bigger. I do wish he was a bit bigger, but it's not bad. His look. I feel like they probably committed more to making sure the rock part translate, and the rock part does translate very well. It doesn't look, obviously he stands out, but it doesn't look like so out of place as to be like weird. Like this is like good. I like that. I love how they all posted up though. This is killing me a little bit. This is kind of killing me.
I herald. Galactus.
Okay, yeah. It's Galactus.
Are we safe?
I don't know.
Oh, there's the kid that got into that.
We are going to find
Or exposed, actually.
We're gonna make it right. You don't want to just crush him. I like that.
The four of us will face the danger.
Yeah, the visual language of this, they may look really
The four of
good.
us will face the danger.
Like that looks cool. This looks cool. Almost feels like it feels like some. I mean, a lot of sci-fi has some inspiration from Star Wars nowadays, but this really does feel like a little bit of like some of the Star Wars city language imbued in here, except kind of just dotted inside rather than like rehauled the entire area. Because this is very still clearly like American architecture, American city building architecture.
We will protect you.
Family. It's about connecting to something bigger than yourself. We'll face it together. As a family.
Is that a music thing that just said Fantastic Four? That's funny. I mean, this is Marvel's family, so they gave him a beard already? Okay. Okay.
What time is it, Ben?
No, Johnny.
Say it!
I don't wanna!
Say it!
Yeah, man, it's kind of interesting. You're the only person I follow live right now. Be lurking. Okay, Neo. Good to see you. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Hope you've been having a good day too. This is gonna be interesting. I don't know what it is about this that's not really just connecting with me thus far about this movie still. Because like, oh, Stretch's Imagination. This is a big event. I don't want to like short sell it either. This is the fact that the Fantastic Four is finally getting a movie that's under the MCU umbrella. This is the Marvel family. If there ever was a Marvel family, you know, like they helped to get it off the map. They did so much for it. You get to see this for free. Damn, how? You got some early screening tickets. You win something. Someone taking you on a date, family event, friend thing. How you seen this for free? But yeah, man, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be interesting. Worker discount, damn. Okay, pop off, Lucky. That actually is super nice. That's really nice. So yeah, you gotta report back. You gotta report back, cause I'm not sure if we'll see this. Maybe if my partner wants to see it too. I don't think if there's not enough of me that wants to see this that I'll go see it by myself. But you know, if there's enough word of mouth, enough good like word of mouth and all that, maybe I'll go check it out. Okay. Now let's move back into games for a bit. First and foremost, let's check out this Phoenix. Your Sim CC shopping right now? Ugh, I gotta get back into playing The Sims soon. I think I already said I was gonna do that for this upcoming Monday. What do you get? What are you shopping for? Anything particular, or just like general window shopping, grabbing what looks good? If you see anything super good, send it over into the Discord. Maybe we can add that to. Well, I don't know if I'm making a new family, if I'm really gonna just find a way to work with the family that I have right now. Because remember, we did lose Eugene Smith Patrick. He is dead. I should not be forgotten. We have completely lost him. But okay, yeah. So there's a new. I didn't even realize this, but 2 days ago, you done my mods folder and starting from scratch. Did you not know that Eugene Smith Patrick died last stream? That's part of the reason I haven't gone back to The Sims in so long. I mean, it was Pride Month, but I didn't want to play Sorry We're Closed and do other things. But no, legitimately, it's been hard to figure out what to do because Eugene Smith Patrick died. He didn't like kind of die either. Like he died. Like he's dead. Like I revived him once in that same stream, but then when he died a second time, I was just like, it was so stupid. It's almost embarrassing. But it was a stream where I was trying out the Life Tragedy mod, and he died once because an arsonist came into his house and put him on fire. That just happened. Like I got no answer for that. Like he literally he just did that. But then after that, when I revived him after that, I was testing out some other stuff, and I gave him a gunshot wound. I did not realize the gunshot wound would be fatal. And the worst part about it is that at first it wasn't, but then I sent him to the hospital and they did the wrong surgery for him. You're too high for that. They did the wrong surgery for him. And it didn't even seem like they were even attempting to do the right surgery for him. And he literally died in the arms of the doctor. It was crazy. It was crazy. It was a crazy chain of events. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So I've been really pondering how to even like come back from that, considering Slink would never. We tried killing Slink. We spent an entire stream trying to kill Slink, and he actively killed us in retaliation. So Slink legitimately could never. Craziness. Okay. So couple days ago, Phoenix got added to Marvel Rivals, and I also kind of just want to belabor a point really quickly. This is a month apart, dude. They were not joking about dropping like pretty much once a month with these characters. I already kind of talked about my trepidation with that earlier, and I'm not gonna rehash it right now. And for now, let's just talk about and look at the person in front of us. Hey, you know what? Credit to Marvel. No, credit to NetEase for finally making a character that was not blonde and blue-eyed and had the exact blue and white color scheme for their costume, man. Shout out to them.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame.
Oh, okay. I mean, she looks pretty cool so far. I'm liking this little like trailing the Phoenix spirit that's behind her. You know, that's super in character for her. I wonder if other people can see that on the field or if it's just the person that's playing her that can see it. I think it's probably the latter, but visually speaking, she looks pretty cool this far.
Turning up the heat.
Oh, okay. So I'm wondering how that ability works. Is that like a area effect ability, or is it that like if when you do it, whoever's in proximity of each other naturally has like a chain effect? Oh, okay. A little boost ability, kind of like Psylocke's, except not a damaged one. Yeah, hold on, I kind of missed something there. Okay, so it is an explosive thing. You set, it looks like you set proximity bombs or like mental bombs on people. Because I'm seeing the right click button being pressed, and then they're using not the left shift. Left shift was the dash forward. Okay, they activate the right click button. Okay, yeah, the right click button, that's what that attack is. It's like a bomb attack. Not a bomb attack, but like a rapid fire attack. What's the ultimate? Oh, it's a bomb. It's a bomb. it's a homing missile. They gave her a homing missile. They gave the Omega level telepath a homing missile. Jean Grey, man. Jean Grey. Can't wait for Mr. Fantastic to fridge his way through a Phoenix nuke. The Hela versus Phoenix shock was actually fire. Yeah, NetEase, they made a good trailer. It's so interesting to watch these character trailers because, like, obviously, I can't not compare this to the Overwatch character trailers because the Overwatch character trailers were like, you know, cinematic pieces rather than just like raw drops of gameplay. And like there's both good and bad parts of that, because like on the one hand, well, both of us have different pros actually. I don't even think either one's like a bad approach, because the cinematic parts of the Overwatch one was always really fun because it's like, oh my god, it's like character backstory, lore drop, like a whole shebang. But you know, the flip side of that is this is very practical. You can look at it, you can know exactly what to expect from the character from the minute that they are introduced. You can get an idea for their language, for their play style. It's cool. It's cool. I also just gave me an idea for a blog post later. Or maybe that'll be one for next week. Character trailers, Marvel Rivals versus Overwatch. Maybe that'll be next week's blog post. All right, you can do that for, yeah, maybe we'll see. Okay, so then let's get a general season 3 overview. I feel like we're gonna get to a place now where someone's gonna be able to get a job just from being able to explain what even was the storyline for Marvel Rivals, because I really don't know what it is at this point. I know because they had the vampire event. They had the whole time split event. That's where it started. Season 2 was the Well, technically, season 2 wasn't the vampire event. Technically, season 1 was the vampire event, right? Season 0 was the time split. Season 1 was the vampire event. Season 2 was Krakoa, the Met Gala, Krakoa's Met Gala. What the hell is this happening over here to the side? Okay, whatever. Krakoa's Met Gala. And now season 3, in the wake of the time stream entanglement, Null stirs deep within Clintar's core, stretching his shadowed hands across the cosmos. Power promised by the dark symbiote God beckons the awakening of a new queen. The phoenix arises from across the stars to erase Clintar before the darkness can arise again. However, she'll require unlikely aid from a warrior of two worlds who lives to fight against the tide of night. Okay, so it looks like Venom and Phoenix, Jean Grey, are going to be linking up together to fight symbiote God. Interesting. Oh no, he's hot. Oh no, he's hot. Oh yeah, that's a crazy. I didn't mean to pause there. Oh, so that's Hela. That's Hela. I didn't know that. Okay, so you know what though? I gotta give credit because rather than a specific character trailer, they're actually giving a cinematic trailer for the whole season. Did season 2 have this? Is he finally coming? Wait, why even show him if he's not the first character? He's got to be coming next then. Oh, that's raw as hell. They gave Blade a symbiote suit? Did they give Blade a symbiote suit? I mean, we knew Blade was coming because he's been hinted at since the vampire event, and they did him dirty by showing my brother in chains when he first came around. Yeah, okay. Oh, so there's Wolverine. Yeah, okay, wait. So everyone's going to be getting a symbiote skin pretty much, it looks like. That's the vibe. Oh, that's kind of sick, dude. Blade finally decided to wake up. The Blade music remix was cool. Watching goes up in the Discord in 5 minutes. Okay, sweet. I might use this chance to heat up some food real quick then. I'm just going to heat up some rice and beans while we wait for you. Yeah, we'll do that real quick. We're just going to put on a beer. Okay. Officially closing in around 4 hour mark. We're almost halfway through today's stream before we start getting some other stuff. And some leftover rice and beans from my meal yesterday. Has some delicious fish. Oh wait, I needed water. Hold on. Ugh. I saw that happen right as I walked in. That's really funny. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna let that die. Let's the other camera get activated for a bit. Charge for a bit longer. In the meantime, did I ever see? Okay, so they. Oh wait, no. Was this the official trailer? Okay, here. I was trying to see because I don't remember seeing a trailer for season 2 of it. I don't sure it had one.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa.
Yeah, I completely missed this last time. I hated this is the most replayed part because we all know why. God! Oh.
Here there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong.
Ah, yes, my favorite, my favorite killer right there, man.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
It is crazy that Ultron's entire goal is to literally just make the X-Men extinct. Crazy how that works.
To stay alive just long enough to see my way as the age of Ultron begins.
My favorite robot dictator, man. Yeah, I did not realize. That means that's a minute long too. That last trailer was also not that long either. They also has some animation switch ups in there too. That's pretty cool. They're actually, credit to them. That they're really making sure that they give some appropriate hype to these things. Although noticeably, this does not have how many. I mean, that could be expected though. A little bit of a steady decrease. It's also been out for only a few days, so I'll probably counter some more views later. Okay. Okay, so then we'll need to look at that. Let me check the Discord. I don't think Brother Manzozar's in it yet, right? Yeah, he's not. Although I should probably just hop into the stream Discord right now anyway. While waiting for. Oh nope, there he is. He just jumped. Did you also just jump in?
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I literally just jumped into. I was just like, okay, let me jump in while we're waiting for him. Nice. How you doing, brother man?
I'm doing A-okay. I'm still profusely sweating from my run, and it wasn't even that hot today. But that's usually what happens when I go on a run and then immediately hop in the shower. My body's like, bro, you're gonna be hot, don't you?
Honestly, that's so real though. That's how I be feeling too after like doing any of like the burpee workouts. Body's just like, so this is just what you like to do. You like to sweat out. But yeah, thank you for.
How's it going? How's it been?
It's been cool. It's been cool. You know, we're around like 3 hours right now. We watched some movie trailers earlier. We watched quite a few movie trailers earlier. Saw some stuff that's coming out. I showed off the latest article, my latest criticism article that came out on Stop Caring. I don't remember if I told you, but I started. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I started an internship at a.
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
I started and you like faded into the abyss. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, I had to put the other battery on a charger since I've been having to swap these things out every once in a while. But no, I started an internship at a new game website called Endless Mode. It used to be the game website Pace Games, but they basically did like a rebrand, a refresh with a new kind of like vision. And I've been writing news pieces there, and I'll be writing a news piece there pretty much every day throughout the work week now, which is really fun. And we ended up spending an hour talking about the very last thing that I wrote for them about the game. Do you remember the game Anthem?
I do remember the game Anthem.
Yeah, so they're officially. I completely forgot the game existed, to be frank with you, until yesterday. And I remembered it existed yesterday because EA announced that they are shutting it down. It'll be
already shut it down.
See, a lot of people did, and I think I found out why. So first, they're shutting down the game officially January 12th, 2026. So it's got less than 6 months of life left. But the reason everyone thought it shut down, outside of the fact that it just got forgotten, because it wasn't a bad, no, it was a bad game, but it was mostly a game that had a lot of potential that did not get realized because of numerous issues that we do not just have time to get into right now. But
I think I heard the story was ass, and then it was supposed to be a like a live service game, right?
It is.
So you were supposed to be able to like interact with other people, and I think they like fucked up the content. Either like it was either end game or it was something else. But
no, you nailed
did
it.
A horrible job with that. Yeah.
You nailed it. The end game was bad. Upon release, it was incredibly buggy. Load times were awful. Apparently, we had watched a video about it too today. A short one from a person who used to write a Game Informer, does community management now for a number of very cool things, including the Fallout TV show. But she was talking about how the pre-game before the end game, the story was actually really good. Amid all the nonsense, like the flying for the game was good. It said the shooting was pretty cool. The customization for like your character was for the javelin of the character was actually really nice. But like he said, even in addition to the bugginess and the loading times, the post-game content was just not there. It was very devoid of anything to do past the initial intro, so there's not a lot of reason to come back to the game, which is like, you have to for a live service game. On top of the stuff that they were releasing afterwards was just incredibly infrequent in terms of like substantive updates. So the reason you probably thought it was canceled was because it actually stopped any new development of the game in 2021, February 2021.
That's what they talked about.
Yeah, so literally 2 years after it was released, it stopped any new development, which means that for the last 4 years, it's just been kind of running as like the exact same game, live service game as it was in whatever shape it was before it stopped new development.
That sounds horrible. That sounds so bad. Like, I could not imagine. I play Wuthering Waves damn near every day. I cannot imagine, because I'm at endgame right now. Like I'm just like trying to max out my characters. If I had to spend like 6, 8, 12 months doing the same thing over and over, and not to mention the game doesn't run optimally.
Right. Yeah.
The fact that it lasted this long is crazy, though.
It is.
2021.
Yeah. No, I was genuinely shocked when I heard that, because when I first showed the news to my editor, they were like, I could have sworn this game was not around anymore. And I was like, yeah, I'm surprised too. No, literally, it was just shocking. Yeah. What else been going on? I gotta take a sip of water.
Nothing much. I was gonna get probably like a 3-hour long stream before work. But I was like, you know what? He's doing his media thing. Let me drop some edits from my TikTok that I love to watch, and
Nice.
I'll probably bounce out afterwards, so I can do the stream that I want to do.
Sweet. Sounds like a plan to me. Thanks for stopping by.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's get
Also,
right into.
before you change the topic, I was gonna the donation thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was so tempted to drop $250 just to see you do the 24-hour. Like, I was literally like at the donation screen, like,
Yeah.
Make
You, Artson, the amount of people that were like, you have no clue how close you were to just dropping 250 to make this happen. I was just like, I appreciate the thought. Next time that we do something like that, because we'll do definitely something like that again, and I'll probably try and make a very similar goal to that again. Well, don't worry. We'll make sure that's up there.
So don't worry, you can drop 250.
Exactly. Okay, let's take a look at some of your edits. You have any of these you particularly want to start with?
So, some of the edits are mine. You'll be able to tell because my face will be in it. Most of the edits are not mine, right? But I do want you to open up. It's a TikTok by Triply. I want you to open that one up, but don't let it play. It takes a minute to load because of how advanced the edit is.
Okay.
And then
okay, that
we can watch some of the YouTube stuff just because it's I have a playlist. I made this like I want to say like 2021 or 2023 or something like that. Battling depression, and I was like, yeah, I need music that'll give me. I need something that'll give me a quick laugh.
Right.
So the first one that's in there, freestyling until I accidentally say something gay.
I feel like I've seen this guy's face, but I don't remember if I've seen this video. Okay, I'm sharing my screen with you too. Do you see that in Discord?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. Let me turn that up. Okay. It's always crazy to just see the timestamp more than anything. It's 9 seconds is insane to me. It's actual insanity. Okay, let's look at this.
Yo. I was sucking dick.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It kills me to. It kills me that it's just him trying to say and that's the first word that he said. Neo City said what?
Literally, like that's just like a perfect video to me.
Yo, no, it is.
It doesn't say anything at all.
It literally is just it didn't just.
And then the cutoff is so perfect.
Like he wasn't lying. He said until, and then it stopped immediately. What kills me, he's not spitting bars, he's swallowing. That's crazy. It's a crazy comment.
Right.
It's a crazy
comment. As many times I've watched this video, I have not opened up
the comment section for the videos today have been hilarious. Also, as Neo City said, 15 million views. That's crazy. Almost 16 million. It's 15.9 at the moment. Oh my god.
0.9 of those is just me rewatching.
Bro's in the closet with glass doors. Yeah. The fact this is only 10 seconds long is fantastic. The fact that he actually starts rapping at 9 seconds makes it remarkable.
Yes.
Oh god. We making out in the closet with this one. That's hilarious. Oh god, yeah, perfect. That is truly like a perfect 10-second video. Like just get straight to the point, just like no questions. Oh god.
Okay, the next video, you don't have to watch it now. I suggest you watch it when you're like 7 hours in.
Okay.
And you need a little bit of energy boost.
Okay.
Watch the beat his ass official video.
Okay, I'll open this up for now then. I'll open this up for now and just save that for later. We'll make that a special tease later.
The next 3 are self-promotion for sure.
Okay.
1000%.
Hey, that's completely fine. I promote you on here all the time. It doesn't matter.
We can watch. Yeah, the average 2077 experience.
Okay.
That was one of the more fun things that I've experienced in that game. Don't throw up. Lock in, bro. But yeah, it's tradition that I started these streams.
I like how this somehow, for some reason, has the Mexico filter on it. Like, it's crazy
that's
that
just how the game is. You're
yes.
driving through that area, it looks like that.
Like a radioactive zone in Fallout. That's crazy.
Yes.
I still so badly want to understand what compelled Hollywood in general to see the color yellow and say Mexico. That's what like, because it's such a crazy decision. Like everyone's like many people that made the movie had been to Mexico. They know that's not how it looks. Like, not at all.
In the first couple encounters, I died. Wait, is there downstairs? Can I run through this? I just.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Grab.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know anything wrong in here?
Well, that's kinky. That's.
You notice anything wrong in here?
Is there? Okay, first off. Yeah, it took me a minute, but yeah, wait a minute.
It takes a little minute.
Neo City just also pointed out the Middle East always has that filter in the music. Yeah, that is also true.
Yeah.
But I would love to be in a room for the architectural decision behind this. Like, this is because whoever designed this also designs prisons. Like, that's that's crazy.
2 bathrooms together in the club. That way you can hold each other's hands. While I don't know. It sounds like a great idea to me.
Just the friend activities. Just the friend activities, I guess. Your own realization of what you're looking at is crazy. Oh my god. Right, though. Because, like... Because what?
Are there 2 in there?
Now I'm checking every bathroom.
What does this say?
Vending machine in the bathroom?
Vending machine in the bathroom. I mean, that's not the worst idea. It just would heavily depend on what's in there.
I don't think I want to spend any money in the bathroom to grab something. I don't know.
That's
that
true.
might just be me.
No, wait, that's actually pretty true. That's actually pretty true. Because you know people's hands. Money's already filthy. Money is already like filthy already. So using that in the bathroom, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
Imagine you go to the bathroom, you just hear somebody drop the most devious shit. We're still in 2025. They come out of the stall, they go to the vending machine, they grab like, I don't even know, an energy drink, the one you wanted to grab because you just came out from working out, and then they walk out of the bathroom without going to the sink. Like, I no longer want what's in the vending machine anymore. I don't want to touch anything that's up there. Like,
you know what's also crazy? I just realized having them press all the buttons to get what they want on the vending machine too. Oh my god, that's horrifying.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's horrifying. No, that's awful. That's actually awful. Okay, that's next
this is just a quick little edit. I saw LeBron edit to this song, and I was like, let me do something with this.
Okay. Let me start from the beginning. Here we go. Oh wait, no. The muted, yeah. There you go. This is a good effort.
Low key. Kept it short.
It's a short, but it's a good one.
The plan was to do an edit for every metaphor
stream.
Every metaphor stream, but Yeah, that grew.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, I mean, to give people perspective, how long is even this, like, because, like, you know, I know how long, even with just this, like, 18 seconds, like, can go a long time with editing. How long did it take you to edit this?
This one might have taken like 3 to 4 hours.
Damn.
Only because I was trying to figure out. It goes by so quick you can't even really see it. But there's a point in the edit where it transitions from the mouth opening up, and it opens up the entire screen, and it goes to something else. Yeah, it's early on. It's earlier on. It's like before any of this. Like,
Oh.
Yeah, it'll be the first transition.
Oh, okay.
It's
I see
so
what you mean.
fast,
It
it's
is.
not even like, yeah.
Speedy
But it
Gonzalez.
literally goes from his mouth screaming, and it like I plan to have it be his mouth screaming to the screen opening up to the next one.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Nice. No, still cool regardless. Still very cool. You got one more metaphor one in here. It's 34 seconds.
One of my favorites.
Oh, I saw this on when it first dropped too. This was a good one.
I think I'm one of the only people who's doing Double Warrior now.
Got slapped. This game really doesn't lend itself very well to these kind of edits, I'm realizing.
Mm-hmm. So ambitious. And the goal back then was just to have each edit link into another one. But that was also the point in time where I was listening to the top 100 albums.
I remember,
so
yeah.
I was going to have each edit link into another with a song from the next album. So,
That's smart.
That is for another time, for sure.
Definitely. It's a smart idea, for sure.
Yeah, it requires a lot of time. And
Oh, yeah.
time that I do not have.
Yeah. The curse of living in a hellish society.
We don't even have to get into that because I could. That was a perfect segue, and I could get into it, but.
Oh yeah, we got time today. We literally have a lot of time today.
You have time, not I.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, so now this next one, this one from. Is it cool? Just go in order from here, from the rec one.
Yeah, you can just go in order from here.
Okay.
These are just cool edits that I really enjoy.
Okay.
I wanted to share a different side of myself to the stream.
Nice.
Put slaps in the face of death. Bounty hunter.
God, Puss in Boots in the Last Wish is such a good movie.
Such a great movie.
I just love the smell of fear. It's frivolous.
Where's the Dragon Warrior?
How do you know you're not looking at her?
You think I'm a fool?
Someone just had to get in their animation villain bag. He really was a menace. Just pausing this real quick. I forgot how much of a menace this guy really was. He pulled up and completely like original Prison Breaker. It like if there was ever an introduction in which you thought, "Are we on fraud alert right now?" 5 minutes with him in his introduction, it was like, never mind. Never mind.
The way he broke out of that prison,
astonishing.
First of all, the prison that he was in is absurd.
Oh, kind of a little bit. Oh, there you go. You're back.
Yeah, you're literally at the bottom of like this tower, right? Very, very arms chained up, acupuncture, so you cannot literally move a muscle in your body. Literally chained down to the floor. And for you to see a feather fall from the sky, you go, "This is my chance."
Insanity.
And you bust out, and then not only have one of the craziest escape scenes of all time, but to then send a message back to the village who are going to fuck up that I am coming. That's hard, bro. That's hard. Like
Nah, he was just built different, just utter
Yes, he
toughness.
was.
And like even like Neil C just said this, I remember being afraid in the theater.
Yes, bro.
It really was crazy too, because like to be in that position, not only to escape, but then to wash the entire trained like crew from the kung fu master of the area, not anyone, but like the martial arts master, to wash the entire crew immediately after breaking out. Hell, Master slept in the background in the screenshot right now. Like,
Yes. You have to think about this. He's been in jail for so long. What he immediately does after breaking out, being able to move your limbs, you're trapped there for years. You haven't moved a muscle. And for your first thing to do is jailbreak, beat the Furious Five, and then slump your master? Come on.
craziness.
Come on, bro.
No, they weren't doing it like him. They ain't doing it like him.
Come on, bro.
Genuine craziness. The turtle guy heard Tai Long escaped and killed himself.
It was his time. Chill.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Okay. Let's finish that out. Yeah, like that's just insanity.
Fly back there and tell them the real Dragon Warrior is coming home.
Like, genuinely, why didn't they just give it to him? I would have been pissed too. I would have been mad too. Oh my god. The fact that he retained all that muscle and strength, imagine him at his peak. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just absurd to think about him. It's absurd to think about him.
And you got to think, like, how did they even get him there?
No, like, actually.
like, how did they even arrest him in the first place?
They had to have jumped him with as many people as possible, and like even then, they had to know that they were losing a couple people on the way. Like,
I think, if I'm being honest, I think his dad had to have slipped something in his suit, bro. He had to shoot that nigga while he got the chance, because there's no way he's not at his peak. There's no way anybody could beat him. No way.
No shot. No shot. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, this is a great edit. This was when Tyler had dropped his album.
Yeah.
And you know, like him.
Yeah, like him. I remember I saw this. Madison wanted to go see this in concert. I saw that with them, which was something else. People love this song, dude.
Bro, he put on a performance too. I would love to see him in concert as well.
Yeah, he has such a strong understanding of any artistic vision he wants to have when it comes to his albums, and like he knew what he wanted to do with Chromacopia. Like it was crazy. All right, let's play this. It's.
You know, we'll be gone. What will you have after 500 years?
You, Dad. I still have you. I'm strong enough, and I can do this. It's all I ever wanted for as long as I can remember. I want to do what you do. I want to be just like you.
Damn. Season 1 of Invincible was built different, man. That was such a That entire season was something else.
It's been a while.
My brain is cooked though, because every time I see him stand there, and I think of the invincible brain rot.
I made a stink.
Are you sure?
Do they make him after his dad wrecked his shit? As far as the latest season, they don't make up per se, but they do have to work together after he finds his dad again, to do some stuff. In the last season, him and his dad don't talk at all, actually, because his dad was still locked up in Viltrumite jail, getting his shit wrecked. But yeah.
And that nigga Mark, man, he just so lame, bro. So lame.
Mark might be lame, but I gotta give it to him. If there's one person I will always know will have a comeback, it's Mark Grayson. That he has more reason than anyone I've ever seen to hang up the cape, to just sit down, go home, never say a word to anyone else in life again. And yeah, he chooses to get up and get his ass beat a third time.
Every fucking time, bro. Every fucking time. And literally, I don't want to go into too many spoilers, but start of the of like the third season, they were like, he's stronger than he's ever been. He's this percent faster, this percent stronger. Gets his ass beat every fucking fight. Like, lock in, bro. You're supposed. Anyways, on to the next edit.
Hold on. Neo City said Mark reminds me of the main character of Tokyo Revengers. That's so real.
Oh, Lord.
That's
I
so
actually
real.
have to watch that. I seen the first season and I stopped before. Have you seen Tokyo Revengers?
I saw the first season.
Yeah, that's where I stopped at because I was like, how do they? He getting shot in the head. How?
Legitimately, like what are we doing here? What's going on?
I need to make more seasons. This is over for him. He's dead.
But yeah, Tokyo Revengers is one of those things I'm always a little bit cautious about going back to because I remember when the manga wrapped up, I had never seen more people on the internet mad over a manga ending in a while. People were distraught. It was rough. It was a rough day. I can't finish it because he literally constantly getting his ass beat with no retention of skill. that is true. At least Mark does get better. He does show improvement throughout the season. Even with the last season, he still got his shit wrecked. But I gotta say that last episode where he was going ban for ban, but still he still got wrecked. Make no mistake, he still got wrecked. But damn, Mark. Praying for that boy.
It might be a bit.
Well, yeah, not banned for ban. Maybe like 50 cents a dollar, but it was. He tried. Okay. So this next one. Let me close that up.
Oh, a little context for this one. Everybody, I think, it's safe to say that Hunter. I'm gonna say Hunter, but I always say the X. It's safe to say Hunter is probably one of the most well-known anime out, right? I think a lot of people they either start with it or it's like a great anime that gets recommended. But when looked at it in a different lens, and I think that's what this audio does a phenomenal job of doing, you actually really see how traumatic as this arc in particular is towards people.
Yeah. We can talk more about that once we watch this then, because every single time I talk about the Chimera Ant arc, I just realize more and more, I'm like, that was fucked up. Like, it was messed up when you first watch it, like, because oh my God, we'll get more into it in a second.
6, 11, 5, 9 and 20 miles today, 4, 11, 17, 32 the day before.
Oh my God, yeah.
Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Boom, moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war. If your eyes drop, they will get the top of you. Boom, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war.
Yeah, this is insane. Ugh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
No, that definitely gets it across, man. Like, Hunter x Hunter will always be impressive for the magic trick that is the utter tonal difference that is everything else, and then the Chimera Ant arc. Like, the Chimera Ant arc, I remember when I first watched it, I truly felt like I had just been hit with a different show. Like, it obviously wasn't, but like everything else, they had like their glances and brushes with like serious topics and like things like that. Like, the show was never not serious. I want to be clear about that. I was always taking itself seriously. But this was like oh my God, it's never been worse. They wanted to be clear that things had never been worse. They will feel like they may never get worse like this again. And just, it was horror. It felt like we were watching a horror season every single way. Just even the way that they would sit on certain scenes, the way they would drag out certain violence, the way they would clarify just how apathetic the ants were. It was like someone saw an alien movie and said, "We make aliens look too nice." we want you to understand that if another creature ever came to planet Earth with a true and utter disdain and apathy for the human race, this is what it would look like.
I don't know about that last part, just because it's like the Chimera ants look at the humans, or they did for a while, as like just food sources. And even the king, he talks about it like, it's not like they hate them. It's just like they look at them as lesser.
Yeah.
So the king, he talks to some people and he's like, would you have you ever spared a cow's life or a pig's life because it begged you for its life? You know what I'm talking about?
So
that's
apathy
like
might be worth.
Example.
Yeah.
So
maybe not disdain, but at least apathy.
And going into the like how it feels different from the rest of the show, most of the show you're like, it feels like a shonen, right? You're watching these kids learn skills, power up, go through life, overcome the unbeatable as these like young kids because they train and they try hard enough, and some of them have traumatic backstories or whatever. But all in all, they've worked and achieved for this. This is like a step apart because it's like, okay, instead of us coming into this setting and this like self-imposed when they're fighting in the tower, right? They did that because they wanted to get better. That was their self-imposed thing. Meeting up with Kurapika, right, to fight the
Phantom Troop.
What you call it? The Phantom Troop. Yeah, that's because they wanted to help Kurapika, and they also just somehow ended up getting tied into that, right? That happened on the day that they were all supposed to meet back together and be friends again and all that shit. This is very much like, okay, I want to find my dad, but now all of a sudden we're kind of in a war with these goddamn Chimera ants. Like,
yeah, like they literally got drafted.
Got
drafted.
Like, yes, literally, and it feels like a war because of the scale of the battles that they have with one another and the impact that it has on these characters, like the emotional impact that it has on every character in that arc. You literally go from seeing some of the more confident hunters be broken down.
Oh yeah, their spirits are broken. They are just not who they are anymore. No one is who they are after the show's over, after the season's over.
Literally, people like you get the I don't know what else to call him, but God of all hunters, who's practiced his fighting for years in a mountain, can't even come close to the king.
Yeah.
And instead of conceding defeat, he says, "Fucking, I'm gonna blow up."
He literally goes full throttle with it. It's the Chimera Anarch. Hats off to it. There's a reason that people keep talking about it. It is just, it's horrifying. Neo City said, "I've heard that Invincible comics are slightly more lighthearted in the show." Really? She said doesn't know if that's true or not. I never actually got a chance to like read the Invincible comics. I've been wanting to though.
Me too. People don't lie though. Those books fucking thick as shit.
Oh yeah, no. Everything from that particular writer, because that's Brian. Because the Invincible writer is Brian Kavanaugh, if I remember correct, right? Because that's Invincible's not from the other dude. Oh no, it is from Robert Kirkman. I'm wrong. That is a Robert Kirkman series still. Jesus Christ, Robert Kirkman. Damn. All right.
I know nothing about this guy, so.
Understandable. Robert Kirkman, I'm most familiar with him because he wrote the Walking Dead comics, and I read the entirety of the Walking Dead comics.
Okay. Damn, what a bag to have.
They're like literally. Yeah, that's his. Yeah, man, be cooking. He has one more series too that I'm like not remembering because like he's prolific. Does he have Paper Girls under his belt too? He might. He has Invincible. He has The Walking Dead. Hold on, I just gotta look up one more. Comics. Firepower for Image Comics. He did Outcast. Yeah, he's done a lot. Yeah, The Walking Dead I think is his biggest thing, but he's made like a lot of good stuff. Crazy. Okay, moving
Hats off to
along.
him.
Hats off to him indeed. Let's look at this next one from Watch Anyway.
So these
Damn
next
it.
two are well, this next one is a Star Wars I did, and then you can go back to the one I had you like load up.
Yeah, it's in. It's in the bleachers. 2
Yeah,
million
those,
likes. God damn, this one resonated with people. Oh, Jesus fuck. God.
it's so good.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's hit this. Oh, it's been such a long time since I rewatched the original trilogy.
So I've only actually ever seen 7
Oh, okay.
and 1. Those are the only.
So you saw the first
Star
one
Wars
and the
movies I've
last one.
seen.
Not the last one. That's like what, the second to last one? 7 is? Something like that,
Well,
right?
there's three
Oh wait, yeah,
trilogies,
no,
so-
wait, no, the first, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so the first of the third trilogy.
So I've seen the first movie of the first trilogy and the first movie of the last trilogy.
Interesting.
And
Yeah.
I enjoyed Rogue, I think was the name of it.
Yeah, Rogue is fun. I do like Rogue.
I enjoyed that one. I thought it was a great movie. And then I enjoyed the first one.
It was the first one, A New Hope, right?
I don't remember, but the first one was made a long.
Yeah.
And it honestly, it still holds up to today's standards.
Oh, yeah.
It might be better than some movies that are coming out like right now. Like,
It
they did a
definitely is. It definitely is. I unironically, I mean, like, I think this isn't like a new take to like anyone, but like the other movie, oh my God, I can't believe I'm blanking on it right now as I was just about to say it. Star Wars: New Hope, Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, Empire Strikes Back is such a good movie. If you ever want to go jump into that another movie, The Empire Strikes Back, I think is like such a good Star Wars movie. It's such a good sci-fi movie in general. Like there's real stakes. It ends off on the cliffhanger. It's got like some real good character dynamic shifts. Like it's such a solid movie. And there's so much of the practical work from that time. Like I guess like practical work just always looks really good when you know how to pull it off. That's why movies can age still so well and not feel old. Because when you know how to like just make movie magic without relying on digital tech like that, which isn't to shoot down digital tech. There's some great stuff that you can do with like knowing how to use a VFX crew effectively. So that's not to speak badly against them, but yeah, man, just some of the stuff that people pull with the practical effects is crazy.
I will be tapping into Star Wars stuff, but I have to what's this called? I think they're on Disney Plus, right?
Yeah, they're on Disney Plus. If you want to borrow it, I do actually have the entire original trilogy on DVD still.
I'm sorry, you cut out. What was that?
I still have the original trilogy on DVD still. If you ever want to borrow that.
On DVD is crazy. It's crazy just because like DVD is starting to like get phased out, so the fact that you have that is insane. I have the only thing on DVD I have is the Wall-E movie, so it's understandable.
First of all, that's awesome. Second, I remember I made a very purposeful effort. I mean, I will say it became purposeful because like when I was younger, I would always ask for anime DVDs whenever I was like allowed like a present or whatever, like a gift or like even for like holiday stuff. I was like, I want the next season of Dragon Ball on DVD. I want the next season of Case Closed on DVD. And that was just because in my head at the time, and I think just because of the space that like anime was, like, when we were growing up, anime was not the juggernaut that it is in the United States and North America as it is now. Which means most of the ways to engage with it was either staying up late enough to catch it on Toonami or what I would do, buy it on DVD for a while. And then eventually, once we got like a computer around that, like, or like I found out about the streaming sites, like, AnimeFreak.tv and all that stuff, then I would just watch it there. But that's also when I started making a more concerted effort to be like, oh, I think when AnimeFreak.tv got first shut down or hit or something like that, my brain immediately went like, okay, I need to absolutely make sure I own DVDs of my favorite anime. Like, I was like, this is stuff that is evidently not really in my control. And so when I want to watch it, I want to be able to watch it whenever. Like other ones I got DVD, I have Baccano on DVD. I have the first season of School Rumble on DVD. I have Blood Kid Battlefront Season 1 on DVD. And I still have, I think, the entire Dragon Ball series on DVD. Kid Goku and all that.
Which is actually super fire. Every time I try and watch, going off on tangent, every time I try and watch the Kid Dragon Ball, it's such a hard. It's such a hard one.
What's the hardest part about it? I know you have a hard time generally watching older stuff because of the animation style. Or at least that's something I used to say. Is that something like that's still true now, or is there like a different reason that you don't vibe with it?
My thing about older, like, and I don't know, this might just be like my brain because I'm brain rotted and shit like that, but watching older shows takes me a minute. Like, even with Cowboy Bebop, I loved Cowboy Bebop. I loved the animation style. I loved the story. I just couldn't watch more than an episode or two a day. If I did, I was falling asleep. It's not because it wasn't good. I just couldn't watch more. Now with Dragon Ball, though, it's different. Like, maybe it's because watching all the crazy magician shit that they do now, and then having to go back to him, like,
that is a thing that
smacking girls on the pussy, like that's it's gonna take a little bit.
No, that is completely fair, because that is like, there's two things that I always feel like I gotta preface whenever I would recommend Dragon Ball to people, because like truly I would still recommend Dragon Ball to people if you're like someone who's decided that they want to do like an anime deep dive, or I guess like three reasons, or two things I have the preference, but a reason I'm like, it's Dragon Ball. It's if you watch Shonen at all today, it touched the stuff that you watch. Like, it's just that integral to the medium. But the thing to that preface is that Dragon Ball is not an action show. It is a comedy adventure. Like, that most of Dragon Ball as a kid, even like, it's a comedy action adventure, so like there's still like very heavy action parts. I think that the tournaments in the original Dragon Ball I actually have more fun watching than like some of the tournaments in Dragon Ball Z, minus like the Cell Saga probably. But large portions of that entire show are you watching Goku become who Goku is, before even, because like the entirety of Dragon Ball, there's no such thing as Super Saiyans. It's amazing that people can even fly. Like, that's like something that people are like, what the fuck? How are you doing that? Like, the entire tone of Dragon Ball is evidently you are watching someone who will become a master among men stop being a novice first. Like, it's very much watching Goku go through not even his growing pains, because there's still big parts of that show where he's like just kicking ass. Like, he's like he's still Goku, but he is very much learning. So that's why I'm always like, you're like, most of that show is like very much you're watching an adventure show more than you're watching an action show with the original Dragon Ball. The second thing is, it is a product of its time. It is a product of its time. Bulma is not nearly like she's still super smart. Like, there's never a time in the show where Bulma is ever an idiot, which I always liked. Like, Bulma's always been incredibly smart. But she wants to get a Dragon Ball to get a man. Like, she purposely wants to get the Dragon Balls to find a man. Master Roshi should be in jail. Just period, point blank. Like, he really should just be in jail. It's actually awful.
And I haven't even made it that far in. I think I might have made it like 6 or 7 episodes or something like that.
Yeah.
So like he met Bulma. And she's like a teenage girl at the time.
Yeah,
so
no, she is.
trying to find being so smart that you're using your brilliance for something so dumb is exactly what a demon would do. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
Like that is exactly what.
Yeah, like it's fitting for her character.
Say that again.
It's fitting for her character at that age. You're absolutely right.
Yes. So I have to like. I think I have to put everything I know about Dragon Ball just like in a box and put that away. So when I watch the original, I'm like, okay, these are completely new characters. Let me learn them. And let me try and understand them and like who they are and how they work. So
yeah, exactly. And I think I got that benefit because I more seriously engaged with Dragon Ball first than I did Dragon Ball Z. Because Dragon Ball Z, I only really knew because of Dragon Ball Z Kai when it was streaming or when it was on Cartoon Network at the time. And then I came to Dragon Ball through accident. You know the story. My grandma got Dragon Ball by accident one day, and like that changed everything for me. But because I got that first and then started watching Dragon Ball Z, I've always had a very certain interpretation of how we got to where we are and why it's always so funny to me to watch Dragon Ball Z, because it is just two different shows. It is not the same show at all. Like it is just not. And two, like even the action, it's like the action in Dragon Ball is martial arts. Like you are listening to people talk about like, I'm aiming for this leg, I'm aiming for this arm, I'm going like not like super heavy tactic based, but like even the way Goku wins his fights is very much like tongue-in-cheek tricks sometimes. Like he's pulling out the master or like the power pole and using that in fights a lot because he like had the staff on him. Like a lot of original Dragon Ball is very much grounded on the floor, people doing martial arts shit. Whereas Dragon Ball Z, yeah, they're martial arts stuff, but niggas are throwing nuclear bombs out of their hands at each other, while turning into the seventh transformation of a Super Saiyan. And like people love that. I love it. Like that's not even like a dig at it. It's just they are two very different shows. Yeah. Okay. Let's go on to the Darth Maul one finally.
Yeah, Dragon Ball tangent aside.
We got Mr. Darth Maul, badass character. I think I actually just was watching this exact fight scene, by the way, on someone else's stream leading up to like May the 4th. Someone was talking about just the awesomeness of it. Because it is awesome. Is
this from the Clone Wars series?
Yeah, it's from the Clone Wars series.
Okay, I haven't. They had that on cartoons growing up, so I was able to see bits and pieces, but I don't remember a lot of it.
Oh yeah, same here. I did not watch the Clone Wars series, but like every single time I'm even like tangentially looking or hearing about, or even when I'm watching something involving Star Wars, the Star Wars heads will be like the Clone Wars series. The Clone Wars series.
I think when I get into my Star Wars bag, this will be the first thing I watch. I watch this, and then I'll go back to the movies.
Yeah, but I've seen this fight, and it's like, damn, Ahsoka liked that. All right.
Yeah, you'll be pleasantly surprised watching this.
Justice is merely the construct of the current power base. A base which, according to my calculations, is about to change.
And Darth Sidious is behind it?
He is behind everything. In the shadows, always, but soon, very soon. He will reveal himself.
With your help, the Jedi can stop Sidious before it's too late.
Too late? For what? The Republic to fall? It already has, and you just can't see it. There's no justice, no law, no order, except for the one that will replace it.
Snapping with the voice acting.
Jedi has passed. They cannot
Oh.
defeat Sidious. But together, you and I can.
Every choice you have made has led you to this moment.
Yeesh. Oh yeah, that gives goosebumps. That gives goosebumps.
Yes, bruh. Yes, I know nothing about, but literally watching everything happen in the back as they're talking about it. One shows how great the scene was. Two shows how great the editor was. Like you said, the voice acting is on fucking point. That scene right there, they
If I'm remembering correctly too, I think they have the original person who played Darth Maul in the prequels voice act the Darth Maul here as well, or at least did some of like the action work, if I'm remembering correctly.
That's sick. That's sick.
It's dope as hell. Yeah, no, that's a stupidly impressive edit.
When I have a folder on my TikTok of like masterpieces. So like some of the stuff that I've sent here is masterpiece, whether the music just hits or like the editing is so in a realm of its own that I'm like, wow, this is one of the ones where the editing is in a realm of its own, because having the lines stretch across the scene to take the character out of the scene, put him in front of the edit that you're going to have that stretches behind him.
Yeah,
and
that's
to
like
also have a background on top of that.
insane.
Bruh.
It's insane.
And then to pick the scenes to match up with what they're saying in the show as well, like, bruh. Chef's fucking kiss.
Yeah, that's stupidly impressive. Okay. Moving on to the next one. This one looks like it's got something from Interstellar.
So I watched a little preface. I watched Interstellar the first time it came out, and
I've still never seen Interstellar. Never like completely.
So I watched Interstellar, I think maybe a year after it came out. Not the first time, like a year after it came out. So I'm still young, and I was like, what the fuck is this movie? Like, I couldn't care less about it, and I didn't finish it. I watched Interstellar maybe like a couple months ago.
Okay.
I cried. It is
probably
when people talk about how good of a movie is, I always think they're gassing it. They are right. It is probably the best movie ever made. And if not the best movie, it has to be like top 3 to top 5 minimum.
Damn.
It is so
like
good.
that.
It is so it's a long movie. It's like 3 hours long.
No, I remember it's a long movie.
It is worth the ride the entire time. And bro, whoever was making media back in like 2000s, 2010s, they are so ahead of their time because they're talking about everything that we're going through right fucking now.
Christopher Nolan, man. This is a Christopher Nolan movie, right? I think Interstellar is a Christopher Nolan movie.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan just had this scene on lock back then. I mean, he still does because he just dropped Oppenheimer. That was his movie. He did the Dark Knight trilogy, which like the Dark Knight is still one of the best movies ever. Like that movie bangs. Yeah, Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan just does. Yeah, he just got it like that.
I literally watched it and was like, damn, what the fuck am I watching right now? Why is this so good?
Type of shit that's inspirational.
Yes, I not enough words can describe how good the movie was. I literally was in a whole different realm watching this movie in my room for like 3 hours. I was just somewhere else. I was like, bruh.
That's when
this experience up.
That's when you know you got a good movie, when it can truly transport you to a different mind space. That's when you got a banger on you. Okay, let's take a look at this edit. And he
That's another great editing.
Great
from
editing.
that part.
Yeah, the cutouts
phenomenal.
of the people running. Yeah, that I know that took a fucking while. I know that had to take a minute. I know that had to make a minute.
Okay, there's a couple left. There's like 3 left. The next one is a Ryan Coogler one, which is
okay.
Shout out Black Director.
Shout out Black Director. Hitmaker Ryan Coogler. Ryan Coogler really, by the time he give it like another 10 years, I think he will I don't think there will be an option to constantly put him in the same conversation as like the best movie directors ever, because this man's portfolio is fucking insane. I mean, even outside,
Really?
yeah, like even outside of Sinners alone, I think would be enough to be like, yeah, you can do whatever you want for the rest of like your movie making career. Two Black Panther movies, both outside of just being mega billion hits, like great, like good movie. The first one clearly like fun. Second one I don't remember as much, but also had fun. Creed, which is just like, holy hell. I remember I thought I didn't know what the hype was about Creed, and then I watched it and I was like, I want to become a boxer now. Like, Creed is such a good movie. It's such a good movie. It has no right being as good as it is. And then there's Fruitvale Station too, which is just like, oh, that's a hard movie to watch.
It's almost like you. It's almost like you watched the edit before I sent it. Look, you open it up, watch it. Literally everything is already there.
You twins? Nah, we cousins.
Black Panther director Ryan Coogler's new movie Sinners is burning up the holiday weekend.
Perfect song choice.
By the way, your first movie, Fruitvale Station, won many awards, including top awards at Sundance. Get up, bro! Then you made Creed.
People die in the ring. Your daddy died in the ring.
I don't know him. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Your next movie was Black Panther.
We let the film
Yeah.
of discovery stop us from doing what is right.
I never yielded! As you can see, I am not dead!
Yeah, Ryan Coogler's just him, dude. Like, he's just him. Like, have you ever seen Fruitvale Station?
I have. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Loved Fruitvale Station. Loved Creed. Loved Black Panther. And this is before I even knew like who directed them. So
Right.
now I seen Sinners and you're like Ryan Coogler. Why does that name sound familiar? And then it's like he directed this, there, and I'm like, damn, every movie he's directed, I love. Okay.
Like literally, like every single thing he's directed, I'm like, this is awesome. This is phenomenal. Yeah, I remember when I first saw Fruitvale Station, I watched it like kind of on a whim, basically, because it was during a period of time where I was just like going through movies. Like my dad had one of the Amazon Fire Sticks, like around the time where they were handing out those sticks with like just anything on them, pretty much. like you could find a lot. So I was just going through a bunch of like old movies and stuff like that. And I watched Fruitvale Station that way, I believe, or at least something similar to that. And I remember like being like kind of into it at first, and then really into it, and then being distraught by the end. I was like, why? Why did I do this to myself? It's such a good movie, but I have not watched it since. Yeah.
It's been a minute. I'll definitely do a revisit sometime soon. I think I talked to you about like directors and
we had a conversation about direct. Yeah, we did have that. I think I sent you some like a while back too.
You did, and I did not go.
Real.
So the next one in the media thread, don't watch.
Okay.
Artisan had sent a video.
Yeah, they said we could skip around.
Video.
Yeah, they said we could skip around that. I'll probably watch that soon too.
After you watch that, then you can watch that because it's an edit.
Okay.
I think it's an edit of both the games, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, okay.
And then last edit for me, and then I'll bounce out is an Avatar edit.
Of course.
What I think to be the greatest show of all time.
For good reason. Okay, let's move that
You
up.
are the light. It's not on you, it's in you. Don't you ever in your motherfucking life dim your light. Nobody.
Yeah, Avatar's crazy, man. Avatar's such a good show. You show me one scene of Avatar and I'm ready to rewatch the whole series. Like,
No cap, bro. No cap, bro. And it's even worse because like my TikTok is mainly edits. So like if I get an edit of one thing and I like and repost, and then the algorithm's like, okay, maybe he just likes this thing, I can easily fall in a rabbit hole of just getting edits of the same show over and over and over and over again. So when it comes to Avatar edits, I'm like, I can rewatch this over a seventh time. Like, why not? It's just that good, bro.
It's kind of insane how quality that show was. Like, just one day a random cartoon drops on Nickelodeon in the early 2000s and it completely changes like animation history. Like, maybe I don't remember if like the actual animation style at that time was very transformative. It was influential by no stretch of the imagination, because so many animators credit that show with like, just especially young animators, like people our age that are getting into that scene now, credit that show with so much of how they approach animation. But like from a storytelling perspective, that show was just like so well paced. Even when they had the intention of doing an extra book, still it's like, holy hell, you pulled out a masterpiece.
They did a phenomenal job with that show. And when I think about a show, one of my reasons that Wall-E is my favorite, has a little bit of romance, has a great story at the end of it, right? Take care of the planet, so it takes care of you. Simple, great movie. It's got action, it's got adventure, you're everywhere, it's got a sci-fi into it. Like, it has it all. Avatar is one of those shows that just has it all.
Yeah.
Got a little bit of romance, right? It's the with multiple characters, right? I will forever be in the boat that Katara and Zuko should have got together. And Katara and Aang. However,
yeah.
I will not push it, right? Coming of age with these kids, right? All of them going through their own trauma and trying to understand who they are and fitting into the group, what they add, what they offer, and what their disadvantages are and how they can work around that, right? Like, every character goes through it and they have their little moment in the show. And I just think they do a great job. They do a great fucking job. And the story itself is phenomenal. It's talking about stuff that is happening today.
Yes. Yeah.
Back in like the early 2000s, and it's like, you're growing up, you're watching this stuff, and you're like, okay, this could never happen because it's so fantastically, whimsically silly.
Yeah, and then it's just like, so by the way,
villainish.
So by the way, we're gonna pass the "We Hate Everyone" bill.
And here we are.
And here we are. Truly, dude. Yeah, man. Like, lesson in masterclass in storytelling with Avatar. Not only, like you said, it genuinely does have a little bit of everything, to the point where there's no reason that I cannot recommend it to everyone for that reason. Like, there's not, like, you really can recommend the show to anyone and they will find something to, like, someone to attach themselves to in some way. There's real character growth in it, and it's the fact that there really doesn't feel like there's ever a wasted episode. Like, I will always like filler episodes anyway, because I just love seeing characters that I like get up to goofy shit. It's like the entire reason I love the rom-com genre of anime. Like, you can just do whatever you want, really, so long as you get to something eventually. But with Avatar, they figured out like how to make sure all of those moments felt real, authentic, and genuine between everyone, while never really breaking momentum. Like, it really is just like, no, there was a very clear North Star for this entire show that they do not ever stray away from working towards.
And even in points of it where you think they're straying away, like one of the things, the episode where I think it's like early on in like either like the first season, where the gang gets sick, right? Katara, Sokka, and is it Momo? I think it's Appa. I think it's Katara, Sokka, Appa. They get sick, and Aang has to go to the swamp to find these frogs for them to suck on, right? And you're like, this is such a crazy. But then he meets the Blue Spirit, right? And then we find out the Blue Spirit is Zuko, and he's doing this in his off time, and it's like a different side of who Zuko is, because he ends up helping the Avatar, and his life goal is to get the like.
It's so crazy. It was just such an awesome way of just revealing the complexity of the character still.
Yes, I really could get into this about Avatar. But
Another
I've already spent enough time side questing.
Yes. Well, I know that was the last one. You got to head out, but I appreciate you for stopping by and dropping some bangers on us, brother man.
Of course, anytime.
Hopefully, it was a wonderful time.
This alleviates it, so you can get through this 8 hours easy.
Yes.
Work shift easier.
Yes, hopefully lots to think about on both ends. I got 3.5 hours left. Gonna start looking at some of these longer videos. Hopefully your work shift doesn't kill you. Yeah.
I'm gonna try. And make sure you're taking care of yourself, eating and fucking water and all that.
Yeah, I got my big ass Stanley cup over here. And I just finished that bowl of rice and beans.
Rice and beans for breakfast or lunch is a little bit diabolical.
I love rice and beans.
I know your bowel movements is nice, but
yeah. It was leftovers from what I had yesterday because I had it with fish yesterday and that was damn good. But I just want some quick leftovers. Yeah.
All right, brother man.
All right,
I'm
brother
gonna tap out.
Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one.
Love you, bro.
Love it, brother. Have a good day. All right. That was Brother Man Zozar. As always, if y'all ever want to go check him out, he's also on Twitch and YouTube. Makes some great streams. Go give him a follow and go hang out with him when he is around. Okay, now we're back to our own media thread stuff. I think just so we can eventually watch that thing Brother Man Zozar sent to us, let's actually skip around and watch this video. Well, do I want to watch that now or do I want to watch that later? Part of me thinks it'll be good to watch a longer video right now because I feel like I always kind of want like a TikTok, not palette cleanse, but like since TikTok's already like really fast paced content, I think it'd be nice to watch something that's got like a longer story over time, just to like mix it up again. So I think we're going to watch this now. This came out a month ago. Sean Gayers, I'm sorry, not Rangers. The Dark Side of Competitive Valorant. I heard about this video because, again, I'm not the only intern at my new at the new thing at Endless Mode. The other intern, actually, let me pull up their story because I want to. Let me put you on. Let me put y'all on real quick. Oh, did this drop today? That must have been planned for later. As long as this can open, the site takes a little bit to load sometimes. Yeah. The freelance camera. I did a lot of stuff here. I gotta read later. I didn't even realize all this came out today. Well, no, I saw this and this. So I didn't see those two. Where is it? How many days ago was it past? Yeah, here it is. Okay, yeah. So if you didn't know, this is where I got the video from. If you didn't know, recently Riot Games announced that they will be allowing esports betting partnerships for League of Legends and Valorant. So let's go into some more details real quick. In his statement, President of Publishing and Esports John Needham describes the decision as investing in a sustainable ecosystem. Much like how microtransactions fuel Riot's free-to-play games, esports betting companies will prop up Riot's free-to-watch tournament. In 2024, the global betting market for Riot's competitive games was $10.7 billion. But here's the problem, Needham writes. 70% of bets across all sports are placed in unregulated markets with bookmakers who aren't licensed. In other words, the problem is not that esports spectators exhibit signs of potential gambling addiction, but that Riot isn't cashing in on it. This is a great piece. I'm actually going to drop it in the stream chat right now. I recommend reading the entirety of it because it's some good reporting or some good contextualization and news piece from the other person B. Also, there's another news point that I'll pull out that I always think should be pointed out when it comes to this gambling stuff when we think about who is most affected by this. Riot's audience skews young. 44% of esports bettors last year were between 18 and 27 years old. Riot vetting esports betting companies will encourage more young people to gamble, and Riot fails to mention how they will protect their impressionable audience from life-altering addiction. So, good context provided there. But as I said before, here is the video that I forget which link it was. I think it was this one right here that brought me to this link right here, this video. It's an hour, so let's lock in. It'll be the first long video of today's stream, probably like one of two, because we only got really 3.5 hours left. Considering this is an hour, that means we're probably going to spend like an hour and a half, 2 hours watching it, because I'm definitely going to be talking during this. And yeah, let's get into it. Grab a snack. Let me grab your things. I need to refill my water at all. Maybe not yet. Not yet. Maybe I'll save myself like an energy drink later or something. All right, let's go. Whoa. Oh, it's a little quiet.
Tier 2 Valorant scene has been corrupted, rotten to the core. Underground gambling rings targeting vulnerable, inexperienced, desperate players to throw matches and to cheat.
God damn, I'm trying to make the subtitles a little bit smaller.
Children, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds. Life-changing money, tens of thousands of dollars for a single game, just to throw a single game. While these people are also profiting hundreds of thousands of dollars. Depending on how long this has gone on for.
Hold on, wait a minute. Match winner, 2-way, second map, 5310. $230,000 payout. Golly. Life changing don't even begin it. That's granted, I'll be honest, this like this is always a joke that I make, but I do want to hammer it home. This is like what? Maybe 2-3 years at like an Ivy League school, as long as if you're not getting financial aid or like an in-state residence, which is just insane to me.
How far it truly extends, it's likely to be millions by this point. This is literally the kind of scandal that could kill competitive gaming in Valorant. It started when I investigated 2 people.
The match fixing scandal.
Let's zoom out for a quick second. For those of you who don't follow professional competitive Valorant,
Which is me.
What even is Tier 2 Valorant? We'll start with Tier 1, right? This is VCT, the professional leagues, and we've got a few of those, right? We have VCT China, Pacific, EMEA for Europe. We have VCT Americas, which encompasses, all of NA, LATAM, and Brazil. Now, Tier 2 is challenges, and it is possible to make it into VCT from Tier 2. I mean, it's possible to even do it from Premier within the game. You and your friends could, grind through Premier, end up in a qualification game for challengers. I mean, this has literally happened multiple times in the last year. It's an amazing.
So just so I can see this myself, you got in-game experience that seamlessly in-game competitive system, challengers, expansion challengers to cover more players in more countries and regions, international leagues, 3 new leagues where the best teams compete to be crowned champions of their league and to qualify for a global event. Then global events, unofficial events that combine spectacle and top tier competition. Okay, so then challengers, you can get in, as he just said, either right from the game, depending on if you just end up in a qualifying match, or from VCT, if I'm remembering that correctly. Let me just go back a little bit. I want to just understand this like walking off thing.
It is possible to make
Tier 2 is challengers, and you can go from tier
into VCT from Tier 2. I mean, it's possible to even do it from Premier within the game. You and your friends could, grind through Premier, end up in a qualification game for challengers. I mean, this has literally happened multiple times in the last year. It's an amazing system for bringing up players. Once you're in Tier 2, the goal is to make the Ascension tournament. And just like the name suggests, the whole purpose is to ascend up into VCT. However...
Okay, so VCT is a level up. So then you start at Challengers, you try to end up in an Ascension match or qualify for Ascension, and then Ascension throws you up into VCT, depending on if you perform well, which is the international leagues.
It's only
Big boy performance.
Per year in the entire region of Americas.
Oh, damn.
Just North America. So we're talking challenger leagues that are running simultaneously in North America, LATAM, and Brazil. From that, 2 teams from each of those will meet into the Ascension tournament. So zooming in, you can see Tier 1, Tier 2, the teams and the players in Tier 2, and their DMs. Let's get back to the investigation of those 2 people.
Wait, so anyone can see their DMs? Wait a minute. Anyone can see their DMs? Did he get access to Okay, wait, we gotta let it go. This is why you gotta be careful about what you say in these matches, man.
This is my good old friend Bray, aka One of One Bray, aka Bray on Chain. He is the guy that's reaching out to everyone, and this right here, this is what his Twitter looked like. Well, at least for last week, before he deleted a lot of the incriminating evidence. He follows pretty much everyone in the tier 2 scene. You can only see about 50 people deep. You can even see, several that I found that were following back before people started realizing that I was onto this whole thing. These days.
Okay, so then this is always an interesting thing when it comes to like watching a YouTube video that's like an investigative piece, because depending on the length and like reach of this guy, because he's 106,000 viewers, was he, just quickly check, was he saying anything about this scene beforehand? Okay, no, so he reported this. Oh wait, he's straight up, okay, no, he's deep in this. He makes educational content about Valorant CS2. See, I didn't know anything about this person. Like I said, I was led to this video by the news report, so he's like in this scene. He's in this scene. And he was a GM. He used to be a head coach of 100 Thieves. Is this 100 Thieves Valorant pro team? A pro player? Oh, no. So he's like in this. So the people in the scene definitely also knew of him. So then I guess at one point, once they found out he was looking into stuff, they tried to get rid of whatever digital paper trail they had going on there. Damn, okay. So he was on top of it.
You're not going to see any of that, right? It's pretty much all wiped clean. Thanks to some very amazing people that reached out to me, though. Behind the scenes, we actually have evidence of Bray reaching out to at least 4 different players to fix matches. So Teague, who currently plays for Landor, and Practo, who's on Burger Boys, have actually helped me quite a bit in this investigation. And they deserve all the praise in the world for doing that. I'm really hoping the community takes care of these two. I'm working with them actively to craft conversations in their DMs, and these are how our conversations with Bray went. So here you can see, this is how Bray opened up the conversation.
He's first of all, starting a conversation by dropping how many bans you made from the match is crazy. So wait, so to highlight how big this really is, though, these are not small numbers at all. This is on Shuffle, or this is shuffle.com is what it is. And this is esports betting. Okay, so that's what the distinction I'm trying to make in my head, because esports betting was already happening, but now but Riot Games is just now allowing partnerships. Damn, dude. To make that announcement, like, right, well, I mean, I don't know how much someone that Valorant community manager has to have known about this video at some level. Like, say what you will about the smallness of YouTube and YouTube creators, like, they somehow matter more than some think, but a lot less than what most people think. And so, on some level, at least having to know what's going on in your own team, someone at Valorant has to have known about this video. So for this to have come out like a month later is kind of crazy.
Right, showing and flaunting these Burger Boys bets against Blue Otter. Drops all 3 of the 10 grand bets for a 2-0 for Burger Boys to beat Blue Otter, and says, "Thank you, Practo. Love you." And then Practo says, jokingly back, "I got you, bro. This time only, though." This is Bracto joking completely, by the way, up top. And then that's when Bray takes over and says, "Yo, Bracto, you got Discord? Add me, twin. I'm always here. Just saying, you can make $1 million at 19. Yo, Teague, let's make 100K each in your next game. What's your Discord? I got 20K for you."
Dude, oh my god, people are so funny. Oh my god, people are so gleeful about crime. And I can't even be mad at that emotion too much, because it's like, I'd be happy as hell too if I'm about to make $100,000. But god, dude, this is why you just... I think sometimes the funny thing about like writing stories in general is that you obviously can add so much emotion in the way that you write in like your presentation. That's what building like a writer's voice is all about, and the benefit of writing so much. You learn how to like get your personality across while still making sure you're sticking to fact-based presentation of things, and without trying to make it devoid of like just saying anything. But sometimes there's nothing that you can write that can just get across the near glee at which a single screenshot image can. Just yo Teague, let's make 100K each in your next game. LOL. Let me know. None of these words are in the Bible.
Imagine you're one of these young kids who don't have a salary, and this gem enters. From there, he'll actually take it over to Discord, where you can see Bray starts off. Sup, G? Landor have any games coming up? Maybe Challenge is kind of dead at the moment with playoffs starting soon, so we don't have any VCL matches till July. Split 3, July 4, right? What I do is pay Challenger players. For example, I'll send a bet slip real quick. Hold on. So when you have a close game, for example,
He's really this is one of those moments too where, not to promote crime, I'm not promoting any crime here, right? But at the same time, if you're gonna do something this like bad, you usually try to vet the people you're gonna do illegal stuff with. Or I don't know what the legal ramifications of this are, to what extent it is. I mean, it's obviously scandalous. This is like match fixing. Like, you, in most places, if this happened, I don't know how tight the esports betting league or esports betting rules and regulations are. I imagine they'd have to be pretty close to sports one. Like, match fixing in sports is diabolical. I forget which NBA player just got caught up in something like that, but like, you can suffer some major consequences for that kind of thing. To be so blatant about it here on Discord, which is not a safe, like not, again, not to promote anything, but I'm just saying, like, out of all of the systems and messaging boards and all of that to like use to discuss something like this, Discord has to be at like the least recommended. It's very easy to get stuff out from Discord. Join Discord servers, get DMs from Discord servers. Like, it's just very easy to get information and messages from that particular platform. It's not very well encrypted or anything like that. Like, if you're gonna do something that requires a bit more hush hush and stuff, use something like Signal or even damn Telegram almost. But this is just crazy.
I'll pay you 20K to underperform. 10 before the game and 10 after the game. If the odds are good, I can get you 30 for a game. I don't want to get cut for playing poorly, since I did shit last split. But is there any way to do it and win? And Bray says, we have streamer accounts on multiple sports books. So that's how we can bet 6 figures plus on Challenger games. And that's the secret sauce right there. And that's a big takeaway, is these streamer accounts on the betting sites are how these guys are capable of even dropping bets this big on Challenger games. And Bray says, nah, LOL, to Teague's message. But if it's like a close game 50-50 and you're playing a good team, it wouldn't look crazy if you had an unlucky game. You feel me? Or just to get Teague one-tapped on their eco round. Because, yeah, I get what you mean. Like, subtle shit. That makes a difference in the round, but not to most watching it. Yeah, you know what I mean. Can bet maps, too. So if you play bad for one map, or I just said throw an eco round accidentally on map 1, so you could just shit the bed one map and still win and make money?
This is insane.
And Bray says, yes, we should
Dude,
win.
it's so crazy to watch this come full circle. Because, like, I know there's some people who are, like, growing up and getting older, and, like, there's going to be kids who were born and exist in a time in which the fact that esports betting was even, like, a question will be foreign to them. I'm old enough, like, I'm still young, I'm only 25, but, like, I remember watching this scene become serious. Like, I don't watch esports myself. It's not something I'm heavily invested in. Not because I have like some disdain for anything. It's just like watching sports in general is something that I don't do. I think honestly that just ended up extending to esports too. Like, it's just not for me. And I even tried. Like, I tried to get into Overwatch leagues and stuff, but it's just like I just didn't click. If I ever give it another go, maybe, but like just right now, not really. But I remember when I would like go to like soccer tournaments when I was younger, like little soccer camps or whatever. I remember watching like a CS:GO match happen for the first time, watching it be streamed on ESPN. I remember how surreal it was to watch that happen, to go into a hotel room, turn on ESPN, or my father turned on ESPN, honestly, and CS:GO be the first thing we were hit with. And it was like, holy hell. Like, back then, that was like just such a stark, oh, okay, this is where the space is at now, to now already get full circle into match fixing. It's just crazy, man. it also goes to show that even when you have like a new sport entering the scene that like can get this big, if you fundamentally don't have a different approach into how you scale it, into how you make, and the way in which you incentivize people to stick around and to play, you will ultimately end up replicating the same issues that you will see in other sports. Because obviously, this isn't the Valorant never invented match fixing. Match fixing is as old as sports in itself, depending on how you like interpret it. It's just insane that this is like happening so fast.
Lock in for real. We will speak more about numbers in here, about maps when odds come out for your games. Everything makes sense now. There were some crazy upsets this split. Motherfuckers were getting their bags. And Bray goes, yeah, bro. Fucking like Prosperity Esports in Burger Boys and shit. Bam. And just
Damn.
like that, 2 of them found. Thank you so much, Bray. Bray on May 14th.
Hold on.
Reports in Burger.
And this is why you also kind of you also can't do crime with someone that doesn't know how to keep their mouth shut.
Bam.
Oh, God.
Just like that, 2 of them found. Thank you so much, Bray. Bray on May 14th to T. It's ready for you when you want it.
That's so crazy.
That literally puts it in your wallet and 20 grand ready to send it to you. And this is what he's constantly enticing you, right? He's not leaving these leads dead, and you can see. Yeah, I understand. I work with a few Valorant players at the moment, and this is on May 1st. I hid the team for privacy reasons, but let me know if you want to run up a fucking bag together.
I'm just trying to read the practical part. Can you give me some details before not be rude, but you're a complete stranger? Just want to know what I'm getting into. He's using more caution than this Bray guy is in telling people what he's going to do.
And he flaunts this right here bet.
Oh my God.
The payout for this.
230,000, dude. Oh my God. We're so cooked as people.
$230,188.10. This guy placed a bet not on the series, but on map 2 when a team was winning 5-3. That's how you read this. So he's going to get 1.72 times what this number is, which is what he staked up. And he's betting at a time of the series where it was 1-0, the second map, and the score was 5-3. And you can see. Do you know anyone else that would be interested? I'll cut you in profit, obviously.
So I want to go back to this because this is like, I forgot. Was it Drew Gooden's video who did the whole sports gambling video? I think it was. I'm talking about those the parlay bets in which you can bet on like really specific parts of a game, on like number of yards and all this. This reeks of this right here because this is just for the second map of a match. Just seeing where the performance is at that time. That is so insane, man. Oh my God. I mean, like, to be fair though, I guess it would be easier. Well, not easier, but it would not even to be fair. I guess I could understand how that would make it into games easily, which literally run on such like a breakdown basis. Like all sports have always been like a numbers game, like baseball cards and like player stats. Like that's a huge part of things. But since that data is already so easily and ready available in most games, like hell, like any hero shooter you can go to right now, you can see your entire stats for the entire time you played the game. Like video games have always been stats heavy and do a lot of the legwork to make everyone's stats readily available at a drop of a hat. So I guess it makes sense that that type of sparsed out betting would arise so quickly, but still, golly.
Or was 5-3, and you can see. Do you know anyone else that would be interested? I'll cut you in profit, obviously. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that the specific person's doing it. You just have to refer a friend. Signing bonus. Everything is anonymous, and you will make minimum 5 figures per game. Please delete messages. You want to be driving a
Dude, I can't get over. You know, this is the other thing about being in a country run by like such abruptly corrupt people as like the Trump administration and just everyone around them on both sides of the aisles too, which is the way people will fold, is that it emboldens a lot of people to just be so openly bad and corrupt, and a lot of those people are dumb. Some of them are smart. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like there are not smart criminals or smart career criminals, because like history has shown that there are already. But it's just so crazy to leave such a blatant trail, and then when you're done or when you get the client, you're like, hey, dude, can you like get rid of all this illegal shit that I just sent you? Because I'm assuming you don't really have a conscience either. I'm assuming you don't have a conscience either. So like it'd be different if this was something that was like, because like let's be clear, I'm basing this more off of a morality of it rather than like just legality. Like not every single thing that's illegal am I like morality does not equal legality and all that. If that requires clarification, it's just that this is someone who so obviously just doesn't care about the game. It's just like I want to make some money, in completely unethical ways possible. And so by virtue of the amount of money being made, he just completely assumes that no one else will care about the game that they have sunk thousands of hours upon. Because like, you know, these are esports players. They're playing insane amount of hours in their training and honing down specific team calls, team tactics, learning the layouts of the maps, understanding how updates change their game. Like they're constantly doing things. And yet this guy comes in and just like, yeah, dude, just, you know, whatever, all the hard work. I know you did a lot of it, but like, for real, throw that match so we can make 30K real quick. How much money do you make if you win one of these international leagues too? I feel like that should be I wonder if that's a factor too, because like, obviously, you know, doing these leagues is a big part of just being able to play the game that you love and being paid to play the game that you love. But also, if you're throwing matches, you are losing out on a bigger pot, assuming there's a bigger pot at the end of this. Granted, that would require you to have a good degree of confidence of your team, which is like, you know, not very easy all the time. Still though, it's just crazy. I'm also grabbing some lifesavers real quick. I'm also gonna toss this out. Oh, shoot. There you go. Alright.
A Lambo, you know.
Let's fix this now.
And then you hit him up again on the 19th. I am recording this on the 21st. This guy is through messages.
I love it when I can put my tell-all investigative video together and 2 days as I'm recording it, 2 days before I'm recording it, the guy continued to do illegal stuff. It's crazy to see these messages too just say May 19, 2025. We really are not even like 2 months out from all of this.
And this is regarding the playoffs of North American Challengers. Even though he knows I know. He knows I know. He literally has a clip talking about me.
Actually, what's even crazier than what I just said is the fact that this is May 19th and the video was published on May 24th. Oh no, Neil, were you talking and being silenced by Twitch again? I'm so sorry. I'm telling you, you really gotta hit up Twitch and be like, why do y'all keep silencing black people? Like, that's crazy. What were you saying? What were you saying? Because that's actually so crazy. Well, I see you dropped your CC doc finally too. I'll check that out later.
To my players, he's playing ranked to this day on Riot Game servers.
Yo, Paint, how do you feel about the current stage of Tier 2 Valorant?
I think, honestly, it's in a really bad state.
When you said you were 25. How old did you think I was?
It's the same thing.
But I think I can understand people's reasonings behind what they do. Because it was already in a bad state beforehand.
That really helping the community.
25 is just funny. I have no idea how to respond to that. I have no idea how to respond to that. 25 is just a funny number. It's just quirky, you know? 25, whoa. 2 plus 5 equals 7. Hey man, brother, really?
$40,000.
That's funny. That actually is funny. I see why it's funny now.
40,000 guaranteed. $40,000 to lose map 1. And I'm going to bet Burger Boys money line for 20K. Just for fun. Just for fun, though. Just for funsies. Went down 1-0. And
this really does compromise the entire operation, because it's very clear that the person making these deals does not care who he hits up. Like, it seems like less of a this specific team is one I know I can like put my claws into, and he's literally just trying to hit up any player that's around that's willing to just get in on this nonsense. That's so crazy. Because then if you know that any player could be compromised and like the entire league has to be thrown into order, or at least the entire region of the league, this is only assuming that he's talking to players that are in like that either can speak English or like English speaking like in North America. Because if not, you know, you could just find a quick translator. He could be hitting up people in other regions too, to be honest with you, or just cheat someone else the same game and start a whole operation. It throws so much into question.
Just to change the odds, right? Those live odds, you can bet live in the game. That's how sinister this really is. Let me know ASAP, and Practo responds shortly after. I'm good, thanks for the offer though. And you can see as the conversation.
May 1st, if you are worried about getting leaked, just DM me on private Telegram and I'll delete all of these when... Hey, this is the thing I'm trying to figure out. Why on earth did he not just start these conversations on Telegram? Like, it's not a matter of like, hey, like you... Whatever, dude. I can't. Because even on the one hand, right, like these are screenshots that were shared with him. So even if the person did take these conversations somewhere else, this would have been ended up in his hands because he's in cahoots with the person that was being solicited for this gamble, for this like, you know, match fixing. But it's just like, if you are even a little bit worried about these getting leaked or hacked or all that, you don't start this on Discord. Don't start this here. Apple iMessage would be better than Discord, and that's not even a joke.
Presses here. If the players get a little finicky, they get worried. Bray literally tells them, delete all these messages. You don't need to keep this here. Let's move our messages to Telegram. No one's gonna catch us there.
I'm not asking you to throw. You are asking him to throw.
This is the message that you'll see a lot. Everything's going on is crazy right now. Let's move combos to Telegram.
Okay, see, finally.
So he's moving everything to Telegram, and this is May.
It's like way too late to do that, but like, oh.
Just days after Riot started their investigation. And this is what I was fearful of. The second these guys know that you're on it, everything is gone. Nothing is left, no proof of anything. And if you didn't record it, you're too late. And these people are a little bit scared, right? If I get caught doing this, I'm gonna lose my livelihood. You know, I could lose all of this time I sunk in. So if you're worried about getting leaked, just DM me on Telegram. This encrypted peer-to-peer chat message where, you know,
young, rich, and successful. Oh god.
And how untraceable it could be. You know, it is very difficult to catch this. So just because the Discord messages are empty doesn't mean anything to me. Truthfully, I mean, I've seen it back in the IBA Power days where, you know, the players denied it for months and months and months, and, you know, dragged the community through the mud. And it wasn't until a leaked text message from an ex-girlfriend where it all came tumbling down. It's
damn
hard to believe that a lot of these people just had conversations die out when I see how this guy's treated convos with Practo and T. Just constantly keep going, keep asking, prodding. That's going to bring us into our next part. That's how the conversation goes, but truthfully, people like Bray are also connected to crypto groups. And those groups are connected and run by people like this guy.
Cooker founded at Pastel Alpha. Okay, I see him Shufflecom. Okay, so that shuffle, there's that Shufflecom thing, Shufflecom partner. Okay. Oh man, the user. No, I'm not trying to speak too much on the users because profile photo. Well, sometimes it can mean a lot, but that's just a cute little penguin. Oh man.
Cooker Flips, and he is the founder of Pastel Alpha, which is a crypto trading group where they give people suggestions on like what cryptocurrencies to buy. In my experience, I've been in crypto for quite a while. These types of groups lose you money because the people running the groups are the first to buy crypto, and if you buy first and you dump on the guy that buys second, well, that guy's stuck holding your bag and then needs to get someone to buy at a higher price than he bought it. So the people that often start these groups have a lot of purchasing power. They'll buy heavy into the crypto ahead of time at very low cost, and then we
Kyle took 3 bets and he lost 300 on the other one. And this is for more. This is on no. This is on stake now too. Jesus, dude.
You come into the group and get the suggestion.
We're gonna have such a gamble addicted generation behind us. Oh my fucking god, dude. We're gonna have such a gamble addicted generation. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's just like I've never felt like we're more cooked.
Kind of slightly sell off onto you, and
Then this week. This specific instance does not make me feel like we're very cooked. I'm just like, just this week in general has been like very God. Has words, bad news everywhere.
Their crypto group. But I do know that this guy has made some serious bets on these challenger games. Some serious bets on Burger Boys of all teams. Wow, that is surprising.
Okay, so that Burger Boy team is infiltrated. That Burger Boy team got a lot going on over there.
Actually playing Blue Otter. That's the team that Fair plays for. So wow, this is so coincidental. And what do you know? He put 30 grand on this game. Holy moly. And also a 2-0, 30 grand. He must have felt really confident about that one. So looking through what's left of some of the stuff on Cooker's profile, you can see a little bit of how this guy operates, right? What's going to happen here, and what you're going to notice, is he actually has some legitimate bets. And what that's all about is, truthfully, he's just washing the money.
Yeah, he really is just washing the money.
The car wash, right? This guy's trying to take this illegitimate money that is only coming in from challenger games and make it look like he's also making money on other things. Because if you only made millions of dollars on challenger games and you didn't also, lose some on coin flip and VCT games that you're just kind of guessing on, well, then it would look really weird. I speculate that he's kind of washing some of this money, but you can see his profit margins have just gone insane in some of it.
Holy shit, dude. Gone insane is an understatement. This guy is making beyond bank. Does that equal? That's pretty close to $1 million right there, no? If not, like just short, like you got like around 197,000 right there, closer to 198. You put yourself in the 200 range right there. It's maybe not quite $1 million, but holy, is it very, very close.
Just giving money away all of a sudden on Twitter,
That's just a snapshot, so he definitely has made somewhere around that figure.
Giveaways, and this is an expense for him because he's building his
Excuse
brand
me.
actually. So with free money that he's getting from challenger games, he did bet here on Prosperity, and we do know a thing or two about Prosperity according to. That's it. They would beat our team. You might notice that he has some notable followers, such as Josh RT. And when I saw this, I couldn't believe it, right? I was like, why is Josh following this guy? And so I did indeed get Josh in a call, and I am pretty happy to say I'm fairly confident Josh RT is actually very unlucky in this whole thing, right? They basically reached out and they tried to give him free access to the crypto group, say it's a very expensive service, and they use him as almost kind of like an advertising method. So right here, you can see him, basically flaunting his open DMs on the stream live for everyone to see.
Rank am I in Val? I'm ass. I think I'm like silver or bronze. I don't play Val, like seriously. I don't have time to play, you know, I don't have time to put any effort into these games.
I don't have time to play Val. I just got time to fuck it up, man. I don't got time to play. I got time to mess it up. I don't have time to play. I got time to mess it up for everyone else. All right. I got time to play. I got time for other stuff. All right.
Anymore? Like, no point.
No point. No.
Actually, in fact, he has nothing but time. If you're making this much money, if you're making this much money from match fixing, I'm not saying that you don't have to do other stuff to like keep the money clean, keep things going. Like, if all of your money is coming from match fixing and betting, eventually that well will dry up or will catch up with you, so you'll have to like just pivot to something. But like, holy Christ, brother, you really could be doing anything else right now.
No point. I mean, silver, bronze, doesn't really fucking matter. This guy is just a savant when it comes to picking NA Challenger games. Coin flippy ones too on the underdogs. He loves the underdogs. It's like that IQ bell curve. This guy's so far on the left. He's like on the right side with the geniuses. I'm stuck in the middle. I'm getting cooked out here. Why are they betting tens of thousands of dollars on tier 2 Valorant matches when you're bronze and silver? Why? You don't understand the game, and you don't even have time to play. Well, I think we know why.
The money vacuum will cover officially in part 2.
Valorant used to have a lot of money in its peak. At its peak, around like 2020, you know, early quarantine days to 2022, there were so many orgs. And to show that, you can actually go...
Oh my god, dude, there is...
These are some of the orgs that we've lost since franchising. That is a lot of logos.
Jesus Christ, dude. Can I even like... I'm not even gonna try and count this, but that's a lot of turnover. I mean, this has been the story of so many of like these esports leagues in general, though, right? They go big when everyone thought this was like going to be the new hot thing, the new mega billion-dollar franchise venture, and then it like just did not have the sustainability to even like begin to touch the grand goals that many of these organizations had for it. So I'm not surprised it stopped, but like, oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot, dude. That's a lot.
I am literally getting nerd chills looking at this. These are teams that I co-streamed, I casted when I was a caster, orgs that paid serious salaries and have great backing. As you go on, there's just less and less paying opportunities in this space. And what that does is it creates an absolute vacuum of what these guys just sunk in thousands of hours to get paid for. You learned how to be a pro gamer in Valorant, and now there's no money in the scene. And you might miss out on a lot of opportunities in those years that you're doing that. You might have put a relationship on hold. You might have put school on hold. You might have put a different job on hold. You took huge risks thinking that the scene would be what it was. Because why wouldn't it at least look somewhat like that? Especially with VCT coming around the corner, right?
And there's like, you know, it's hard not to think about this in complete relation to what I talked about earlier in the stream with the massive amount of layoffs that happened this year in Microsoft, in their gaming division, but across the entire organization, and just the layoffs of games in general this year. Like, when you sink that much time into an industry, even if you're just in an industry for like 1 to 2 years, 1 to 2 years is a long time when it comes to speaking about jobs. Specifically, like 1 to 2 years in like the matter of life is like an ultimately end up being short, but in terms of like, especially when you're young, getting your foot in the door of things, and you're like taking bets and you're taking opportunities that not only like mentally are easier to do when you're younger, but like a lot of organizations give young people specific opportunities to be put somewhere else. Like, there's a reason why it's easier for like someone that's like 20 and 25 to get an internship somewhere that might lead to an opportunity somewhere else than like someone who's say 35 or 40 or hell even like in their late 20s to try and get to internship that then goes somewhere else. It's not impossible, obviously. Like, people, jobs change and all that time in organizations. At the end of the day, their methods and recruitment ideologies are going to be based off of who's running them. But with that being said, there are just some serious opportunities that are present to you when you're younger that you just do not have the older you get. You age out a lot of this stuff. So to have an entire industry collapse on you when you're young or when you're old is very scary. It puts you in an incredibly vulnerable position. And like I won't speak for countries outside of the United States, but here in the States, like I said it earlier, you're not making income. You are, in the eyes of the state, at least, not in the eyes of society, but in the eyes of the state, you are just taking up space a lot of time in their eyes. There's practically no social safety nets, and the ones that do exist kind of just got slashed 2 days ago, or made incredibly hard to even like keep up with. The barrier to entry for so many of them is already high, even when you do already meet all the requirements. Just the pacing and time that they take to validate your paperwork, the minutia that they will eliminate you over, like it's very scary to be put in this kind of vulnerability at any age, and it just sucks. That really blows. And in some ways, it's not like bad that this industry, I won't say bad that it failed, because it's not failing. Like esports still exist, obviously, and Valorant esports still exist, obviously. That's what this whole thing's about. But the scale at which they tried to give it at such a fast pace, I think, ended up biting them in the ass a little bit. Which isn't to the fault of the players. Like, they were told they were probably given not get big salaries, but like they were given figures. They were told you can make money doing this thing that you love. It won't be sunny always. It won't be like perfect, but like damn, you're gonna be playing video games for a living. It comes with this caveat. It's not all gold and roses. It's like you sacrifice things doing that. You're gonna sacrifice things. There's always gonna be caveats to any job that you have. But it's still, for many people that play games and love games, a dream job. So that's just crazy.
I mean, VCT's only been around for like 2 years, but the presence of VCT and how all those challenger orgs were trying to get to VCT, once they realized the difficulty and challengers of making it, the actual likelihood of that one team that ascends per region, and just the likelihood of your challenger team doing that, holy, it's rough. Obviously, at this tier 2 level, a feeder league, it's a pillar that's required in any kind of sport, right? Think of like collegiate basketball, collegiate football, anything like that. In traditional sports, they all have these type of circuits to feed up into the pro league where people are taken care of in the lower leagues. That is no longer the case in Valorant, and it's created this vacuum. The veterans that got used to that money are now desperate, right? You've created a lifestyle around expecting that kind of income. You might be locked into some kind of apartment lease. You might be living a lifestyle with a partner that you can no longer live at all because you can't even get paid, period. And the young, inexperienced
Jesus, dude.
Those who haven't really learned their lesson, they're the ones being targeted.
I had to open up something real quick. I had to check something.
Have you by the balls, though. If you throw that one game, if you listen to him, you are then on the hook. I don't know what he's going to ask you to do in the future, but to think that blackmail isn't an option for these guys is very naive. If they're going to run a criminal ring in cryptocurrency on Telegram and make hundreds of thousands of dollars, which they could go to prison for, why would they not ask you to cheat in a game? They don't care about the game. Cooker doesn't even play the game. He doesn't have time, he says. It doesn't make sense. Ray,
that is also still the craziest thing to me about this, the fact that someone can get on here and say, I don't even play the game, dude. Someone who's known to be actively bridging the fuck can say, yeah, so I don't actually like care at all about this game. I don't really care about the time you put into it either. I don't care about much besides money if I'm gonna keep it an absolute buck with you. So like, join me. It's just I don't know, man. Obviously, and I don't even want to be too mean because like a lot of this at the end of the day is going to come from a place of we live in the kind of culture that if you put a big enough price tag in front of people, they are going to jump in on it, and that is largely the fault of the downside of not having enough money in this country, in the United States, and in the world generally, of the outweighed power that it has compared to the real effort put into people around it. But God, it's still just so insane.
I mean, at least he plays the game a good bit, right? If you're lucky enough to find him in real rank matches. Look at his tracker. We can go back to...
Oh, Jesus.
Let's see, performance right here. And you can see about when, I don't know, maybe Bray got some aim training or something. Look at this win percentage. From mid-30s down here. Episode 7, Act 1. This guy came back, got a 75% win rate. Bro almost tripled his headshot percentage. I mean, if this was my win percentage on Neon, I think I might main Neon, but you do you, Bray. You're doing great out there. But what happens when the odds and the payouts on betting sites are on the other end? And now you have to win. One of you might just cheat. And that's how we come to our boy fair. And here we have May 13th. Just 2 days before.
Dear Adam, we have recently made aware of suspicious gameplay in a recent competition during the 2025 LA Challenge, leading more specific match between Blue Water versus Shopify Rebellion. Evidence enclosed. Based on the information received, we intend to do our due diligence to ensure we understand the full details and extent of your personal account on the incident. Oh, shit.
When Bray said things are getting weird and we got to move to Telegram. You might be wondering, how did the guy that reported Fair for cheating end up with the statement for Fair cheating? And that's a good question. Maybe for another day, but you know, it obviously got back to Bray. And you can see right here, I mean, it's just a request to send in information, and Riot earmarked several of the rounds that...
Jesus Christ, dude. If there's a bullet point list of the ways that you cheated, bro, it's over for you. And I mean that. Like, just go home. Need to start around walking into mid with knife out and no teammates covering, not clearing any angles, crosshairs trained on a firebox where enemy Kaio is about to peek out of. 40 remaining around, walking through mid without clearing any angles despite increased likelihood of enemies being in the area. Remaining in the round, walking toward tree without clearing any corners, crosshair looking directly where the enemy is. So he was using either wall peeks or... No, I mean, this blatantly sounds like wall peeking.
We will now look at. Buckle up. This is where things get a little bit fun.
Evidence.zip.
Common question is going to be, how did I stumble into this? Truthfully, it all started with that loss against Blue Water. I don't know, it didn't sit well with me when I signed off the co-stream. So I went back that night and I rewatched the VODs. I have rarely in my career, I can't even remember times where I've got out of a game and I thought the other team was cheating in some kind of way. I believe it to be...
Dude, that's actually crazy. You were so good at the game. I mean, hey, he literally says he teaches and coaches people. So, like, if there's anyone that would have the best chance of saying someone else was cheating and actually should have a reason to listen to their intuition, it is literally this kind of guy. That's crazy.
And it will hinder growth in any kind of competitive sport. So I try not to cope and use these things as excuses. And honestly, I don't think I ever have in my whole career. But this match was different. I was very confident. The coaches were very confident coming into this match. And I'm looking at this and I just couldn't believe it all. Like, this team caught so many timings and they beat our team who came into this match very, very prepared. Honestly, super prepared for a lot of the stuff Bear ended up doing even. But he just caught immaculate timings across the map. Took space in ways that I've never seen anyone take space while using zero utility. So that's when I decided, okay, I have to dive into this, Blue Otter game against Burger Boys. What I'm about to show you is bizarre. Now, what you're going to notice here is Bob over here at Dish, send it.
Bruh, you can actually get the breakdown from him too. The rest of this is literally evidence. Oh, it's cooked for him. Oh, it's cooked. That's horrible.
Absolutely send it. I don't know if I've seen anyone do this. She runs it down and drones from this aggressive spot, the stealth drone on Teo. Now, this drone is seen by everyone. It sees the cipher, it sees people in the deep lines. And so you would think that Bob solo Dish and no one around to push would just respect that and let it go. No, not at all. Bob sends it. The gun isn't even out when you look at Bob through the wall. And on your screen, that's fair. I just watched this one round and I couldn't even believe it. I mean, this looks absurd. Absurd. And
I'm not even gonna lie, I'm probably only really understanding about like 75% of what he's saying right now in terms of Valorant. I don't play Valorant, I don't watch it. But even I'm kind of like, even I can understand what happened right over here with that move when he went down that corridor. The drone stuff was losing me a bit, but the corridor thing, yeah, that's crazy.
so again, at this point, I'm pretty interested. It keeps getting crazier. Round 6. Again, they're just sending it. They're just sending it. Let knife out. Like, what? What? You're playing against a Breach Teo Neon. I mean, this is insane. Why are they not counter utility?
I love it when I get to hear someone talk about their passion.
They're just sitting here. I mean, Bob hits some miraculous shots, I'm not going to lie, to get those 2 kills. But then you keep watching, and you can see, even though there's a neural theft, even though 3 people were spotted, or I'm sorry, 2 extra people were spotted dish, they end up getting that kill on Zeke, who into them. But if you watch Brimstone, watch Zoe Stoll, running with knife out right now. So they get the spike, running knife out. The gun isn't even out. Now, that is crazy. That's crazy. I'm just baffled at this point.
This is like, so this is actually so relevant right now too, because this conversation was coming up a lot when Elon Musk got exposed for paying someone to boost his Path of Exiles 2 account, and then when he had to play the game himself, he so clearly did not know what he was doing that it was crazy. This is even funnier, almost funnier to me, because these are people who have played like hours of the games. Even be in the position to cheat in a match like this where they are, you do have to have known how to play the game to an incredible degree. They're like, it's a shame because this really does like undersell, or what's the word I'm looking for? Short sell your own ability, because you are someone who knows how to play this game. So in a weird way, it's funny that they don't know how to cheat properly, because you would think that if someone knew how to play the game, they would also know what would clearly relay to someone else who knows how to play the game that they're cheating their ass off. But apparently not. Apparently you full send it, as our good man Sean here kept saying.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. And this is when I started to realize I don't even think this is a one-person thing anymore. Bob in A main, I'm not even sure what Bob's doing here. Truthfully, like maybe changing the.
Okay, see, that's what happened. When you cheat together, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. When the whole team is cheating, man, then that's a little. At most, you could have like 1 to 2 people on the team cheating, maybe get away with it. When the whole team is cheating, dude, when the whole team is paid off, wow.
There's no support.
Maybe I'd be the whole team. Yeah, I'm joking right now still, but that's crazy.
And I mean, watch how this plays out. I mean, so she chickles out wide, immediately gets stunned, peeks out, dies. This guy peeks out, dies. And, the round's literally just over. This ult is just crazy to me. There's no way that this feels like a good idea. And then the next part of the play is even more wild. So he goes for the Neon, which obviously is just going to run away and live. Even though the Neon had 1 HP, he boom bots through the smoke to give away his spot. Now look at where these other 2 players are here. Do you think those players can trade? Do you think those players can do anything? Of course not. Now this is the guy that was insta-killing everyone on my team. It doesn't even look like the same person. This looks like the same person took horse tranquilizers. It's around 18. I mean, things are getting a little close, so it would be kind of crazy if they won this round and got to 9-9, because they do have to win 2-0. So we are in crunch time right now. We must lose, but we have some good util in this comp. So what are we going to do? Well, we can't make it too obvious. We're going to satchel in. We're going to plant immediately. We're going to fake. We're killing this Cypher. Spike goes down. Now this is where things get absolutely insane.
Tell us, dude. Tell us, Sean.
Here. Zeke, the Breach, decided it would be an incredible idea to run out of main right here and just shoot his classic and die. Fair plans, and honestly has a decent idea for what would be called like a zoning ult in pro play.
I gotta look into something too. I thought these matches took places in play. Oh my god, took places. No, I thought these matches were running away in which the software that these guys were using, or computers that they were using, were being checked for any kind of cheat technology. But that could also just be not the case. And I don't exactly know how these were run or if these were run remotely at all. Because if this is that, because it sounds like not a thing that's happening in arena. It sounds like something that's being done mostly at home or wherever you might have your setup. So I guess it'd be easier to get away with there.
I don't feel like Bears play in this particular scenario is horrible at the pro level. You know, pulling the ult out to stop the insta flood, giving some time on the post for your teammates to reposition. Also, not a bad ult to shoot. If Practo wasn't full HP, this is a kill. So hits Practo very low. Now you might be wondering, how do they lose this post plant with all of this utility? How do they do it? It's almost like you can't even defuse the spike if these guys just layer their utility properly. So let's see. Here we go. We have the Brim Molly landing. Oh, that'll shave off quite a bit of time. The Boombot comes out. That makes him, you know, aware that no one's coming from this side, so he can watch the other side. Pretty normal. It's pretty normal. We have Bob playing deep with Teowol. Okay, we have double ult still. It's kind of crazy. The tap comes in. The Teowol happens. You can see Fair now ignoring Arcade. Okay, gets killed in the side of the head. Now they immediately Brim ult without waiting for the next tap. I mean, you can even see where the tail ult is right there. Yeah, if this happened in a vacuum, I would be inclined to believe that it was an accident. And if also it happened to a team that, you know, hasn't had players playing challengers for multiple seasons now, I would think, okay.
Again, we go back to, if you're gonna cheat, you need to know how to cheat to the way that makes sense for where you are. God, dude, this is just... we're going to skip a little bit forward because this is especially just getting into lingo about Valorant that I do not know, or do I think kind of gets across the point already. We're going to let him finish this thought first.
Have been wasted, so what are we going to do? Well, we still have missiles, so holy shit. It's actually great. Let's see what's happening over here. Bob just sitting there. Stun out.
Neil, were you the one who played Valorant, or is that someone else here that played Valorant heavily? Are you following this heavily? I'm picking up things, but I obviously do not know the full thing.
It's run down, dies. The Brim is literally just sprinting over here, completely out of the play. And that person dies too. 10-8. It felt like an unlosable round, actually. Let's see what happens on the very following round. We did see that Neon had an op. I think we all saw that, right? And an Impro player typically watching.
Okay, so let's kind of go to Haven throws real quick. See a little bit what's going on here.
For the defense. That's why you see people throw this smoke instead of, you know, flat smoke anywhere in this rectangle I just drew. Sova, aka Practo, peeks short and gets that kill on Fireball. All right, let's see how Fair enters this. So Fair knows Practo went down short.
Okay.
He's cooking. Let's see what he's cooking. Fair gets the kill back sight. Not a bad play. Not a bad play. Keep in mind, we remember that guy did kill our teammate short and grab a gun. So surely we're gonna 3-2 on the smoker, or maybe wait for it to fade. Let's see. 1, 2. Huh. That's an idea, but maybe it's just a fluke. Let's see what Bob's cooking. Let's see what he's cooking. FlyQuest Red Superstar played so well against us, you know. Secondary duelist, rotating all over, always at the hits. Let's see the same. Oh. Maybe if we slow it down a little bit, it'll be better. Let's check it out. You got this, Bob. Oh.
That was asked.
I would say maybe she ran out of mouse pad, but it looks like she doesn't even have a mouse pad. On to the next round.
Even to me that looked insane. Yeah, dude, match fixing, dude. Match fixing.
Run B.
Insanity. Okay, and then so this gets into the cheats part. Let's see more about that.
I'm sure you could literally just watch all the rounds. I just kind of cherry picked. I mean, honestly, we're fucking full on cherries at this point. So I'm comparing their match histories, and you can see what I've done here is I've highlighted the odds, the map pick. This is Bob, the FlyQuest Red player on Blue Otter. This is her match history leading up to the match against us on the 6th.
She's killing it.
She lost in Game Changers to the Shopify Gold team the day before. And the day before that, she played a different match and lost. And the day before that, she played 3 matches and won all 3. Four matches. Then you have this game, the game that had the $30,000 bet on it. And here you have Fair's profile.
Oh my
And you can
God.
also see, he played the match against us, and then he played a collegiate LAN that he lost to a team called Cumberland Phoenix, and that was days before our game. And then he played another game the day before. And I'm just thinking in my head, how is this possible? Our team is playing so well in scrims. We're in amazing form. Now let's look at what their Haven looked like against us. 1 week later, with 0 practice. Let's just switch our comp though, because I don't have much time to practice, so let's just switch it up. Fair's going.
What have the comments been saying about this? This has been come back to needing a replay. Dude, you know what? I forget that Marvel Rivals people are kind of spoiled. Damn, Artson, what's going on? How was the work shift? Seriously, this is the only idea of the Classic Warriors replay system. This is me, guys. You caught me. I've been throwing my plot games for DoorDash money. I'm fucking crying. I'm gonna grab a Celsius really quickly. But yeah, how you doing, Artson? You're coming in on us watching some crazy cheating scandal. Oh yeah, you work until 8 tonight? Gotcha. Work sucks. Ugh, sorry to hear. We're watching a crazy cheating scandal. I'm doing my best to follow along because I just don't know much about Valorant, but even to me, who is at best piss poor at the game, this is insane. Doing good, guys. We're doing good, guys. We're officially less than 2.5 hours left on this. And we'll be smooth sailing. I can release you off to your relative over July's. Not busy, but more than 3 people can handle because my GM keeps leaving for different things. Ugh. Your GM sounds like they suck. Genuinely. Which is not new information to you, obviously. But still.
So Spaz TPs could be a fake TP, could be a real TP. But also, there's only one player that he can account for right now. And it's this Cypher. Technically, the breach could have fault lined from a link right there. Or in a site. Now, this is a very important round, by the way. I just want to point that out. They are running a double duelist comp. They're in a 5-on-4. Bob, as the secondary duelist, is opping C long. So there's 3 players left in the center of the map right now. None of them are getting info. And they really don't know where we are right now. So let's take a look at this pathing. So Spaz TP's in. And you can see Fair was already walking into the site. Fair dips his feet in. He's worried about C leak.
You know it's serious business when someone has the pencil drawing tool ready to go off. This is such a coach coded thing that it's making me actually laugh. Like, as someone who has watched more than his fair share of coaches pull out the whiteboard or just have a marker on hand for the minute they can start drawing on any available surface at a moment's notice, it's so funny to see this.
Right. Doesn't worry about the deep C-link off angle that every pro seems like they play, where it's literally in this spot that he's standing in. He's walking in. Oh, he cracked open the round. Time to pop the shield. Time to actually use util now. I mean, these guys are just going to walk around the entire map all series. Spoiler alert. Let's go into round 5. This is only something you would do if, like, you really knew. These guys don't even time well coming out of the smoke. These angles don't even support each other as they come through the smoke. There could be someone top site, there could be someone logs, there could be someone back plat, on plat, in this corner, in garage.
God damn. God damn. Oh my god, dude. You know what? You know what the problem is? You know what the problem is? They spent too much time practicing to win this match and to win these games rather than practicing enough to know how to cheat in them. You gotta practice to know how to cheat, genuinely. If you're gonna cheat in this video game, dude, you gotta know. You gotta know. You gotta know how it looks. You gotta know what you're gonna look like. This is why I quit Valo. I mean, do you feel like you experienced a lot of other players cheating in Valo? I mean, like, on the one hand, assuming that I mean, I know you used to play competitive Valorant, but like, if you're at this level, obviously the assumption is gonna be that people, there's even, I mean, like, if you're just like, let's put it like this, if you're just a person logging in for their regular Saturday night, Tuesday night, whatever night of the week to play some game with some friends, you decide to start cheating for like cheat's sake. It still sucks, but it's like there's no stakes. At best or worst, you might get your account banned. You start a new one, whatever may have you. It's because there's so many angles to be aware of. Okay, I got you. That's actually hilarious. But like, you know, you hop in and you do this and like, it's going to be like, okay, whatever. As much as the ramifications for it might suck and you lose ability to play a certain game, you'll live with your life. These are professional players, man. Like, I just don't get what, like, I get it. I get it. You had tens of thousands of dollars flaunted in front of you. You're seeing someone talking about the fact that they can make you 200K, and that's just off of one match. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't understand where the incentive comes from monetarily speaking, but it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, you also, the risk and the ability to get caught for this kind of thing. Like, this is, like, again, these are video games. These are video games. Like, it's, I'm not saying it's easy to cheat in any sport, because it's not. But at the very least, there are certain things that you can attribute to the human body in like the regular game, a regular course of action, or like nature or elements or whatever. There's just a lot, like there's a lot more external elements that could interfere in the middle of like a physical game of sport. I'm not saying that external elements don't affect digital sports too. I mean, like, for Christ's sake, the power goes out. What game do you even have? Not to mention that your own mindset when you're playing still plays a factor. But there's endless amount of evidence to comb through to figure out what was going on. Like, these are whole VODs readily available and saved post-match that this guy literally just went through, not because someone clued him in onto it, but because he's a person that knew the game well, his team lost because he's the coach of his team, and had all of the resources available to just go back and be like, what did happen? You know, like, usually if you're playing this sport, you have to have someone do that. You have to have someone for sports teams to do film. Hell, I've done film before. When I was injured playing soccer during my senior year, there were like 2 or 3 soccer games that I had to film for my high school soccer team that we would use for film later. Like that's not new in my stretch of imagination, but you can only see so much still, even with that. You have each, in this core, because like, assuming this game is being streamed, like you're playing at a professional level, this is 5 people per team, right? 5 people per team in Valorant. Yeah, 5 people. That's 10 different angles of one match. It's like the risk is not only higher, but the degree at which that risk blows up in your face is also higher. I just don't get it. I really don't. It seems just, ugh.
Top box next to, there could be like a million spots this guy could die. Watch this in the overview. But it's okay, because no one's here this time. Keep an eye on Zeke's recon dart. Keep an eye on Fairy's utility. And also, let's take a look at him through this wall over here on the left right now. We'll see him. He's a fast dude. Here he is. Wait, is that his knife? Wait a second. This guy is ISO, running it down, no shield. This Sova didn't dart. This Sova's not even peeking. Just peeked, and this Sova's grabbing the orb. So meanwhile, we're camming from B, we're lurk smoking C, missing the C push.
This is embarrassing, dude.
No? And holding the garage push. Ooh. Off of Bear, you can see their setup actually makes sense. Like from spawn, you know, the Cypher and ISO branch off to like garage and C. There's like no one A. But as our team moves towards A, their whole team also moves towards A. There's massive holes across their entire map. Slide, kill by Amari, paint, and watch her again.
There are so many casual players getting red scenes, which is crazy. Yeah,
showed presence at this.
That's
stage.
super crazy.
Like 4 people. So you would think, all right, maybe we should make like a little bit of an aggro play as a team. Let's see. Let's watch Zeke and I'll back off. You got this. You got this.
You got this. You got this, my friend. I believe in you.
So he's literally just going to try peek long as this one-on-one is happening. You know, he doesn't account for 3 players right now. He's jiggling. He crosses. And we're out of A lobby. This guy literally just saw a 4-man take, and he's trying to grab this orb. Look at the crosshair. He knows we're in garage. These guys do not have info. We just broke this cam. Peeking aggressive.
I hate that I know that this is Metatime's music from Undertale, not because I know that much about Undertale, but because I've seen that clip of me getting embarrassed by that damn robot so many times at this point already that I just recognize his damn song.
So keep that in mind when he's about to peek this. This is the sloppiest peek I have ever. So he could have died in like 3 angles. He ignores all of it, is wide swinging with his crosshair into the wall, gets this kill, gets that second, and just sends.
Yeah, this is during VCT.
Knife out, sends it through.
VCT challengers, he said.
Unreal. And this one he actually doesn't clear this far. Honestly, I was shocked. I was shocked he didn't get this kill. But again, I don't think you can go 100 and 0. That's truthfully how I feel about this right now. Let's see what Fair's cooking here. So we throw this clouded out smoke onto A. That is our smoke. And the Waylay will be making her way up tree. Let's see how Fair reacts to this. So Fair ignores that smoke. They ping the smoke, saying, hey, they smoked this. Honestly, the Waylay could have dove into that. And, you know, we lost vision of this for a long time. Fair is also clearing A main. All right, there's a long time that just passed. You can see these guys could have gone into that smoke. So surely you're gonna do the thing where you turn your head and you look parallel into the smoke. Every pro does that, right? Let's see. Nope, not into the smoke, but surely on the way out. Surely on the way out. No. He just walks straight through the smoke. Not worried about cow. Not worried about anything. Kills our spike in the back. Doesn't pop dash. Doesn't pop dash.
Dude, this is so bad. This is so bad. Props to him for being able to translate this in a way that I could understand just how bad it is too. God, man, that's... Alright, we're going to do another time skip because I think this is just him continuing to double down on evidence that it's painfully clear what's happening, guys. These boys were caught with their pants down egregiously. Shit's hanging at their ankles. So let's go to the what's next.
So we don't know how Fair is shooting, but these are insane coincidences, right? Right after he gets through the game, to say it's not happening with all this evidence would literally be insane. And I'm not gonna lie, I do have theories, but I'll leave that for another day. There are multiple teams that I have a reason to believe are also match fixing within Tier 2. Bray himself has confirmed in DMs that Prosperity and Burger Boys are among the teams that are involved. There are other teams that I believe are working with him too. I think Sad Esports is one of them. I mean, some of the matches that I went over that aren't in this video are crazy. And then you have TSM and Ambrosia on a bet for 134 grand. Everything about that match says something weird is going on.
Jesus, dude.
Including the fact that there are people in that server that mutually follow back Bray and Cooker. And quite frankly, I think it's unlikely that they're going to be betting, 134 grand
On something they don't know is gonna win. Fuck, dude. Oh my god.
a match that they don't know the outcome of, while betting 30 grand on one they do know the outcome of. Now, I don't know if all of these players are guilty or on the in, but what I do know is that as a team, something weird happened, right? And that is proven by my conversation with someone like Practo or T, right? These players are singled out. So it doesn't even need to be a whole team that's involved here. And that's something to keep in mind.
If it was the whole team, it'd be even worse. It'd be even worse.
The other way, I don't know. They could be getting paid to do otherwise based on fair, right? I don't know. It sucks to even think this. I have these examples where Bray literally, I say this, and I've been keeping an eye on this guy, so I have been told, Kane, right, on the 15th, right here, the day that they said they have to move everything to Telegram, I said you better document it all. There are real-world impacts and repercussions, though, from this match fixing and cheating. And
Okay, that's what I was asking before.
Shopify Rebellion Black were the Split 1 champions. That's the team that I general manage for. We were set to continue that success in Split 2. The points slot is very important. There's 2 slots that move up to this Ascension tournament. And that's the only goal of the tournament, is to ascend to VCT. One of the slots is the point total. So by getting cheated out of playoffs, our point total now is completely messed up. We go from point leaders by winning Split 1 to now maybe, I don't even know how it's going to end up after Split 2 playoffs. And it just sucks to be in a situation where you're in a do or die scenario for Split 3. You must win Split 3 with all of this shit also going on. That's the world I'm living in, I guess. The team's future is now jeopardized. Innocent players all across Tier 2 are potentially losing their jobs.
God, yeah, and I was talking mostly about the dumbassery of them, but like it's true. If you doing all this really does like absolutely bite you in the ass on the other team's side, because I was focused mostly on them throwing matches, right? Because they were talking about match fixing from a throwing matches point. But even if you are just straight up cheating too to get things, obviously the biggest thing that always sucks about cheating is that you completely screw the other team out of like an honorable victory or just like a fair victory. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh.
And facing career setbacks, there's not that many jobs to go around. And another thing in addition to this is players that probably aren't deserving look incredible because an entire game might be staged. So how can you know if a 30 frag performance is even real? None of the reputable organizations, salary paying organizations, want to be associated with a competitive scene riddled with match fixing and cheating. I mean, I personally received tons of messages, Chinese VCT orgs, asking me if certain players are match fixing.
Jesus Christ. This is what I was saying earlier. Once this hits the international scene, oh yeah, it's over. It's over. That's so cooked. That's always gonna be the problem with doing this kind of thing, dude. It's not just you getting caught and losing things. When you have enough people doing this, it throws the entire sector into questioning. It makes the entire thing untrustworthy, and people seem to forget just how much of sports and all of the fan engagement and money put into it is fundamentally built on a trust that rules and regulations will be followed to an extent. Like the amount of money will, like obviously money will trade hands, and like the more profitable something is, the like looser some people will be with things. But with sports specifically, when it comes to fandom behavior, when it comes to being locked in on a team, when it comes to that investment, because at the end of the day, all of this is going to be esports betting. Like the money made there is like obviously like been big enough for freaking Riot to allow esports betting partnerships, which after this news looks even crazier in my eyes right now. so much of like the way sports teams making money is putting advertisers in front of things, getting partnerships, merch, whatever may have you, and a lot of that comes from fan trust, engagement, and love for the teams that they have. If you know your favorite team is cheating out the wazoo and making you look crazy in the process, you lose the very first, one of the most important people, one of the most important parts of the money making machine. And as fun as all this is, it's mostly going to be about the money if we're going to keep things going, at least at this level. Tons of people play Valorant just to play Valorant. It's fun, you know? But like, Jesus Christ.
I know how many people Ray reached out to. I know that there's no money here. I watch these games, and it looks pretty damning. But I'm not going to call out people that I'm not certain of yet. And again, this is why I need the community to help me out here. I know there's so many smart people out there in the community, coaches, analysts, IPLs, that can
last
look
sip of
through
that
these games and draw
goosebumps
awareness
on
to
my
some of
body.
the weird stuff that's happening. They can flag some shady behavior in the scene. And I don't know, maybe we can get tips on more ways that this is happening. Because it's not just these two. There's other people also sending messages to these players. And unfortunately, I didn't even find out about those guys until it was too late. Since the news broke, Shuffle.com suspended Tier 2 Valorant betting.
My gambling site went down.
But, as you can see...
Is it back already? Deeply unserious. Deeply unserious. Deeply unserious. I can't, dude. I can't. I so genuinely can't. Like, this isn't real. This isn't reality anymore, man. Wake me up. Wake me up, please. I don't want to be here.
And even when it was suspended, Bray continued contacting
It's not funny. It's not funny. But like, dude, I wish you were still here when Brother Ben Zozar was on the Discord call, because it's cartoonishly dumb. It's so cartoonish. It's so cartoonish. You couldn't write this because no one would believe it's possible, but look at it. What do you mean you were still betting even when the site went down? What? Alright, that's it. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully work has some kind of turnaround, or at least you just get through the rest of it. This is insane. This is so insane. This is such insane behavior.
So it's very hard for like people to come into this and track what has been going on. Riot knows about these issues, and I've been communicating with them directly, going all the way back to the morning of May 7th.
Yeah, look at and still they I'm gonna read this official announcement now too, actually, because this came out June 26th. This is literally a month after this video.
As a multi-billion-dollar corporation, they probably are gonna look in their best interest for their bottom line.
Yes, they are.
They're gonna
Yes, they are. Oh my god, this is so stupid. It's actually making me upset now.
Now, crypto and Telegram make this incredibly hard to trace. And that's part of the reason why I think you need to move fast in things like this. Because once people know you're onto them, it becomes exponentially harder to catch this. So more than ever, I honestly think we need a replay system. So we can catch individual players that are cheating or doing weird things. You have overview shots of
Oh my god, they were right. It really does just come back to needing a replay system.
coming out in September.
Honestly, you know what's interesting about this now that I'm thinking about this? I would love to talk to some people that play Marvel Rivals now, because for all the things that people will say about Marvel Rivals when they have like their like criticisms here or there of it, I do not hear people talk about Marvel Rivals having a serious cheating problem. Oh, granted, that's why I want to talk to people about it, because that's kind of like out of my wheelhouse a little bit. But I haven't played Marvel Rivals again since even the damn punishment stream that we had. I like the game still. Don't take that as me being like Marvel Rivals got bad. It's just, you know, generally speaking, live service games have a hard time keeping my attention because there's other games to play. But this is just crazy. This is just crazy.
If we had it now, it would be incredible for something like this. We need better anti-cheat.
I don't hear about this happening in Marvel Rivals. Granted, Marvel Rivals
absolutely need to be
Hmm.
to the players that undermine
Actually, something I'm about to look
There's
up.
a lot of suspicious stuff that I haven't been able to include in this video. A lot of stuff has come to me after I sent out that Twitter video, and I'm very thankful for the people in the community that took that risk to send it to me. Even the people that don't want this shared, I have respected those wishes, and there's a lot that's happening behind the scenes regarding that stuff. Thank you so much to everyone that's worked with me, Teague, Procto, and like I said, what you see in this video isn't everything. This is the top of the rabbit hole. We're gonna need to zoom out and see the root cause, but that's for another day.
Great video, dude. I just had to look up Marvel Rival Esports because I knew it probably existed, but I'm realizing I know like literally nothing about it. Wow. Okay. This is like a thing. I mean, of course it's a thing. Although, how the hell did this Reddit get made before the game was even out? Okay, whatever. This game hasn't even been out for a year. This wait, I gotta show this to y'all now because this is kind of blowing me a little bit. This Reddit got made in March 28th of 2024. Marvel Rivals got made, or not made, but it was released well after that. Hold on, can I sort this by not new? Okay. Hold on, let me look at this. Marvel Rivals Ignite. Okay, so this is our bracket stuff. Interesting. Dude. Fascinating shit happening there. I wish there was like a official schedule. There's an official schedule. Oh my god, there is. Wow, okay. I gotta see in my free time if there's like a way to go where to like get started at watching this kind of thing. Because it is a lot to follow any esports league. At least I feel like the onboarding process is a lot. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna watch next is this thing. We're not gonna watch the entirety of this. I just wanted to watch some of it. Because Brotherman Zozar had shared a TikTok that he said we could not watch until we watched some of this video from Artson. Was Artson the one that dropped this? Yes, Artson's the one that dropped this video. 60 minutes of useless Breath of the Wild stuff. I don't think we can watch like 10 minutes of this. And then we can pivot to something else to start finishing us out because we're now under 2 hours left of this. Again, I just want to say thank you to y'all who had donated for the Trans Journalists Association. That is why we're doing this. You guys did a great job with that fundraiser. We got around $500, just over $500 for a wonderful cause. Yeah, and actually let's just peruse real quickly to the Trans Journalists Association box. Yep, as you see, they cleared their donor thing by $600. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. Which is just super awesome. Incredibly proud of what we all did, of what we did as a community here. And so, that's why we get to do things like this. That's why I make time for things like this, because I do want to make sure that y'all do get your flowers and get the things I promised as a result of actually putting your money towards doing this and making sure that trans rights, trans community, and just trans narratives are appropriately and accurately reported. Okay, now let's check out some useless information about Breath of the Wild. We're gonna just skim through this. Even Artson said we just skim through this because it is a long video.
Hello. Watching this video will take 60 minutes of your time and leave you with a bunch of useless information about Breath of the Wild that I'd sure as hell be excited about if I were in your shoes. Let's go. It's been established that you can't pet dogs in this game, but they sometimes randomly give off little pink clouds of affection just for being near you. And if you put away your weapon and press Y or R, Link will do this little animation where he tries to pull out his weapon and then he looks confused because he didn't pull anything out. If you do this next to a dog until it lets out one of these little pink clouds of affection, then it'll give this nice little illusion that you're actually petting the dog. Whenever the game gets...
I'm glad this is the first thing he shared because it now sets the bar of level of uselessness of what this is gonna be. Oh my god. It is funny that they have dogs in that game, but they didn't want Link petting the dogs. That's totally an intentional choice.
Confused about elixirs, specifically if it thinks a regular cooked meal with no special properties is an elixir. It'll turn it into a cute little ice cream cone. Several players randomly discovered and documented this in the early days after the game's release, but it wasn't understood back then. When Nintendo realized players were experiencing this, they quickly patched the glitch. Today we understand the game much better, and not only can we work around that patch, but we also know exactly how to trick the game up with a simple cooked meal and an elixir with a glitch known as inventory slot transfer, aka the infinite stuff trick, or IST for short. Fellow YouTuber Futurelander made a quick how-to video that I've linked in the description just in case you want to take Link down to the beach or somewhere and give him a snack on a hot summer day. When Link is out of stamina, he can still do a charged spin attack. He's just slower like everything else when you're out of stamina. He'll give it all he's got, which isn't much, and the animation has him stumbling around, kind of reminiscent of the way that he stumbles around right before he falls in the memory cutscene. The translucent terrain that Link cannot climb on in Hebra Mountain is not a glacier or ice material as I mistakenly referred to it in the 30-minute video. It's glass created from incinerated rock from a stray Divine Beast laser beam shot that cooled down rapidly out here in the climate. Makes sense.
They have glass mountains, basically. Are we saying that Breath of the Wild has glass mountains in it? Breath of the Wild, you are already going down in history as one of the best games, but now that I know that you have glass mountains, I can't do anything but co-sign it. I just can't. I can't help myself, guys. You tell me that a mountain is made out of glass, and I'm like, I get to break a mountain.
Sense because glass is one of the few things that Link cannot climb up in this game, so at least they stayed consistent. If you run around while wearing one of Kilton's monster masks, Link makes noises that mimic those of each monster. The Bokoblin, Moblin, and Lionel all have distinct grunts, while the Lizalfos makes the iconic croaking sound. The grunts are subtle and easy to miss, but the Lizalfos noises are slightly more audible. People have used the Hero's Path feature to create artwork, but most of the Google search results I got were
masterpiece.
Inappropriate to show in this video.
Okay.
I wanted to try my hand at something creative, but the learning curve and time consumption are a bit more than I'm looking to get into right now. But I did try to write the word thanks, as in thanks so much for your support of this ridiculous series. Maybe someday I'll draw something cool with Hero's Path, but for now all I've done is run a perfect circle around Calamity and Dark Beast scans just to see how it looks.
Oh my god.
They're perfect circles. One is way more enormous than the other, but what else could you expect? There are several methods you could use to clip through the magic force field wall and leave the Dark Beast scan and fight early. Nintendo didn't expect people to figure this out, so the game works differently out here. The music is repetitive, and the shrines are programmed to be invisible for some reason. They're still there, they're just hidden. Certain bridges, too, which makes traveling across them a little bit surreal. Enemies programmed to always be in the same place won't spawn, but enemies programmed to spawn randomly in a general area still will. You can't interact with NPCs, meaning that you can frolic through Magda's flower garden all day, but some NPCs can still interact with you, so you can't go hang out in Gerudo Town wearing whatever clothes you want Link to wear because the guards will pop in to say no and then pop right back out. If you leave the fight...
God, dude, there's I guess goes back to like the game development Nintendo magic of these games just have such... not even perfect, but it's like so much of the appeal of them is that they're just broken enough where you feel like a magician for what things that you're pulling off, but it's like these games get developed and tested to oblivion. And that's not to say that stuff doesn't still fall through the cracks, because there's just like, they're huge games. It's not impossible to be bug free. It's just like there's always going to be some level of thing that just gets missed at some point or another. But my lord, does it always feel like half of the joy for Nintendo games for people is the fact that you know that it'll come just a little broken in a way that'll be fun to like mess up. And that probably goes back to like even just the fact that, you know, Super Mario 64 has a handful of bugs and glitches that you can use for like speed runs and this or that people love using. And I think Nintendo probably saw that and was like, hey, people like it when our shit's incomplete, man. I don't know what to tell you. Or we just gotta be a little incomplete sometimes. We just gotta see where that goes.
When you only have that final shot left to deal, the music will be extra repetitive and the sky becomes perpetually ominous. If you get too far off the ground in this state, it gets redded out down there and hard to see through the malacey fog. Standing back far enough, we can see the glow from the battle arena reaching high into the sky, and this halo band around it moves to stay level with Link. If you go to the castle or just too far away in general, Dark Beast will despawn and the music will stop. But that doesn't mean that the game forgot your unfinished business. Oh, and what I said about NPCs applies to Calamity too. Since he's supposed to already be dead, if you go back to the Sanctum, you'll see the floor leading to the Astral Observatory is open. But once you go to get a good look, you're essentially soft-locked until you reset. And finally, you can fire light arrows through this barrier, so if you want to shoot Dark Beast from way back, you can pull off as long a shot as you're able with the right vantage point and stand.
That's crazy.
But suppose you want to take a look below at the Astral Observatory during your Blights fights. In that case, it's possible to get to the Sanctum so fast that the floor doesn't fully load, so you can walk over the hole and peer down at the shaft to where you're supposed to get it on with Calamity. Walking around on this glass floor looking setup is pretty trippy, but it's more luck than anything else if you're trying to replicate this one at home. Sometimes, super rarely, it happens. Sometimes, 99.9 repeating of course the rest of the time, it doesn't. Now, I've definitely talked about the speedrunning community in this series, still I have yet to talk more about the Glitch Hunters, an active group of dedicated Zelda fans trying to further understand and break this game in various ways.
Ugh.
That said, there's a really super duper excellent project work in progress that, at the time of this recording, is only 16.875% complete, and
How
it's
do they even
called
know that?
Breath of the Wild Decompilation. Its purpose is to better understand game internals, aid with glitch hunting, and document existing knowledge in a permanent, unambiguous form.
This is so cool because this really is like one of my favorite ways to do game preservation. If you saw earlier this year, I did an interview with someone who remade the Cartoon Summer Resort web browser game, but made it so that it can play to any browser nowadays. You don't have to go through the trouble of like downloading the Flash project. So it's not only more accessible, but it also has certain quality of life improvements to it. And a big part of the conversation that him and I had was the fact that so much of the reason that it even took as long to do it wasn't even the actual development part of it. Like I said, it took like about 2 months for him, or a couple of months to actually build the thing. But the reason there was such a big time gap between the first time he had the idea and when he actually executed it was because there was no tools available for decompiling the original game file until later, when I think he said something called Shockrays had been put on GitHub that lets you decompile games made in that coding software. I'm forgetting the name of the certain software that it was coded in at the time. But I say all this to say that like having that ability to reference decompiled files or games is cool from like a game preservation standpoint, but also just like if people ever want to do stuff themselves with those games, make them, not even make them better, but like do their own spin on things, mods, whatever have you, having that easily referenced like this is like so cool, and like leads to such weird little projects and benefits that you would never think of initially.
Helps further reverse engineer the game. This is considered a giant Zelda puzzle in and of itself that some people consider fun. If you're one of those types of people and you're also familiar with
Let's skip a little bit. I want to look at some of these peaks.
Mainly footprint. A few of you pointed out that it's not a Dodongo footprint, that it's the Goron's Ruby Spiritual Stone from Ocarina of Time. So I went and I checked Zeldapedia, and y'all are indeed correct. This crest of the Gorons is a stylized depiction of the second spiritual stone. Darunia has it tattooed on his arm, and
Damn,
Daruk has it
Darunia,
on the
get off the
buckle or
drugs.
clasp on the strap across his chest. But then that got me thinking more about Dodongo footprints, and I already knew about these giant impressions walking all around Death Mountain. I just always assumed that they belonged to Barudanya. But after a comparison, I see that they do not match Brudanya's foot. So whose footprints are these? Among other things, the game is rated E10+ due to mild, suggestive themes. That said, I find these stone offering statues around Hyrule extremely suggestive. However, they're not an intended part of that suggestiveness, but instead more likely just super unfortunate design. Now, I won't flat out say it here, but I can't unsee what I've seen, and I know I'm not alone. So if you have no idea what I'm talking about right now, congratulations on having an uncorrupted mind. This
I mean,
is
I
either a poor
exactly.
design choice or an instance where someone on the development team slipped in something naughty, pun intended, and it got past the ESRB.
I'm
the
crying.
first ever submitted and accepted speedrun of this game included a pee break in the middle of it and was done by a runner named Seth Bling, who got a time of 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 47 seconds.
How
on
does
the
someone
3rd
be in
of
this
March
game in like less than 10 minutes
2017,
now?
The day the game came out. And as much of a humongous accomplishment as that is, we must also remember that the game did leak and some people were able to find a way to play it early. His time was bested by nearly an hour the very next day by another runner named Venick with a time of 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 7 seconds. Which
That's
is
crazy.
the most amount of time this game has ever or will ever be brought down by a single run for a new world record in the any percent category. If you rearrange the words to the full title of the game while not leaving any words out, there's one alternative order that still makes grammatical sense, although it doesn't have nearly the same ring to it, and it certainly doesn't sound fun.
What is he-
Talking, of course, about The Legend of the Wild Breath of Zelda. The number 4 recurs throughout.
Dude, this is what that was probably the closest I've gotten to being like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking useless. It all is useless. But God, you get what you signed up for.
Your first 4 spirit orbs, and 4 is how many it takes to trade in for an extra heart or piece of stamina. There are 4 divine beasts piloted by one of the 4 champions who each represent the 4 main character types in the game: human, Goron, Zora, and Rito, and were each killed by one of the 4 Blight Ganons. Yet, still, the 4 living descendants are filling their
Jesus
shoes the best
Christ.
that they can, and the time on Tingle's necklace watch is frozen at 4 o'clock. You can upgrade your clothing items to 4 stars by
So they just got obsessed with the number 4.
fairies, and Hudson asked for 4 different people whose name ends in Sun to help build Terrytown. I probably missed something. I mentioned in the 20-minute video that the meaning of the Ancient Sea in the rock salt description refers to Wind Waker, but y'all have let me know that that's somewhat contested, with the other major candidate being the Lanayru Sea from Skyward Sword, the most ancient sea of them all. You can create some relaxing, balanced rock art by jumping in place and dropping bombs with the proper
Did he
timing
just stick
to
his
perfectly
feet in
balance
the-
a square bomb on top of a circle, or vice versa. Square on top is a bit more tricky and thus more impressive. My best advice is to choose a controlled environment. Basically, anywhere indoors works.
Okay.
Item, which makes the weapon in Link's hand get yoinked back into his palm like a yo-yo or a trick gag. thing
Whoa,
on his
whoa, whoa,
hand.
what was that?
And the weapon smuggling glitch is to throw an item, which makes the weapon in Link's hand get yoinked back into his palm like a yo-yo or a trick gag thing on a string, if you know what I mean. It's a goofy animation retreated to while the game fumbles around not knowing what to do, and on top of that, you can pull out your bow and make it look like Link is getting ready to fire his entire weapon at the next unlucky bad guy that he sees. But don't worry, he will not fire any 1- or 2-handed weapons with the bow. But it would be kind of sweet. A quick comparison of star fragments from this game to gratitude crystals from Skyward Sword shows that these 2 items look way too similar for it not to be intentional. I'm not saying that star fragments are gratitude crystals, just that
But-
by design choice, there's either inspiration being drawn or references being made here by the team at Nintendo. I mentioned in the 10-minute video that the game won't give you a blood moon before you leave the Great Plateau, but it's more accurate to say that the game isn't supposed to give you a blood moon before you leave the Great Plateau.
Oh, just so
See,
figure out a
there's
way
this thing
to
called
activate it?
organic blood moons, where the game will randomly freak out and give you a blood moon during the day or earlier at night, whenever really. It's rare, but it's real. Pressing down on the D-pad
Panic
while
blood
holding
wounds.
items will toggle between dropping them at your feet or tossing them out in front of you. You might think this sounds like a useful gameplay tip, but I played this game for nearly 6 years before I realized this was a thing, so it's not critical. I can't even think of a single thing that you can do with a toss that you can't accomplish with a drop, except maybe feeding wildlife without scaring them off, which is one of the most impractical ways you can spend your time while playing this game. And on that note, for years I thought you had to drop the apples to get horses to eat them, but they'll eat right out of your hand, and apparently the team at Nintendo had tons of ideas for what horses...
Cheek nuzzling, pops its head through window if Link is inside. Okay, see, this actually would have been really cute. I would have loved this. This is just a scary picture. I don't like that. Okay, that was enough useless information. Let's skip just a little bit around. One more go team, and then we'll go watch that TikTok.
Number 10, Lineru. You can grab on partway up if BLSSing straight over from the lake and tower. Then number 9, Ridgeland, which is where this tier list started running into a bit of an unloaded tower issue, but it made for a cool visual. Ridgeland is only ever so slightly lower in elevation than number 5, the Gerudo, and then make a straight shot across the map over here to number 4, Eldon. Eldon Tower is just above the peak of the castle. And for the top 3 tallest, we have number 3.
Oh, tallest towers.
Followed in only the tiniest bit of extra height to barely snag the number 2 spot, the Wasteland Tower. And finally, at number 1, Akala is by far the highest in elevation. There is no contest. The difference between the highest and lowest is insanely impressive. Akala Tower towers over Dueling Peaks Tower, and even barely clears the Dueling Peaks themselves. It puts it in perspective how immense this map is when you BLSS over and pass like this. The Dueling Peaks Tower seems so far away, it's almost like how could that little thing all the way down there possibly have had a good vantage point at the beginning of the game for unlocking a considerable chunk of the map? But it totally does. The one-hit obliterator...
That's pretty funny, actually. It always is impressive that, like, Tears of the King... Breath of the Wild's map was so good that they really could just... All they really had to do was pretty much destroy it, but still use it for Tears of the Kingdom. And, like, just make it fun. That's a... I mean, it was already fun. So when I say make it fun, I mean, like, add hell, which is what the depths are. They're hell. And then just destroy a couple things, add a couple floating items. It's impressive. It's fun that you're able to reuse your own assets like that. I think it speaks to the quality of it. Okay. So let's take a look at this TikTok now my brother Zozar sent over. We finally take a look at that. It's funny to me that he wants us to wait to watch this when I think it's it's not just another edit because all these edits have been very cool, but I think they really want us to wait before that.
How proficient are you right now wielding that sword on your back? Legend says that an ancient voice resonates inside it. Can you hear it yet, hero?
Oh, that is very nice. Man, these... Bruh. I wonder what is considered like the first one of these edits. I feel like it'd be a very hard thing to track down. Unless there's already literature somewhere about it. But, because TikTok is just so immense. Like, to claim that you saw one of the very first TikTok AMVs or made one of the very first ones. You probably claim that you made one of the very first ones. But, I feel like it'd be super difficult otherwise. The other thing I'm trying to think about now, too, is like... See, this is the thing. I didn't use Vine. I was, like, around during it, obviously, and I knew of it and watched, like, Vine compilations on YouTube when I was younger every now and then. But for the life of me, I could not tell you if Vines had AMVs like that. I don't think they did. But again, I don't know. I just wasn't around. Okay, let's use another palette cleanser real quick. We're going to look at this video. The Brother Man Sozar is good to watch it the other time. Then we're going to watch another kind of like less serious video real quick. Just to bring things up. Because we're officially at the hour-and-a-half mark. I'm losing a little steam. But we're gonna finish out. We're going to finish out. We'll probably end the stream right at 5 p.m. We got a couple of good things still left. We still had this Ace Attorney video. Although, yeah, we still got that. We're gonna look at this and then we're gonna look at that. Wait, DMCA for this? Probably not. That PlayStation shirt look kind of cool. I can see what it's sent over as the palette cleanser. Have I heard this? Dude, I love music, man. I love music so much. This is a beat. This is certainly a beat. I would do so much. I would do so much just to see anyone for any sports team, any WWE match, something to walk out to this song. It would be so hype in that studio, and violence is not the answer, Kiyoshi. Dude, you're never too many degrees away from freaking Avatar. Even here, this should be trending right now. This should need to be trending. I'm about to bump this every day. Everyone said that they had to show violence. Yeah. This was a good palette cleanser. It's killing me though. Listen, you can do there's amazing things that you can do with the music video. Truly, some of my favorite music videos are just like grand pieces that you extrapolate them enough, they could be their own movies, honestly speaking. Or just they pull off some kind of really cool magic trick that you're just like, damn, how the hell does someone even think about this? But I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes nothing will beat just getting the right group of people, bringing some insane energy to a parking lot. You get the right group of people, a parking lot, no one's gonna bother you, and you just bring the right energy, and you got a hit on you. I'm not even gonna lie to you. There's a reason that just works. It's just good energy. You just gotta make sure they're bringing the energy. Does he have black Air Forces on? No, he just has. I had a shot. There's no reason you can't make art, dude. There's no reason you can't make art. And they're not even fully going for it. They're just, you see him slowing down to be like, I'm tired of running. I love this. They knew what they came for. Oh my god, that's so funny. You look like guys get a little too serious. Stop it. Oh, that's so funny. I'm glad Brotherman shared that with us. 3-year anniversary of this masterpiece. When did this come out? Oh, okay. No, this was 5 years ago. Oh my god, it came out on July 1st. It's almost been 5 years to the day. It's just over. That's hilarious. We've come such an amazing long way. It's an amazing long way. Okay. Do we want to watch this, or do we want to just go straight to the Ace Attorney one? Part of me thinks I should just go straight to the Ace Attorney one. I think that'd be fun. Someone made a 5-hour Disco Elysium thing. Good for them. Just 5 months ago. I'm not watching that, but that's good for them.
Ace Attorney is the nicest game about death.
Do I have the things on? No, I don't.
Growing up, I never played the Ace Attorney games. I had a couple friends who did, but all I saw from those games was that they were boring, slow-paced logic games for kids.
What the hell's wrong with you?
But now that I've recently rolled the credits on a few Ace Attorney games, I can tell you with absolute sincerity, the Ace Attorney games are not made for kids. There are some wild things that happen in these games. Almost every case involves a murder of some kind, usually committed through some brutal act of violence. People get their heads smashed in with statues and busts. People are poisoned and slowly succumb to their paralysis of death. Dead bodies are stabbed posthumously. Yeah, this ain't the Hello Kitty and Friends kind of game I thought these games were.
This is why you can't make assumptions, dude. If you're gonna be in a court case, to be fair, I'm trying to think if there's even a lot of games where you are solving not murder mysteries, but just solving mysteries that don't in some way or another end up involving murder. Especially for kids. I mean, because technically, I'm talking about ones that specifically take place in like courtrooms or involve that. Because you can always make the case that all like point and click logic games in some way or another are like technically mystery games when they're puzzle games, but that is not what's happening here though. I haven't played an Ace Attorney game myself, unfortunately, and I still need to. I know RT's been talking about it. I think there was recently like a bundle that came out like a while ago too. Oh, the camera's battery's about to die. This is a good chance to replace it. Maybe I should play one of those on stream one day. I don't know how long it takes to play. I imagine not a long time. Because anyone that has played them never really talks about them like they took forever to play. It seems like games that you can get through pretty quickly. Well, let me look it up. There we go. Alright, come here. Boom. Pow. There we go. Okay. This is from More Thought.
They're dark, but they're also some of the most wholesome and warm-hearted games I've ever played. Look, I love a lot of violent video games. Many of my personal favorite games of all time feature heavy violence and gore, not just thematically, but as central.
Also, Kratos listens to beat his nigga ass at least once a day.
Devices to their gameplay and narrative. Games like God of War, The Last of Us, Dead Space, the Resident Evil series, Soulsborne games, etc. But as someone who loves violent video games, I have to admit something. Sometimes I can just get kind of tired of all the violence, you know?
Right. It's a little...
This goes beyond just video games, too. I don't know about you, but for me, it can feel like so much of the most popular TV shows and movies, as well as mainstream news media in general, are specifically and predominantly about violence, death, drugs, murder, and topics that are just pretty horrible in general.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate watching the news because that's all it is to me. Some big spreader of negativity and fear.
I'd argue you have to get a better news source in that case sometimes. Talking about news is always so interesting in terms of like the way news approaches violence, because in some cases it can be for multiple reasons, right? On the one hand, if you were going to a news outlet or something that calls itself a news outlet like Fox News or whatever, their focus on violence has less to do with the reality of violence in the world and more with that they have a very specific political agenda that in some way or another depends on sensationalizing any type of violence, honing in on violent acts done by groups that they would want targeted, or just in general building a fear culture that helps get the people that they are in cahoots with past things that they want. So there's a political incentive for them to hone in on violence and be the big spreader of negativity and fear, as he points out. But then there's the fact that like news is unfortunately not detached from profit incentives. Therefore, news has its own reasoning to focus on things that are just simply going to garner, at least during the TV era, more ratings. In the digital era, more clicks, more views, more shares, more engagement. And nothing, and I mean nothing, gets engagement quite like violence. For as horrible as it is, humans have understandably a deep interest in violence because on the one hand you want to know how close the violence is to you, on the other it's just like violence. Even though we live in an incredibly violent society, most of that violence is done in a way that is not physical. Like, to give you an example, the big bill that just got passed on Wednesday that will quite literally kick millions off of healthcare is violent. It's an incredibly violent bill that will lead to worse quality of life for many people, if not outright get them killed because of what it takes away from them. It is a violent bill, but many people don't call it a violent bill because someone's not punching you in the face. You know, they make that separation because of the way that violence is presented. So, because that's the sort of violence that we see most of the time in our day to day, when you do see someone get punched in the face, you're like, damn, okay, why? You know, what caused someone to go that extra step of making a physical representation of whatever was going on with them? And so people are just, you know, they're going to be naturally interested in that kind of thing. It's like a damn, how, why, and when is it going to happen again? What's going on, Crooked? Happy 4th back to you, or just happy day off of work. If you got a chance to take off of work, do you have to work today? I know many people still have to work today. Even Arts in here had to go to work earlier after some early parts of the stream and only stopped by for a break. But how are you doing? How you doing, man? Hope you're treating yourself well. Hope you've been doing the best that you can, given everything. Oof.
It seems like every other day there's some new
summer break, homie.
Oh,
Nice. Right. Yes.
Mass murder, serial killers, cults, abuse, death, drugs, and again, as someone who loves violent video games and the brutal realism of the darkest parts of our world, it can all just be a little much. But the Ace Attorney games weren't games.
I also don't want to be too harsh because the problem with presenting anything, even outside of like videos, but just like, you know, when you're talking about your take on any type of thing, you're trying to build a contrast. You came at the right time. Yeah, we're working that Ace Attorney video now. We looked at quite a few things today. But yeah, we are officially looking at the Ace Attorney video that Artson sent in before. What was I just about to say? Oh yeah, I try not to be too harsh because like, there's a lot of times where I feel like I'm watching a video essay or reading anything, and it's like, you have to resist that, what I call caveat talker in your head, at least in my head, where like I'll look at someone saying something, they'll be like, well, you could just do this, but I'm like, no, stop. They're trying to prove a point real quick. Let them cook a little bit longer. Because genuinely speaking, most of the time when someone says they've like getting tired of violence, my immediate response is just play more games. like if you're tired of violence in video games, there's so many games out right now that like do not engage in violence that it's like you can go play those. And in many of those games will still use somewhat familiar mechanics that you know, if you're just missing the way that something looks or feels as you're playing it, you can find those mechanics with just a different intent somewhere else. But then I'm like, yeah, let this guy cook a little. Let this guy do his thing.
Yes, there was usually some kind of death as the central crime to each story, but it didn't glorify death and feature splattered body parts and viscera and stunning 4K 60 FPS like Doom or Dead Space or Gears of War, even among other narrative story games like Disco Elysium or the Telltale games. Ace Attorney is a quiet game, a slow, methodical thinker's game. It's equal parts ridiculous and earnest. The game's seriousness serves to set up and elevate the game's unhinged silliness.
Nice.
The game's dark and heavy topics like...
We love a game that knows how to have a good contrast. Who is he reminding of? He reminds me of someone. Or maybe someone reminds me of him.
And heavy topics like...
It's not the guy. Maybe I'm just thinking about the Franich stuff because of Brother Man talking about Hunter x Hunter earlier, but that reminds me so much of someone.
Self-deletion, I'll say for YouTube. Those themes allow for the narrative to express its true message, that light will always
That's what I was talking about before. There's just psychological and emotional violence that can be found too. Like violence can present itself in many different ways. So I feel like it's clear that when he's talking about violence right now, he means physical violence. But yeah, man. I mean, violence just can present itself in so many different ways, and what we even decide to call violent, I think, is like a deeply intentional choice or like cultural. What's the thing? Solidification, maybe the word.
Darkness,
Hegemony
no matter
thing.
how bad things become. Ace Attorney is the nicest game about death, but the franchise is also one of the penultimate showcases of wholesomeness in a violent world, both in the games themselves as well as the current video game landscape that you and I live in. In this video essay, I want to talk about the power of wholesome games in a violent world.
Which
The
music
lessons
is
we
this
can learn
from?
about darkness and death through even the silliest.
I think it's one of Super Mario Odyssey songs. Or maybe it just sounds very
I
similar
make
to
a
it.
lot of videos like these, so if you want to watch more, be sure to click that subscribe button. I gotta be honest, recently it's felt extremely tough to be positive about the world.
Fair enough.
Right now, we're in the middle of a global trade war with
When does video drop?
ridiculously high tariffs that are
May
making
9th, okay.
everything cost more money while simultaneously depleting everyone's savings and investments. We're on the brink of a global recession. Companies are laying off hundreds of thousands of people, and if you ever turn on the news, they can't wait to tell you just how bad things are. I hate that. I'm a positive guy, and I want to look at the bright side of things, no matter how dark or depressing they can look. But still, it just gets tough even for someone like me to find that relief nowadays.
Understandably.
I think video games can help us, though, especially wholesome games, because wholesome games matter right now.
This is actually incredibly similar to what we were talking about before. With the, what was it called? The post I showed from Endless Mode from At Least I Get a Cow. This seems to have a similar vibe to where this is going at the moment.
When used responsibly, video games can be an excellent, cost-effective, communal escape from the stresses of our lives and help us relate to characters in our games. To
Cost
each other,
effective is very
and to the fictional world
depends. I might not fully agree with that actually.
Comment
But
sections how video games specifically have been some of the best resources and tools for relief they've had for mental illness, depression, anxiety, and isolation. Now look, again, I love violent video games, games with dark, gritty, scary, intense, heavy themes. Some of my favorite games I've been playing recently have been the Silent Hill 2 remake, the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, Slay the Princess, The Last of Us 2, and Is This Game Trying to Kill Me, to name a few. All amazing games.
looks like that game is trying to kill him. I haven't heard that game. That looks kind of cool actually too.
The real world and adulting. The more I'm seeing the power of wholesome games and why wholesome games just really matter, especially right now. These games.
I also know some of you are thinking to yourselves right now, why are you not talking about the wholesome things? Because I had this conversation with my cousin recently because I was talking about an idea I had for a piece, and he was like, in talking about that, it came up about my rant about calling games wholesome and cozy games and just my general disdain for those kind of terms. It's fine in this case, or like relatively fine, because it's obvious that he's talking about, or not obvious, but I feel like at least thus far he's talking about wholesome more from the fact of, I'm not trying to define a genre, but more about games that give you a wholesome feeling or make you feel wholesome. Like if a game makes you feel wholesome or like gives you a wholesome feeling, that's like perfectly fine. Like my problem was not with games that make you feel that way or like you using the term. My problem was just always going to be with trying to use that as a genre definer, especially for a medium where genre often just frankly fails to even properly express what you're going to get yourself into.
Games aren't just palate cleansers between Battle Pass season updates. They can be truly refreshing and life-giving experiences in someone's life, especially if you're in a place of higher stress and anxiety, like being a student in school, or for working at a terrible job for a terrible boss, or even if you're just a tired parent of an infant that just needs to feel recharged. I just beat Cuphead and all its DLC all the way through for a second time,
Nice.
I loved it. But also, it was just so exhausting by the end. All the frame perfect spacing, perfect movements and dashes through the hyper difficult bullet hell bosses. By the end, I was just feeling
I love Cuphead, man. I really do.
I didn't play any video games for like 2 weeks after I rolled the credits. I just
That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. You got scarred so bad by Cuphead, he said, I can't play games ever again.
all I wanted to do was sit back, relax, and enjoy a slow paced session that didn't require absolute focus and precision. I think it's hard for people to switch genres to a game like Ace Attorney or a cozy game like Stardew or The Sims if you've never done that before.
I got a PS5 recently, picked up Cuphead. How have you been liking it? You know it's one of my favorite games.
Games have a greater and greater power as you get older, and it's not something you should quickly overlook and forget.
Nice. Tell me how that goes. That's really fun. I'm also I think that's probably been the most interesting thing he has said so far. Not in like a disrespectful way, but I really like this point of like so much of like the quote unquote capital G gamer conversations come from the fact that people do not try out different types of games very often. And so it is worthwhile pointing out that the problem, not even the problem, but like so much of the legwork that goes into talking about these other types of games, that a lot of the loudest people in games just have a hard time trying them out. I will add the caveat, as in I don't think that should be misconstrued as these games don't have gigantic audiences. Stardew Valley has a huge audience. Many of these games that you could call quote unquote cozy, or that many people end up calling them cozy, or relaxing or wholesome, whatever may have you, have gigantic audiences. Maybe just audiences that are always not often represented when people talk about games en masse. Like when you look at the charts a lot of the time for these things, a lot of the people that play these games are just a bit more diverse than some of the other games in terms of like what the layout is. A lot more women play these type of games, a lot more queer people play these type of games. Just a lot of these games lend themselves to just being bigger audiences. But I'm also interested in the fact that I feel like some of these games too don't require like what I would call painful re-onboarding periods. Because something that I feel like I'll even use like From Software games, for example. From Software games are fun, but you know, they're notoriously difficult. And another part of that difficulty is that when you put them down, putting them down for any amount of time, relearning those rolls, those dodges, those move sets and all that can sometimes take a minute. Like, I'm not saying that you're always relearning the game, because at one point like you'll get used to it, but you will have like a reaccustomed period that you're just like, oh my god. Like, I'll even use Cuphead for example. Like, I love Cuphead and it's all that fun, but like I'm only good with Cuphead because I played that game so many times at this point throughout my life that it's like kind of just second nature to me. But when I was replaying like the first time, like it felt like relearning the game a little bit. And even when there were significant breaks, like so many of those high intensity games, unless you're like really locked in, that flow that you got the first time can be really hard to recapture. Versus a game like a Stardew Valley, a Fields of Mystery, or even a game that I was playing recently, Discounty. There was like town simulation things, or an Ace Attorney. Like, they don't require those like physical reflexes to be retrained again to pick back up. So it's like it's not that they're hard, it's not that they're easy to pick back up, because there's still systems going on, there's still things that you might not remember, so like you're still like kind of having to get used to things again. But it's more of like a cognitive load than it is like a physical finding a state of mind flow consideration, I think. And I think that like really does like really change how you approach these games after breaks, at least.
Once in a while, you should do yourself a favor and play a game that can truly uplift you and help you feel better about yourself and the world, even if it's just for a little bit. That's the power of wholesome games. And that's the power of Ace Attorney. As I discovered later in life, the Ace Attorney games are definitely not G-rated.
Like, I ain't trying to work a full day and then tend to a farm. I see a game like this and it just seems more like work, like it's male bear coming home from work. Well, you gotta remember, I mean, like, it is tending a farm, but, like, there's so much other stuff to do outside of the farm. Although I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But I think once you try out those games, I think the magic of them really reveals themselves after you give them a good old go. Cause like it's less about feeling like manual labor and more like, oh man, being in this world is so interesting. Doing this whole thing can be so fun. Talking to these zany characters is so cute. Building these like social relationships is really nice. But I get what you mean.
People lie and cheat and
It's
betray
going
each
to
other.
be a different
Characters are
time.
killed like all the time, often in surprisingly violent ways. But this game isn't about you, the player, doing these things. You play as a goofy, doofy, Dorcas Malorcas lawyer named Phoenix Wright and his large cast of ridiculous and ridiculously wholesome sidekicks. And it's up to you and your silly band of friends to solve the case, save the day, and make the world a better place by applying justice for all. Sorry. While these games do feature violence and fighting, it's minimal and not the point of the game by any definition. But more importantly, the heart and soul of these games is absolutely a wholesome one. I was pleased to see that although Ace Attorney didn't have an M rating or anything, it was still a game not specifically for kids.
Like so
There's a
many
lot of
Cartoon Network
unspoken
shows in
hidden
2010s.
backstories with characters that hinted at deep, dark betrayals and broken friendships that stemmed from cutthroat ambition. It was goofy and silly and wholesome.
I still have to check them out myself.
World of sunshine and rainbows. It was a game about real-life horrors like murder and death, but centered on characters who are ultimately willing to fight against the tide of darkness, set aside their differences, trust each other, band together, and do their best to help one another on their respective journeys.
I will say my one small problem with the way that this is being presented, again, seems less to be about the fact that it's not an issue of violence, but the level of engagement that you have with that violence. Because as he's clearly pointing out, like the wonderful thing about the Ace Attorney games isn't that they don't include any violence in them. There's a lot of violence in them, but the tone at which it's approached with is very, like, not lighthearted, because like the games are still taking what's happening very seriously, but there's still a very human aspect of the goofiness, the silliness that come with people, the heart behind wanting to do right things and like get justice. Like there's clearly a tone of, we don't want you to just be obsessed with the blood and gore of everything. We want you to make sure that you're not forgetting the human element here. So I feel like what is kind of being advocated for here feels less about the wholesomeness of the game and just games that know how to approach things in a more multifaceted and human way. Because I feel like really the biggest difference here is just that the player is not the one engaging in the violence, or is at least not the one inciting it. Because even thinking about, like, say, he used God of War as an example earlier. There's lots of wholesome moments in God of War between Kratos and his child. Arceus, what's his name? Arcus? Argo? It starts with the A and like R thing, right? I forget what I think it's Atreus. It's not an art, it's Atreus. Now granted, God of War is a violent ass game, make no mistake, but you're mostly like the perpetuator of violence, and it's set in a world that isn't always violence, but because of who Kratos is and the way he's engaging with things, he is, doing a lot of violent stuff. So I wonder if maybe the thing that they were getting at more, or that they're skirting around more, is that it's just you, not the one doing the violence. Because I guess I'm just not struggling, but I'm wondering where the line for wholesome is being called here. Is just that there's more to the game than just the violence itself. The violence is not the star of the show. Yeah, the violence was just meant to cut to the stage of the case as a storyline.
Doesn't automatically mean childish. Conversely, violent doesn't automatically mean mature. We can see examples of this everywhere. Recently, my two kids have been watching the Toy Story movies for the first time, and I'm catching adult references in these movies that I never caught as a kid that are absolutely hilarious.
Nice.
There's a scene in Toy Story 2 where Buzz is about to leave to rescue Woody after he was kidnapped, and Bo Peep gives Buzz a huge kiss, telling him to tell Woody it was from her. He clears his throat. I don't think it'll be the same coming from me. I was laughing my ass off, and my 4-year-old asked me what was so funny. Sometimes the best childish things are also the things that resonate with adults even more than kids. There's something wonderfully cathartic.
Yeah, I actually like that point too. I think the only phrase it is, yeah, we do can misconstrue sincerity for childishness very often. I think that's just very unfortunate, and just how I think that comes more or less a result of how people are, and more of how age rating systems have changed how brains work. Like, if there's one downside to age rating systems are important, in my opinion, in the sense of, like, just making sure, hey, make sure kids don't play this game that obviously has all this crazy stuff in it. But one of their downsides will always be the fact that, like, so much of people's engagement from an early age is changed by age rating systems, and who makes those age rating systems and what, like, ends up being called mature as a result actually depends on people with their own biases and opinions and agendas. It can really like mess up what exactly ends up being called childish versus like mature as a result. Yeah, a funny recent example of this actually was, I forgot what movie was being discussed. Oh, no, it was The Curse. No. It's the movie with the 4 girls who were 4 witches, and they get up to witchcraft at like the Catholic school, and one of them like goes crazy. I think it's The Curse or what is it? The Craft. The Craft. My partner put me on it. Really good movie. I love it. And we were watching at least the beginning of a video where someone was explaining how that movie was at first going for a PG-13 rating. Had met all of like the requirements for a PG-13 rating, but it still got slapped with an R rating, not because anything in the movie was particularly egregious, but because the people who put that rating were like, there's witchcraft in it. These ladies are doing witchcraft. It has to be R-rated as a result, which I was like, damn, that's crazy. By that logic, someone would say the Hex girls need to be rated R because their performances were magical. But that's what I mean, just like, so much of the way people don't even understand what childishness versus maturity is, I feel like it's really messed up just from how we first engage with media from an age rating system. I don't even remember having to do I think this is something that I've also spent like a lot of time thinking just when I was younger, because I remember when I would be first, I don't know how you guys, if you like spend a lot of time talking about games with your parents, or like how much that was a conversation when you wanted to get a game. But like, my mother was one very on top of like, okay, what's the rating of this game? Why is it rated like this? And most of the time it wasn't really a discussion once it was rated M. Like, if it was rated M, 9 times out of 10, I just wasn't going to get it. Until I was in a position where I didn't have to ask to get that game, which was usually more of like a PC game. Like, once I got a PC and you have like your own money, because you don't need to go to your parents to ask them, can you go get this game with me at the GameStop or whatever. A lot of those barriers kind of like come down in terms of like what you gain access to, which is one of the funny things about PC gaming in general. But like before that, when I'm just using whatever console I had at the time, it's more of a conversation of like, hey, I want to play this game. And then your parents are asking you, why is it T? Why is it M? And you have to explain like, well, it is because of this violent thing in it. But the violent thing that is showing off isn't really all that crazy. But because, they still have to like, they're still looking at it, still hearing it. And like, they have a very certain perception of what it looks like outside of the game. You kind of still get your ass kicked to the curb when you ask for something. So it's always been interesting to me, because I missed out on a lot of games when I was younger that I really wanted to play because of like that nuance. Some of them I understandably had to miss out on. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like every game that I was told no to was like I should have been allowed to play, because like frankly, no, there was just certain stuff that I agree I was too young to play even though I wanted to. But then there were other things where I'm like, come on now. I'm already playing a game that does this, and the only reason this game has this rating is because of like one small hiccup that's like not even really bad. That not even really bad, that isn't bad, but like it's a very semantic issue. So it's just funny like that. What'd you say here? Yeah, I think people were more sensitive to internet games during that time, were super cautious. Now the rating is just part of the cover art. Basically, I mean, like, there's still things that come up every now and then. Like, there was that whole thing with Balatro I forget which age. I think it was one of the Australian age rating system tried to make that game rated M because it said it had gambling themes in it. When the gambling theme was just that it had poker hands in it, which is like, if you play Balatro for even 5 minutes, you will understand two things. A, it is not poker, and B, it could never teach you how to play poker. Those cards simply exist out of convenience for the system that Balatro chooses to use. It was especially crazy because then it will rate a game like T or E that blatantly has gambling mechanics in it and has like gotcha systems that incentivize people to constantly be using money to get more higher. Like it builds that feedback loop. So it's like one of those things where the rating system was clearly more obsessed with the aesthetic of something rather than the content of it. So it's age rating discussions are always very interesting. That's a good point though. The stuff we should probably be concerned about are stuff like gaming loot boxes. Gotcha. Yeah, like dude, gotcha. Like we just I mean you missed this, but like we were watching a whole video about Valorant match fixing like an hour ago, and even outside of that, like part of that whole thing was inspired by where was it, a piece that from the site talking about Riot Games will allow esports betting partnerships now for their League of Legends and Valorant public matches, free to watch tournaments. And this piece makes a good point of talking about how much Riot's audience specifically skews young. The NBA scandal that's happening right now is crazy, but like because of like sports betting apps are everywhere, like sports betting and betting in general has been having a gigantic boom as of late. That's not very unfortunate, but also not news. But a lot of it's being, I feel like gambling in a lot of ways is fundamentally being sports washed, if I'm being honest with you. Like because it's doing like stuff that everyone engages with. They're like, it's just sports. It's like doesn't really stop the fact that it's gambling. That people are truly losing a lot of stuff and money and time to it. I feel like, interestingly enough, games were one of the first places where this conversation became really serious because loot boxes in particular, remember, they were like getting pretty egregious. This was fresh on my mind because the site Aftermath recently ran a piece about Star Wars Battlefront 2 from Nicole Carpenter, where she was talking about how that game has had a really huge resurgence as of late. It stopped getting support from EA like a while ago, like updates and all of that. But the modding community and just people that want to keep the game up and like personal servers and all that has been doing really good. Like the game has been doing gangbusters recently, just seeing numbers that I didn't see before since its launch. And if you remember, when it initially launched, one of the big things that sucked about it was the fact that many of the characters like Darth Vader, the characters that people essentially bought the game to play were essentially pay to win. They weren't literally pay to win, but the amount of hours that you would have needed to play the game in order to unlock them basically made them pay to win for the average person, because the hours that you needed to play the game to unlock him, to like unlock Darth Vader, was ridiculous. Let me see if I can actually find a piece about that really quickly, because I need to get across how crazy it was. Back at the EA/Battlefront 2 unlock hero costs after backlash. Yeah, you needed to play 40 hours of the game to unlock Luke or Darth Vader, which like that's an entire work week. Most people do not have time to drop 40 hours on a game like that, at least back then either, which was just insane. This was like hugely unpopular when this dropped, like to the point where someone pointed out that the most disliked Reddit comment in history of Reddit is quite literally attached to this entire this entire fiasco. So like literally to play Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, playing 40 hours of a game is just like nuts. Like even me, like there's not a single game where I played 40 hours of it in this year. Not to say that people won't do that amount. Like tons of people have been playing stupid amount of hours in certain games. Like even with Blueprints, some people already have hundreds of hours in that, right? But it's like, many of those people play games as part of their job. Like their work week necessitates that they play games, and that's just what they want to do. That's they naturally like the game that much. They need to unlock a character minimum wage or something to set prices. That's a good question. I mean, there's always like a bit of a conversation. Like if it takes 40 hours to unlock Vader, it should be 40 times minimum wage for the store price. I wonder how possible why not relate the hours needed to unlock a character minimum wage or something. Like a minimum wage of like the to pay for the character? What do you mean? Like if it takes 40 hours to unlock Vader, it should be 40 times minimum wage for the store price. Of the like when people pay for it, yeah, to pay. I wonder. I wonder actually. I don't know at this time how much it costs to pay them. So wait, let's see. Cost of 15,000 credits that cannot be bought for real money, right? So the credits couldn't be bought for real money. Is that only related to pay time? Does this article mention how much it cost to buy them at the time? Oh, okay, wait. The top 6 heroes were never available for a direct real money exchange. In-game credits are required through gameplay or as a bonus. 1 3 little crates. Crates, however, may be bought for crystals. Oh, I see how they basically try to get around this. So crates could be bought, so you could never buy the game. So no, it's still basically pay to win actually, because even though you could not buy the heroes directly for money, the method in which you acquired the currency to buy the heroes, you either had to put stupid amount of hours in or pay with the secondary currency here. Okay, so then you would have had to start making conversions with the thing that you're talking about into how much money is not really for the characters, but really how much money it is to get X amount of crates, which is also insane, which is also a pain in the ass. Insanity.
And nice about being a nice, wholesome, goofy lawyer with a clear sense of right and wrong, focused only on achieving justice and doing the right thing. It's simple, black and white in a world full of.
I really wonder if I'm very curious if this person would consider Breath of the Wild a wholesome game.
Confusing gray. It's one of the reasons why I like.
Oh, see, there it is. Ask and you shall receive.
Which are about as basic and childlike as they come. You're the good guy, Ganon is the bad guy, go save the world from his evil. I think this spirit of simplicity resides in all of us in some way. We want to be the hero with a clear enemy, no ambiguity or hesitation on who's right or if we're actually wrong. There's great power in this simplicity, and it feels like I don't see that too much in video games anymore. So while the Ace Attorney games are not G-rated and involve all manner of terrible, evil, violent people, we, the player, are none of these things in this game. We are Phoenix Wright, striving with every ounce of our being to simply find the truth, even at the expense of our own lying clients or our own reputation. We want the truth, whatever that might be.
I can see how someone will get to this. I think this video is starting to make me think that this is coming from a fundamental difference of like what me and this person might look for in games, which is like fair. That's not a bad thing in the slightest. Because when I heard that at first, I was like, I'm not sure I really want that. But then I'm like, no, some people do like just want to make sure when they pick up a game one day that things are straightforward and simple and don't involve like the complexity of being human involved in their stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. It's not that I find that kind of game boring, but I feel like a lot of games don't really like, what's it called? There's already a lot of games where they try to make a very clear delineation of like who's good versus who bad. This good guy, this bad guy. So I feel like to say not many games do that right now isn't exactly right. But maybe it's just the way in which that good versus bad is presented that he has a problem with more than anything. Because I feel like most games, honestly speaking, I won't make that generation myself either right now, but I feel like if you want to find a game that makes very clear who's good and versus bad, you won't have a hard time doing that if that's even like a facet of the game.
My first memories with video games are around the Zelda games. I didn't know at the time, but from the moment I first saw those beautiful, captivating 16 and 32-bit pixel art graphics on my Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, as I went on epic adventures around Hyrule with Link, something in me would always be drawn to the simplicity, innocence, and childlike sense of adventure that I always found in the Zelda franchise. As an adult, I'm unapologetically drawn to those games still.
As you should be.
That remind me of what it felt like to be 8 years old again. Excited beyond words that I'd just gotten the hookshot in Ocarina of Time or the Cane of Samaria in Oracle of Ages. In a way, the Ace Attorney games have captured and nurtured this sense of childlike wonder in me. As a child, I never understood why bad things happened, why people could do such terrible, hurtful things to each other. Phoenix Wright has a similar sentiment. He stops just at the point of being overly goofy and childish. He's shocked at the world's cruelty, but also has the spine to confront the heinous crimes he's tasked with solving, and gets to work despite...
Ashabot definitely will. Ashabot was one of the best games I played in recent memory, and I loved every moment of it. It was just like... It was a game that it was... If there's a game that I feel like felt like play for the sake of play that I played in recent memory, it's Astrobot. That is a game wholly dedicated to just being pure fun, joy, and playing for the sake of playing something. I feel like that's a lot of what this is kind of skirting around. We're not skirting around, but like something that's tangentially in part of this is that he keeps coming back to wholesome, which I think he means some version of simplicity in which you don't have to think too much about what's happening, about the horrors that you're seeing. And I think he's starting to come to that in this part right here. But shit.
Sense of duty and perseverance was something I always wanted myself as a kid. Although I didn't understand the cruelty and terrors of the world, I wanted to protect my younger brothers and friends from them, however I could.
Understandably, great.
Given this, I was almost surprised how much I liked Phoenix, given how naive he could be. I mean, I like mature, dark, violent video games, so why did I like Phoenix so much? I think the answer is that deep in me, there's always going to be that kid with a sense of wonder and awe and childlike desire to protect my friends and slay the evil dragon threatening our community. And I gotta say, as naive as Phoenix Wright is, he's always made me feel those feelings again. And for that, I'm truly grateful. I love that part about me, and I hope I never lose it.
You don't have to either. That's nice. I like that.
As many of you
I always wonder if that's interesting, if that's more of like a childlike thing, or if that's just, again, I'm wondering how much of this is childlike wonder versus you have an innate part of sincerity inside of you that you hope never goes away. Which I think it's fine to put those two in together if you know that's how it is. You know, that is a thing about like children association. A lot of the so-called childlike innocence comes from the fact that a lot of the children are very purposely and intentionally shielded away from certain things in the world until they get older, which makes sense. And sometimes finding those things out shaves off those softer edges and makes them rough for people. But I don't know if that's so much of a childlike thing, so much as, you know, a lot of people lose their sincerity as they get older for whatever reason. And it can be hard to keep that depending on who you are, how you approach life. And I feel like, I don't know. I wonder if that's more of a childlike thing or if that's just how adult thing.
The most popular and famous comedian in the world. But in his autobiography, he revealed that before his rise to global stardom, he was just some amateur comic doing silly jokes at dirty dive bars. He had spent years making up ridiculous stories. Situational humor that, although stories that were purely made up, still got a few laughs. Years into his career, one of his mentors gave him advice that would change his life forever. He told Hart, "Be real with your comedy." Up until that point, Hart had just been making up fabricated stories for laughs, but now he was being told to be real and authentic. It was scary to be that vulnerable. What if no one laughed? What humor was there in
I was not expecting Kevin Hart to come into this, by the way.
By poverty and fear. Turns out a lot. Once Hart started making light of the very real trauma, heartbreak, and brokenness he had experienced, he began reaching audiences in new and intimate ways that he could have never done had he kept just making up stories. As comedian Carol Burnett once put it, comedy is tragedy plus time.
That's a nice quote.
Or as the great Charlie Chaplin once said, to truly laugh, you must be able to take your pain and play with it. After this change, Hart began resonating with audiences immediately. Turns out, being open and honest about his rough upbringing,
comedy is
in
tragedy plus
Philadelphia
time.
with a single mom and no money, gave him plenty to talk about. Now, what does all this have to do with Ace Attorney? The more I played Ace Attorney games, the more I saw this phenomenon happen more too. In the games, Phoenix's mentor, Mia Fey, is tragically killed, leaving young Phoenix to fend for himself with no help, save Mia's wacky younger sister, Maya. But the game doesn't focus on Mia's death as a cheesy, overly emotional experience that defines the characters, nor does it sweep the incident under the rug and unceremoniously move on. The Ace Attorney games allow you to sit with the fact that your friend and mentor was killed, but also helps you use this experience to move on, be better, and honor her memory.
That's nice. I know so little about the Ace Attorney games that I did not realize that this was a thing that happened in them. It's nice that they don't just walk past that.
Authentic, vulnerable humor that unmasks our collective fears and hurts and uses them to bring people together through laughter and acceptance. I found that the Ace Attorney games talked about real life issues like death.
What was happening? Whoa, what was...
talked about real life issues like...
I really do need to get to these games, dude. I really do. What the hell is happening here? Do you recognize this freeze frame crooked? What is this? Brother just literally snatched his own neck.
Like death, broken friendships, grief, and overwhelm. In ways that constantly made me think of
He got
my own
exposed.
similar
I'm
life
crying.
experiences and better come to terms with them. For instance, Maya is always poking fun at Phoenix for some reason or another. His ridiculous
I bet I would
haircuts,
like him. I
his
think I would.
Perpetual lack of
Ooh, excuse me.
preparedness, his proclivity to just yell "objection" at the most inappropriate times. But when she starts to give Phoenix a hard time about his weird, mysterious relationship with his rival, Miles Edgeworth, it's almost like the writers changed for his character. He immediately cuts the crap and tells her to quit it. That it's none of her business, and that she needs to drop it. It's obviously a sore spot for him, with some kind of shame or pain or hurt that he's unwilling to talk about yet. And then it's back to being goofy and ridiculous. It's this level of depth and surprisingly authentic human interaction that really gives these characters believability and likability. I think video game writing has gotten better over time, and with the advent of motion capture technology in games like God of War and Last of Us, these characters and their emotions can feel more real than ever. But Phoenix Wright is literally just a picture. The dude is hand-drawn and the game just changes his picture once every few seconds. From an animation standpoint, he's about as two-dimensional as you can get. But why is he such a memorable character? Why do I relate to him so much like I do?
It's just these well
I
written.
think it's just his authenticity and vulnerability, without being either overly emotional or underdeveloped.
I'm having one of those moments where I also wonder if this is someone, or not even someone, but just generally speaking, if this is a more gamers need to play visual novels moment. I don't know. To be fair though, this is definitely coming from an oversensitivity on the what's it called? Relation of better graphics and better technology to better storytelling. I think it leads to different ways to tell stories which feel fresh and innovative and super fun. It's like, it's always gonna be fun. But it's like there's always been good game stories. There's always been well written ones. I would agree that some of them have gotten better because there's been more different types of people making games. There's been more representation in those games. There's new ways to talk about things. There are things being talked about in games that just weren't being talked about before. So that's really cool. And in that sense, the quality of what we're getting can be better and different and varied, making the space still feel fresh. But like, I think it's just more my also Last of Us bias of like Last of Us is a good game, it's fun, but I will always have an issue with it being treated like the first game to ever tell a good story, which might just speak more to the fact that it acted as a really good way, one of those moments of like, oh, we've found a really cool new way to tell stories with video games rather than anything about the game issues of itself, which they are, but like,
catchphrases.
it still did
I
awesome.
believe he's only ever given 3 spoken phrases. Objection! Hold it! And take that! His jetted black
Has there been an Ace
has
Attorney movie, by the way,
unwavering
Crooked? You know
sense of
that?
Justice and duty, even in the face of overwhelming odds, just made his character so likable to me. It's hard to get authenticity and vulnerability right, and the Ace Attorney games just nail it.
Nice.
There's a moment in all Ace Attorney games, well, many moments actually, where things get serious. You need to find a contradiction. Someone said something that doesn't add up, and you only get a few chances to get it right. The case hangs in the balance. Get too many wrong tries, and it's literally game over. You need to pay attention in these games.
Not sure.
The farther along you go in a story,
Kind of.
the longer
Well,
the
maybe I'm
list
not
of suspects and
surprised
pieces
because I
of
feel
evidence
like that
you
would just
need
be.
to remember.
I wonder how that would translate
In
to a
this
TV
regard,
movie.
The Ace Attorney games are a very specific type of game. They're solely single player, extremely slow paced, narrative focused, and much of your game time is spent slowly sifting through dozens of text boxes and menus for you to find the answer to a riddle you don't even know you're looking for. You'll never see Ace Attorney games in an arcade or an esports event or even on a popular streamer's channel. These games are meant to be played alone, slowly. For a lot of gamers who have never played Ace Attorney, I've already mentioned like 4 separate deal breakers. A lot of gamers have little to no interest in anything I just mentioned. But that's also one of the greatest powers of the Ace Attorney franchise. These games are unapologetic in their genre and vibe. These are slow-paced thinkers of games, and that's all they're ever going to be.
I wonder how much overlap there is between the Danganronpa audience and the Ace Attorney audience, because I'm realizing that the presentation of them are both very similar, to be honest with you.
Yet, the harder it is to try new things. Your habits, preferences, and beliefs tend to get more, not less, hardened. It gets harder, not easier, to change. But as you get older, I encourage you to try new games you may have never considered, like Ace Attorney. These kinds of games can open your mind up to all sorts of new puzzles, challenges, and victories. No frame-perfect pairing required. This was definitely true for me. In high school, I had a couple friends who were super into the Ace Attorney games. Actually, one of them went on to be an actual lawyer. Coincidence?
Nice.
I think not.
It's definitely not.
I look over their shoulder, maybe even play for a few minutes, but I quickly became bored and wanted to go back to playing like Mario Kart or Guitar Hero or Halo, something crazy and intense and fast-paced. It was nearly 15 years
I'm also
later.
realizing that this is one of those moments where this was just not a video for me. Not that this was a bad video, but this is clearly just not a video for me. I was not the intended audience, but this is nice. I do. No, it is because it's just, I don't know, dude. There's never been a point in my life where I have not played, where I have been antagonistic or not tried out slower paced text heavy games. I played visual novels as a teenager. I played a lot of slower games, puzzle games before then too, but I would also play the Call of Duties, the Halos, the Halo Reach specifically. Big shout out to that. Like big fast-paced games. Like I've always played all varieties of games and enjoyed all variety of stuff. So I just, again, it's one of those moments where I'm like, you know what? Someone should watch this video and would benefit from watching this video and would benefit from this lesson of you should try new things. I'm just not that person. Not because I don't like trying new things, but because this is, I've approached games with this mindset since I was like 10. So it just feels like one of those, I'm realizing that I'm probably just being too harsh because this is just not, I'm not the intended audience for this.
Finally decided to buy an Ace Attorney game and see what all the fuss was about. And boy, was I glad I did.
This is awesome. This is just a video about a guy who discovered Ace Attorney and loved it. Like, that's what this video basically is, and that's nice. There's not a bad thing at all.
Immersed in games nowadays. Maybe it's just because I'm getting older, or that I have kids now, or that I have many thousands of dollars in bills to pay each month, and managing to save even a few bucks per paycheck can feel like a foolish aspiration. But for whatever reason, it's just harder for me to get immersed in games. It was easy to get immersed in the Ace Attorney games. It was easy to gravitate towards how wholesome and nice these games were, even when you're in the middle of solving a horrific murder, sorting through liars and cheaters and backstabbers looking to escape justice any chance they got. Ace Attorney is a wholesome franchise, and it's one that stands out as a shining light of the countless number of popular, amazing, yet extremely dark and gritty games out there. And I love those games. But Ace Attorney gave me hope and laughs and a lightheartedness that I hadn't experienced in almost any other game before or since.
Yeah, it was a fun one. It was a fun little video. It was fine. I liked it. It's just a matter of try new games. Try games you don't usually try. It's just, I think that was the takeaway. We got 30 minutes left, which means I don't really want to watch this other video I had planned because we don't really have enough time. I think we'll use these last 30 minutes. Let's do what I just pulled up. I think we're gonna use these last 30 minutes to go through the stuff that's coming out soon. Man, I did not really get to some of these other videos I thought we would have more time for. But I'm glad we got to the ones that we did. We did mostly get to the stuff that I wanted to get to. Just not some of the longer ones, which were always going to be a little ambitious, to be honest. 8 hours sounds like a lot of time, and it is a lot of time, make no mistake. But, when you're talking, reacting, and trying to add extra input and not just put something on the screen, go. For 8 hours, you will take up time quickly. So I think with these last 30 minutes, we'll look at what's coming out soon. Let's watch some more game trailers. We didn't have to get to watch game trailers earlier. We watched movie trailers and then kind of got sidetracked into talking about Marvel Rivals for a bit. Which brings us to July. July has officially started, which means quite a few things have already started coming out. Now, the only thing, if I remember correctly, that I was excited for when it came to July was Wildgate. Wildgate was a game from Dreamhaven, one of their studios made by Mike Morhaime of Blizzard Activision fame, back when it was just Blizzard before it became Blizzard Activision. I played the beta of it. I played exactly one match of the beta. And I really wish I had played more because I really enjoyed that one match strictly because of how crazy it was. Not crazy in the sense of like super fast paced or anything. Crazy in like I got an experience that I was like wholeheartedly not expecting. They really did make a space pirate game, but kind of made a space pirate game in the way of like they're not just talking about the battles of the sea. They're kind of talking about also what it's like to be at sea a little bit. Which maybe I can pull up a trailer for that so I can show that off. Outside of that, there's not a ton coming out in the rest of July that I'm like super invested in. Okay, that's just something else. There's Killing Floor 3, but I never really got into the Killing Floor stuff. I don't think a lot of this other stuff really jumps out at me. Oh yeah, Tony Hawk comes out next Friday. For anyone that's been wanting to play that or been reminiscing about that, I know that's been I've been seeing the ads for that come out more and more, which has been funny. The ads have been pretty fun. I don't really watch ads, so I don't really like have much to speak on them. But for a little while that I have seen them, they've been cute. They've been cute. Let's take a look at this official announcement trailer if you don't know what I'm talking about with Wildgate. Brother, I have the ad blocker turned on. What is this? Whatever. Oh, I don't know what to do.
Welcome to...
So, by the way, this is something that I want to really get across, and I'll probably have to write about, is this space, like the literal space. I'm not even just talking about like the aesthetic of space, but like the distance between this and this and this and this is very palpable. Like there is a sense of scale and grandness in this game that I think is going to be very interesting to see how people react to it once it becomes like once it's in everyone's hands. Because I think that vastness of this game and the fact that you can basically you know what the best way to describe Wildgate is? There's basically 3 to 4 separate games going on at any given match, but I don't mean as in there's 3 separate genre of games. I mean as in what you would think of as one round of a match in another game. There's like 3 separate rounds happening between different parts of a single match. Like 2 different battleships could be having one battle on one side of the map, and then 2 other battleships could be having their own battle on the other side of the map, and then there'll be one ship that's in no battles because they're doing their best to just survive whatever random stuff that they came across inside of a bunker, or maybe they're just hanging out and flying around space. Like it really feels like the game is making sure that each match feels big enough in scale that people could really just be doing. They'll be having their own adventures completely separate of each other, despite all sharing the same space.
To the reach, a vast realm of discovery and brutal explosions.
When it gets intense, it gets intense. It's just a game that has a very interesting like pacing to it.
Now you're gonna need a tough team.
I feel like once people play with like other people that they know too is when this will like really start to shine. Because when I played this, there's a matchmaking system, so I wasn't playing it by myself. But you know, once you head into the voice chat and like get people really like acting like a crew, I think you'll start seeing some very interesting things.
Quality upgrade. Keep her flying, and you'll find wonders beyond your wildest dreams.
Oh yeah. Wildgate open.
Or the other crews will blast you and take your loot. That's a distinct possibility. The artifact is getting away. So get ready. When your airtight plan goes out the airlock,
Into the fray.
improvised.
Yeah, you can literally just break into other people's ship too. It's just fun. It has a certain level of improvisation to it. That's really nice.
Because the reach gives.
Resources in. Coming in hot.
And you also have to actually pilot these things, by the way. They are not on auto or anything. Like, you have to, like, someone has to be put in that chair and start driving the ship.
Can't promise fame and fortune here.
Mine layer here.
Or that you'll even make it back.
Get to the gate. Go, 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 go.
But I can't.
No, I would not compare it to either of them. Like, these are first person, like there's like a, mechanically speaking, it'll feel most like a first person action adventure kind of sense. Cause like it's weird because I'll be honest, it kind of feels like its own thing. Like, because with League or with Minecraft, you're purposely building stuff. And what you saw with the resource collection in this game, you're not collecting resources to like build anything per se. You're collecting resources for your ship. You're collecting resources to keep it from overheating. You're collecting resources to like kind of add like little upgrades here or there. You're collecting resources to better survive certain external elements outside of your ship, like other players or like the literal space. Like the one match that I played, the wild gate, the thing that you have to grab and then bring back into this big circle that you see here to win the game, was actually surrounded by like a cosmic storm that we needed to find an upgrade for to even enter the space itself. So it's wholeheartedly going for its own thing.
And promise this.
That's my artifact.
It's gonna be one hell of a story.
Yeah, I hope this game really does. I'm interested in seeing how it do, because first Void Crew, then Jump Ship, now this. John Crew Games is back. Wildstar vibes. Is this, you know what? It is Sea of Thieves in space. This is actually a very good comparison. It's Sea of Thieves in space, but you got to take care of your ship even more than you did in Sea of Thieves. So I'm excited for this. I really do hope that this catches on, because I would be interested in seeing what they would do with this game in the long term. Okay, let's go straight to August because there's not much else here. I mean, there's a new Bendy and the Ink Machine game, it looks like. I didn't even know that. Bendy the Dark Revival, which is cool, nice. I don't know much about Bendy and the Ink Machine. I've like seen a couple of playthroughs of it every now and then, but I don't remember much about it. Okay, what's going on? So we have Disco Elysium coming to mobile. I've talked about that enough and I don't want to talk about it again. Tiny Bookshop. Mafia the Old Country. I'm actually very excited for this too. Sword of the Sea was one of the more interesting games that came out of this. I played the demo of Discounty. I really like Discounty. I actually really like Discounty. It feels very similar in this vein of like town management sim as like a Stardew Valley, but it's like very much more focused on you. You're not running a farm, you're running a convenience store, and there's definitely like a management element to it, keeping the store running, but it still has that quirky character interaction humor that you would find in those other games. There's still a really nice social element to things, at least thus far. Less of you like building character relationships, at least from what I saw in the demo, and more of you just learning more about the ones that already exist prior to you. So that's cool. Kirby and the Forgotten Land comes to Switch 2. There's that Gears of War Reloaded one. I didn't actually know too much about that. And then there's the wheelchair basketball game from Nintendo. Let's see. I mean, we've already seen the gameplay trailer for this before, I believe, but we can take a look at it again. Don't be a Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? Oh, did they have a separate one from this?
Betrayal burns because it can only come from someone close. An enemy can't hurt you like a friend.
I don't remember this trailer very well from Summer Game Fest.
Sono Enzo. I work here.
My friends, my family, my beautiful daughter, Isabella.
Don Torres looks out for people around here. Sometimes the client is feeling less than cooperative and we need to, teach them a lesson. Remind them of their obligations.
Mafia speak. You never get tired of Mafia speak. You need to remind them of their obligations. We need you to go handle them for us. We need to make sure that they knew. We need to remind them of where their loyalties should lie. That way that lets you be unaccountable should things go south and you need to be reminded of who's who. Lovely.
This is between us and Spadaro. Where I come from, commitment means everything. If this is how he wants it, this is how it'll be.
The Dons noticed you, Enzo. This is an opportunity.
If I remember correctly, this is basically like not a prequel, but this is supposed to predate pretty much any of the what's it called? Oh, that's interesting. I wish there was a game I wish there was a way that you could play the game with Italian dialogue and English subtitles. I wonder if that would actually come over. Maybe. I wonder.
Do you wish to commit to this family?
Enzo! We can't let them get away!
When Isabella became involved, it became our business.
He died for my father, for his honor.
I'm excited for this game mostly because it's fun to see so much time being given to what they say is going to be like it's supposed to be like a shooter, but it's going to be like more narrative, linear story again. I feel like we haven't had too many of those as of late. Not that they don't exist anymore, obviously they do. But it's nice to see one with this much money that they're like, yeah, we're not really trying to go like balls to the wall crazy with this. We're just like, we want to tell a solid story, kind of keep the campaign within a reasonable amount of time. I think the price for it is still supposed to be around $50, so it's not going to be like crazy expensive either.
I let you do the same.
We have a traitor.
Well, Mafia or Red Dead would be no, because Red Dead is gigantic. Red Dead's huge. Red Dead has a great story, but make no mistake, that is an open world game that lets you do almost not too much, but just a stupid amount. It lets you do so much. It lets you do so much. It involves so much. And from the way they talked about this game, it's clear that they want to have a scaled down game that focuses more on like the narrative happening and getting through that rather than letting you loose in the old country and doing whatever wherever. Maybe Red Dead in like narrative tone and since in like the way it's going, but definitely not in scale or scope. Red Dead is much good. From the way we've talked about this, much bigger than this game.
We do not always get to choose what we do.
We can choose who we are.
And who are you, Enzo?
I'm loyal to the family, that's who I am. Yeah, it comes August 8th. Very nice, very nice. I'm excited to see how this goes. So that was that. Then we got Sword of the Sea, which was something that came out a lot. People talked a lot of it out of Summer Game Fest when they got their hands on it. It's from the I think Abzu's the name of the developer, and it comes from the people that made God, what's the name of that damn game? It's not the people that made Journey. It's something else. Oh, did someone else say it in here? Yes, Giant Squid. Okay, no. They made the game Abzu, so they're the Abzu developers. Oh no, they are the guys that made Journey. I'm so wrong. These are the guys that made Journey. For some reason, I thought it was just a studio that had a very similar aesthetic but was different. No, these are the people that made Journey. There was a good interview with the developer of this game from can't believe I'm blanking on it right now. Patrick, who runs Crossplay, but not from Crossplays with the other organization. Waypoint. The people that were formerly Waypoint. There is no way that I'm blanking on this hard. I gotta pull up. Thank you for the cam notif. What the hell are you guys called? Remap. I was not gonna get that without looking it up, damn. But it's basically like, skateboarding, hanging out on a, what's it called? On a sword. And apparently it's very good at capturing the feeling and emotions of it, the freeness of vibe, rather than like tricks and all that. Although you can still do tricks, apparently, too. But it looks beautiful. The dev that was talking about this said that this game was focused less on like the technical aspect of like, this aesthetic of skateboarding and snowboarding, but more about the meditative state that people that get really good at it talk about it giving them, the flow state that they enter, which I think is a very interesting part of that experience to focus on. Tough. And a show off. Yeah. It looks just gorgeous, man. Looks gorgeous. And that's coming out when again? That's coming out, I know it's in August, but where'd you just go? You were around here earlier. Where'd it just go? It's not coming out in July, is it? I'm not, I didn't just make that up. There it is. Yeah, August 19th. So still some time. Still some lovely time. So there was that. Now, the Gears of War thing. Has there been a trailer for this? Oh, wait. It's just an enhanced remaster of the original game. Oh. Yeah, I'm fine. I don't need to talk about that. discounty. Now, I actually, before we get, we'll look at the Dragon Drive stuff first because I have my own pictures of discounty that I could show instead of talking about that. I also wanted to look at this because this was making a lot of noise recently. Let's see, let's go. What was the game? Was it a Drag Drive? Were you here when we saw this the first time, Crooked? You might have been. Because we were talking about this during the Nintendo Direct when it first got announced. I remember when it first got announced, I was thinking to myself, oh my god, a DJing game. Oh, you were around. Okay, yeah. I still so badly want to know what the process for making this game was like, because I really want to know if Nintendo actually taught to people who played, what's it called? Wheelchair basketball. Or if they just thought, or they just thought they thought of the idea themselves and they just went for it. Because if there's a company that would do that, it'd kind of be Nintendo. But I'm sure they knew of it. It's just a matter of whether or not they actually did talk to people about it or not. I don't remember. There were some people that got the chance to play this game during Nintendo's early look things when they, invited press to look at the. I don't remember what people said about it. I don't remember if they said that the turning was alright or anything. I think they said just, you know what it is? I think they said the way that it required you to hold those Joy-Cons in the position that it did for so long and use them that way was a little uncomfortable over time. Yeah, they said it might be like too big in your hand or something, just for the way that they had to use them in this game. And the game itself looked like interesting. It is like gimmicky in that sense. Not gimmicky, but like it's not something that I would have expected from them. Doing 360 dunks is hilarious. Oh my god. Okay. And then let's look at Blood Message. This is a 5-minute trailer, 10 minutes left. I think this will probably end up being like one of the last things we look at, if not the last thing. So damn refreshing to see game set in Imperial Age that isn't a Souls-like. Yeah, because this is from so the thing is that this is developed by 24 Entertainment Studio in conjunction with NetEase Under Fire. This was based on set during the real life Dunghua uprising in 848 AD. And it's made from a Chinese studio or China-based studio. Yeah, Chinese developers making AAA games, one of the best things that happened to us gamers. I'm glad that people are just finally excited to start getting games that aren't like predominantly made in America or Japan. I mean, games have obviously been made from all over the world for a long time, and this is even like the first game to make some waves this year in terms of being made for somewhere else or set somewhere else. I think Despolite would. I'm not sure if Despolite would technically fall in that category because while the devs themselves have a lot of roots in the place that Despolite was censored in, which let me pull up the name actually because I do want to point this out because Despolite was set in Ecuador. Yeah, that's what it was. It was set in Ecuador. Quito, Ecuador was the setting. And they did visit the location to capture audio for that game too, which was great. Again, just want to thank y'all for hanging out with me for a long time today. This was really nice. We know we'll probably try and do something similar in the future for next time we do Cherry Drive stream. Just awesome in general. Oh, this is a linear action adventure game too. I didn't even pick that out. You know what the other thing is too that I'm not gonna. It's just very nice to see cultural stories told by people that are actually from those areas. A lot of I think while there's a lot of things to be said about the way that America will take and like interpret other stories from across the world, and sometimes for good, better, sometimes for worse. There's nothing quite like something being made from the people who grew up knowing that culture, being steeped in that culture, being steeped in those stories. That I think shines through often.
我是认真决定的，我还是想再试一次。今日我们所流的血，是为了把大唐带回来。
24 Entertainment.
我们必须在破城之前把宁带出来。
Okay, we got a sprawl area here. Okay, I see you. I see you. God damn. God damn.
阿宁，等着我。阿宁，阿宁。
阿爷，我将追随杀出一举。
去长安，你这是让他们去送死！
Oh. I wonder if that's a cutscene or if that was actual execution type or something. This so far looks gorgeous. This looks very, very stunning.
输赢成败，皆如沙上之大，风来即散，为众生之苦，长漫于天地之间。
回家吧，这一切毫无意义。
That's a long trailer too.
命所归，我才是大唐。
Ooh. Yeah, taking us to like a long little gameplay section. This is an epic. This is I feel like I'm watching the whole story already. I wonder how long they intend this to be, playtime wise. I'm about to watch this man die already. Nah, he's chilling, it looks like. He's chilling. That is the fun thing about trailers in general. There's no reason that people have to give you the story in a linear fashion. So we could be seeing stuff that happens like at the very end of the game or in the middle of it or at the very beginning of it at any point in time. Also makes sense the most replayed part was this little cool gameplay sequence. See, stuff like that is making me think there's like QTEs in this. I think this feels like a quick time event type thing. Real. Blood message. When you know your messenger will be killed. Is that real gold? There's gold paint? Oh, that was a passage of time thing. This will be interesting. This is gonna be interesting to see. Coming to PC and consoles, nice. I think we'll call that the last thing, man. Just start closing out. Oh boy. I wonder if that's the longest stream I've done before. You know, unlike certain other bigger streamers, I do not stream for long periods of time like this at all. So there is a possibility of this being my longest stream, which, like, hey, you know, it's for a good cause. There we go. But yeah, again, I just really want to thank you guys. Even outside of just hanging out with me today, hanging out with me usually, reading my stuff, hanging out. The fact that we are a community been listening for 24-hour streams, you will not believe the number of people who have told me that if they could, they would have dropped $250 in a heartbeat to make me do that 24-hour Elden Ring stream. Like, people were raring to go. They wanted to see it happen, and they were very tempted to make it happen, which is hilarious. And I understand, you know, it's a funny prospect. I don't play From Software games. I'm not very good at them, and God knows I've never done a 24-hour live stream before. But yeah, on a serious note, it means a lot to me that people donated to that thing. Again, I don't really think there's anything more urgent than the fight back that needs to be done against the current administration that has true hatred and disgust for many things and many people, but one of them most evidently being the trans community. So considering the fact that said administration has a stranglehold on most of the media ecosystem in a way that can often feel like nuclear bomb versus coughing baby, having an organization dedicated to making sure that newsrooms across the world know how to properly talk about trans rights, trans community, trans narratives, so that they do not continue to be unjustly and wrongly demonized, misinterpreted, misknown, and just generally painted in such a way to make them seem like they are who they are not, which is a vast array of type of people. You know, it's as fast as human existence can get. So it's just means a lot that we have a community that was willing to uplift that, share it, donate to it, and contribute to that larger fundraiser. So give yourselves cuts on the back, please. I really appreciate you. Thank you for that. I'm gonna head out now. Please go enjoy the rest of your own relative long weekends if you have it. Please take care of yourself, take care of your loved ones. I'll be back on Monday. Whenever the next time I stream is, I'll probably be finally back to some sim stuff after a while, or something else if something else comes up. The other award streams will still be coming up too. I'll let you know when they'll happen. So keep a lookout for the cooking stream, for the baking stream. Those will still happen. Just a matter of when it makes sense to do them. So with all that said, appreciate y'all again, and I'll see you later. Ciao.